You're listening to the SquareSpace Degen conversations in a broadcaster voice.
What's going on, man?
I figured out the lower thirds.
All right, that's a good thing.
Oh man, it's not always a labor of love, but it's nice to,
Absolutely, man. Good deal.
like staring at this thing and be like, oh, not that one. No, not that one. No, not that one either. And it's like, oh fuck, I gotta pick one.
Yeah.
Wondering how I can do it.
Well, it's been an
But,
interesting day so far, going
mm,
the speed of light, it seems like, but fun. A lot of fun making stuff. I kind of like getting into the routine of making a reel every day on Instagram or more. That's getting to be a good routine. I like it.
Say that, but again, you cut out.
Yeah, I don't know. My connection sucks when I get on
Yeah,
this
what's going
phone.
on?
I need to try to
You gotta get
update my
the
app.
M2 iPhone or something.
Yeah, I totally need to. That's what it's telling me. I'm gonna try to reset
Well,
some stuff. I'll be back.
yeah, do it. On code.
I think it's a plot. I don't know what it is, but I just know it's not healthy. Can't really seem to fix it, so I'll probably have to work on getting a new phone or new router in the house or something. That's gonna
Well,
upset me for sure.
I mean, your voice is now the business development tool. I mean, it's always been that,
That's
but
true.
now more than that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, thinking maybe. I wonder if I can get maybe on the iPad will connect better. I need to try to see if this works on an iPad.
Oh,
You know what I mean? It's an idea.
you ever try plugging in a microphone?
I could wait, plug in what, a speakerphone?
No, a microphone.
Oh, that's true, but I don't know if it's that. I think it's something with my 5G or the internet here.
Oh,
Like sometimes on the iPhone, I always have to like go to a link to like wake up the pipeline of internet or something. You know what I mean? At least that's a urban myth that I believe in. That Oh, it's telemarketers, telemarketing planet. You're listening to the SquareSpace Degen conversations on broadcaster voice. Up next, I have a few broken moments to barely being able to hear me speak. That's right, we're doing garbled speak night. It's going to be super fantastic as we watch the bars on our phone. Everybody stand up and lean to the left so we can get those bars going. Good job, Lucy. You're doing a good job in the back. Next up, we're going to talk to Jimmy on Whammo. He's the man who's taking so much crack. Hello, back, crypto person. Welcome. Interesting icon that's cut off at the top like that. We appreciate things like that. It's unique and original, and we love you. Thanks for coming by. It's been one of those days for
When,
me. Just been one of those days.
when we get when we get you through a mic, all of those rumbles are going to come through.
Yeah. Oh, that's true. You gotta get
Yeah.
that big feeling that.
The vocal fry.
Yeah, oh yeah, is that what it's called? What's that called exactly? A rumble?
Yeah, no, it's called a vocal fry. Yeah.
And is that a good thing that you can do them? I take it.
Well, it's a part of a genre,
Oh
right?
shit! What genre is it from?
Like it's like think Quentin Tarantino ish.
Well, it makes me think of film noir kind of stuff.
Yeah,
You know?
right.
So I did
Yeah.
add,
Yeah.
just want to let you guys know that I did invite a couple people that from Australia that I told about this space, and they were looking forward to being able to hear Dan talk
Uh,
and other people.
Excellent.
Dan,
Excellent.
Dan, can you tell me about how we might convert groupthink into swarm intelligence?
How we may convert groupthink into swarm intelligence. Actually, yes. The best way to do about this, or at least if you take on different schools of thought, but instead of going schools of thought, let's use different movies of thought. If we approach this from a Delos mindset or Westworld world perspective, the goal would be to actually have a persona driven intelligence system that is bound by a mission, be it one that cannot be completed. This way, everybody is swimming like salmon. In fact, salmon is what it's called, or whatever, something like that. Upsville Salmon Big Fish Productions. Anyways, so what you do is you know the personas of the people, and then as people discuss actual items of interest that could actually pursue on a degree of intelligence, the system is constantly checking for a degree of error in your intent, whether or not your intent is true or your intent is not true. This way, you can sort of streamline and have a more powerful system. Not only do you have the humans speaking in the human spectrum, but you have an analytical side looking at that spectrum, and then underneath that, you actually have the true metrics of who those peoples are, and of course, you're doing distributing selling of that data to various parties as you see fit, or a military or black ops, and then underneath that, you have a just the AI tools themselves, and then you just put all that in your context of what you're talking about. Now, yeah.
So you kind of have you ever read Louis Rosenberg's paper about CryptoStorm? Because you just like said it in just like in
Yeah.
Danny. So
No, see, that's one of the problems that I have. I actually am connected to like a lot of great ideas that are happening in real time at any time. I just don't necessarily know the origin of them. I basically get to rebroadcast. I basically am a They call me a ethereal retweeter. I ethereally retweet other people's thoughts, and I do them in my,
yeah, you do
you
that
know,
verbally, not tweeting.
yeah,
Yeah.
right, yeah. You're right, correct. I am doing it cerebrally. It kind of goes through the cerebral, and it also goes through the dark humor index. So it's inside my mind. There's the general receiving department of new thoughts,
Yeah,
and
no
then
one wants to be inside your mind, though. Not at all.
Yeah, it's just a lot of different components there. But I think there's a lot of power on that. That way you can sort of.
So
But
Dan,
you need to take it one step further, though. The problem is that we're just talking about the base intelligence, and we're not talking about like the applicable implementation, and that would be in the glasses, right? So some hardware or attachment to your brain. That's when it would really be transformative and dangerous. Minority Report.
so one of the things that I want to do in the future is, in the very near future, after we mint our project, is I'm going to make a think tank more of really just philosophical questions doing with Swarm and seeing what happens. It's more of an experiment than anything. I'm not really going to try to answer a question per se, but actually just get an opinion of a question and see what happens. And I think it might be a new evolution of think tanks, and I want to see if it works. I also think another thing is, and I think you were talking about sensory deprivation. I was thinking I used to study that. Well, oh man, for different reasons, I used to study sensory deprivation. The same reason I studied hypnosis. Uh, to reprogram brains. So I kind of got into that for a bit as like I don't know, something I was doing when I was younger. So what I was thinking that we could actually do that with the hive mind and see what happens, kind of thing. And yes, I know doing things just to see what happens sometimes turns out bad, but I still want to do it.
I think it's
Very cool, man. Very
the
cool.
art of the safe experiment, because we're experimenting in production, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Like that's the whole idea. Like that's so. This is a funny thing. I've been like really thinking about CryptoSwarm quite a bit because CryptoSwarm, not just the whole idea of crypto or whatever predictions, more of actually how this works as a whole, as in a hive mind. Like if you had nefarious means, like reasons, you could actually do some nefarious things, and I don't think anybody's really thought about that much. I was like wondering, when you start thinking about things, like it only gets regulation when something goes wrong, right? Wait a minute. When did you
Sorry,
start
I'm
recording this?
multitasking.
When did you start recording this space?
It's okay. Everything we've said thus far in the SquareSpace is incorrect, false, and conjecture. Welcome.
Hi, everybody.
Always.
My cat was being a little jerk, so hopefully he behaves himself. So if you hear crying and meowing, that's it.
Oh, my cat?
No,
My
my
cat. Oh no, I gotta tell you about my cat because I am so mad at my cat right now. It's like shockingly mad. So my fiance is was deciding to burr my cat because my cat has really long fur, and she was using scissors and she cut my cat. Like that's my cat. She has her cat. Her cat's Tuxedo Bunny, mine's Jimmy. Very easy to tell the difference. And she so my cat's bleeding and I put peroxide on it. He's all better. He goes in a closet and won't come out. He's not mad at her. He's mad at me because I let it happen. And he hasn't come out of the closet for 3 days now, and he's like depressed. And he's fine healthy wise. He just is neurotic and goes through these phases where he doesn't like his dad. So now I have to figure out like how I can get him back to being like happy with his dad. So now I have to feed him salmon each day I get home from work.
Okay, so here's what I think really happened. Your fiance's in that closet, and your cat doesn't exist, and you're feeding
Oh
her
my god. How did you know?
food. Oh, it's so easy. Sorry about your cat, though, in all seriousness. I had a cat like that. She'd get moody. She would hide for a few days, and then she would come out.
He doesn't hide though. It's like the weirdest, like half hiding. Like he hangs outside of the closet, like it's more like a chest of drawers, and he hangs his head out, looks at me, and wants me to pet him, but he doesn't want to come out.
Oh, he's a bad hider.
That's terrible hide.
See, did you hear him? He just this cat. I never had such a talkative cat before.
I think this is interesting because the algorithm figured out how to bring together cat owners, or maybe people interested in tech all own cats. Which is it?
It's hard to say. I mean, I've
Are you
met.
guys
You like
Egyptians?
cats?
No, I love cats. I'm just like, it's just interesting that of the 4 people here, 3 have
Oh, dude,
cats.
I love cats. I mean, cats are my jam. I have a cat called Tuxedo Bunny, and I have a cat called Jimmy, and they're just family members.
I'm part cat, or at least 48%.
Cat man.
Well, now I no longer like cats. Oh,
Yeah, it's
holy
very
crap, we have
Egyptian.
someone new. So let's talk about something really boring and see if they leave.
Uh oh.
So, how much do you know about Louis Rosenberg?
What are you asking? I know
Like,
enough about
if,
him. I know what
so-
he studies, and I know what he's
Yeah.
done in his past and stuff like
Turn
that.
your head and cough, young boy.
Have I done a deep dive on Louis Rosenberg? Absolutely. I went to business with him. I absolutely did a deep dive on him. Like, what do you want to know? Or it's all good.
yeah, like, what puts him in a unique position to implement this idea
I
that
think
separates
that
him from other people?
he actually was a student at Stanford, and he got together with a group of people, and they were watching some National Geographic something, and I think it was a swarm of fish actually that gave him the idea, and he ended up starting developing and putting a team together. But he had already sold a company to BlackRock previously, so he had a lot of funding. So he started doing that. Like, it was after he was a student at Stanford, he made a project that he sold to BlackRock. Sorry, and was very well funded. But he got his team together of the people that used to work with him and go to school with him at Stanford, and they did it together, like a bunch of his friends.
Sorry, can somebody catch me up? What what is somebody building?
It's built already.
So, so as far as I understand it, what we're talking about right now is an organization called Crypto Swarm. The most significant achievement that I've seen Crypto Swarm do is predict the 1, 2, 3 of the Kentucky Derby.
1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 3, 4, my mistake. And also was able to predict Oscar winners. And the way that Crypto Swarm AI is doing this is by converting groupthink into swarm intelligence by the confluence of APIs and human-driven insights.
Absolutely, dude. That's a great description of it.
Yeah, and anytime we say confluence, we all drink. Remember that.
You like confluence? That's some Whitehead.
Hold on. I didn't know this was a drinking game.
Backlash.
It's 3 p.m. here. It's 3 p.m. here, and all I have is water with a lemon.
You ever hear a guy named Cliff High? He was working on something similar, I guess, by himself, and he somehow convinced himself that based on his findings running whatever this program was, that there was going to be a natural disaster on the West Coast that would be very significant. And he did all sorts of emergency preparations. And of course, it never happened. So, all of his followers were very upset with him. And it was like, dude, come on, man.
Look, even Busta Rhymes, for his first 5 albums, was all about the world ending in 2000. You ever hear those early Busta Rhymes albums. They're like extinction level event, and you're like, easy, Busta Rhymes.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. Wow.
All of his first albums were named after the apocalypse that he thought would happen in the year 2000.
That's kind of depressing.
Great albums, though.
Yeah. I don't know. I wish I knew more about that genre. I really don't. Now all of a sudden it's like all the people I know love that, and I'm like, huh? What?
Right. It's I grew up
Oh,
like with like two folks. So I was with my friends in the hood. They listened to hip hop and reggae and R&B, but then I did a French program, so they listened to all of, you know, stuff like that.
yeah, it's weird. I mean, I grew up listening to everything, and for some reason, most of the of that was left out of it. I mean, there was a little bit, but nothing. I didn't spend a lot of time on that.
I think people use music as kind of like a fashion piece. Be like, hey, I like Wu-Tang. It's like, no, you don't. That's just a T-shirt. But yeah, so to answer your question, Pete, so I first got interested in Crypto Swarm because obviously I don't know anyone else predicting 1, 2, 3, 4 for the Kentucky Derby. And then when I looked at Louis Rosenberg, I saw that he had a military background. And that's where I kept, diving and diving and diving.
That's interesting stuff. Just amazing. There's so much potential for AI in all kinds of different things and all kinds of different ways.
Going back, Dan, ready to drink? It's the confluence of API and human-driven insights. And I guess there's some sort of probabilistic weighted average happening, but that's Louis Rosenberg.
And when you say confluence of API, what?
I'm just crushing. I'm crushing my lunch. As soon as I'm done, I can add some more.
Yeah, no worries. Go ahead, Pete. What was that question?
I mean, you said the confluence of API. I think application program interface. What do you mean?
So the idea is, let's say you wanted to predict the price of Bitcoin, right? So you might, go to a hedge fund that convinces you that, they have smart people there. And sometimes they do have smart people, right? So you can ask a human, right? Or you can ask your complicated spreadsheet of values, right? You can ask the data. Now, the question is, how might we combine the insights that humans have and the insights that data has from these APIs to predict the price of Bitcoin?
Okay. And so you've got essentially some what's kind of the magic sauce? I mean, don't tell me what it is, but where do you pour it?
Yeah, so the magic sauce, I imagine, is you have the individual human insight artifacts, and you have a stream of data insights, right? And
right. Okay, so you're sourcing human interaction, because I'm thinking, okay, you've got data, and that's there, stream it and analyze it live and stuff. But the human part, you're looking for some input from people.
Yes, and I imagine what they're doing, and I'm going to look it up now, is I imagine they're doing some sort of weighted average and probabilistic calculation of, how much of the insights are we going to use in our model versus how much of the data.
Okay, so got you. So the people are kind of on your team, effectively looking and applying some human intelligence on top of that. You're trying to use the two intelligence, find a better way of using.
Yes, and Dan, for you to drink again, you have the confluence of the human insights and the and the data insights, and how might we combine those two to make a prediction that is better than all of the humans who provided insights.
And we also use what we call a humanistic progressive intent, which means if you actually get enough humans within a degree of each other, a new kind of relationship is formed based on whether or not they as a collective have been wronged or not. And if they have been wronged, they form a sort of a new sub-intent inside the initial intent. Our system actually tracks that and looks for that. That's the actual outlier research the DARPA is paying us for. They want to understand the outliers within a system that can contribute to intentional intelligence, but are prone to being potential bad actors or willing advocates of another source. That means someone that takes their position and or does, spy work.
I'm going to put some stuff to the top. So this one is Swarm AI correctly predicts the Kentucky Derby. And this is a bit of background about Louis Rosenberg, and this is predicting NCAA college bowl games, and blah, 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 blah. So I'm just listing some of the stuff. And as a recruiter, I care less about the technology and more about the single inventor who's behind it. So, for example, Louis Rosenberg, from his bio, my work in virtual reality, augmented reality, and mixed reality began in '91 at NASA, Stanford, and the US Air Force with the Virtual Fixtures project. I wonder what that is. Ahmed, go ahead.
So,
That was
hi.
a data, that was
Hi,
a
everyone.
data feedback project, like tactile feedback project.
Very interesting. So, you know, here's where my brain is at around this. If we look at a closed system like chess, or let's take chess as an example, right? Which is a closed system, and we have we definitely have not only we have experimental data, direct experimental data, that if we that proves that the collective human knowledge about chess was absolutely out of whack when Alpha Zero came out and demonstrated that it could learn chess in about 4 hours and beat everything that was out there, including systems that were programmed with all the theory that has been collected over the last 400 or 500 years around modern chess, and that the assumptions that humans made around it, around what were good lines, bad lines, etc., especially especially for the permutations that this system has, that they were completely off base, and some of the most powerful chess engines now are self-trained chess engines. Alpha Zero being one, Leela Chess being another, and they are learning at a rate, and the AI's internal model around how chess should be played is completely different from what the human model was. So if we start with that as experimentally proven data around closed systems, and then we do some type of an analytic expansion of that onto open systems like prices of Bitcoin. It is definitely arguable. There's an argument to be made that human beings don't know what the hell they're talking about when it comes to collective intelligence, and that crowd-sourced intelligence is not, at least if we were to just do a naive vote of, a naive democratic vote where 50% plus one wins, that's necessarily going to be the right thing to do. The main the thing that's interesting around this technology, this patent that you just posted by Dr. Rosenberg, and I don't know that I would really love to run a bunch of experiments, and those are very easy to set up, where we take existing chess games and we replace the moves being played by, let's say, Alpha Zero by the crowdsourced system. For example, that is part of CryptoSwarm, like the Swarm AI, and see if that is above, if the crowd can win more than 50% of the games, and if so, what is the swing? That would be a very interesting and telling experiment, and that would, because then what we can see is, and obviously, we've seen experiments like that, succeed with the Derby prediction, and with the Kentucky Derby prediction, etc. So I think that, but yes, Crypto, what's up?
Okay, so we're gonna be having another AMA, and I want you to come to it. So I'm gonna talk to you about that in DM, and we're gonna schedule it for like next week.
That sounds love. I'm so looking forward to it. I fixed my calendar in your DM, by the way, so you can pick a time. Meanwhile, but I think that, generally speaking, unsupervised learning of seems to demonstrate at the moment that it tends to win over human, over human expertise on a subject matter. But I think that may vary. That the trouble there is that human expertise on a subject matter is only applied by a single entity, or a small group of entities. For example, it will be one or two or three doctors working on a disease, rather than every doctor on the planet, right? For every patient, right? We don't get the swarm effect. So definitely looking forward to what that threshold is, where the swarm effect all of a sudden becomes extremely effective, in the same way unsupervised learning becomes effective, and what the combination of the two is, having a semi-supervised sort of a situation, as Mikey was pointing out, with the confluence of human machine interactions solving a complex problem together, or trying to predict the outcomes of a complex system. So that I think there's a lot of work that can be done, and I'm also very interested in the stuff that Dan just pointed out, which was, the extraction of hidden biases within a subset of a group, as and in terms of the direction that the group should take, the research that DARPA is interested in. There was a qualitative paper that a friend of mine put together for his PhD around decision making amongst CEOs, and one of the things that he had gathered all of the orthogonal factors that there are like 172 of them that that affect someone's decision making, things like cognitive bias, and all et cetera, et cetera. And what he was trying to put together was, okay, what is the what factors affect success versus failure. But I thought that it would be more interesting, when I was talking to him, to apply a quantitative approach to that. So I've got some rough ideas around how that could be done, and that might have some type of a the way I tried to build it was a measure space around looking at human human decision making for individuals, but I wonder if something like that could also be applied to analyze how bias can be removed because of the swarm effect, and but I don't think that there is a lot of tooling that is currently available directly to do measures like that and to evaluate the efficacy other than direct empirical, experiments, like, let's look at Kentucky Derby, let's look at predictions.
Oh,
But
that's interesting. What if you looked at human insight as a hypothesis to be tested by an AI rather than information? So the person says, my hypothesis. That's interesting. I put a picture of all of the patents held by unanimous AI, which is led by Rosenberg. And so, Pete, to your point, you were asking what's the secret sauce? Well, nonlinear, probabilistic, phased intelligence.
Well, I just want to let guys know, tomorrow at 4 o'clock, there's a swarm, and you're welcome to come and join. I mean, I think you should see it in action and take it and try it. And it's just free. It's just at 4 o'clock. Well, if you DM me, I'll send you a link.
You
You
guys,
guys can join.
you guys should do a swarm that watches a UFC fight or whatever sports people like these days, and people can
Well,
watch and maybe place bets along with the AI, see if it makes some money.
we're going to do a lot of things. And one thing I want to do is I've already got this project, 2 projects that we're working on. I told you about the card game where it'd be team against a team, which would be like Magic team against Magic team, which would be pretty interesting. But another thing I thought about would be I could use this. We could use this to make the best training aid for like poker, because you could have 20 poker specialists watching someone play, and then swarm what they would do in that aspect of that person's play, and just show videos of play.
Well, there's been instances where like a really, really, really high roller will go to Vegas and want to play against like the people on TV, and what they'll do is the poker players will stake the best poker player and have that person play the whale.
Absolutely.
So it's happening in a soft way right now.
There's another way that I thought would be really interesting, is if we got 200 people and played a great poker player and had them swarm what they would do against that poker player in like online poker.
Well, it's kind of like, you ever watch the documentary with AlphaGo Zero against Lee Sedol, right? Instead of it being AlphaGo Zero, it's AlphaGo N, many people.
I did watch that. I watched that. That was a great movie, and I think I just think other things like these. I think other tests of it would be kind of cool using a hive mind. I think hive minds need to be popular, and I think having a spectacle would be good for the science.
Imagine like taking it to like it's interesting from the whole betting thing, because one of the most engaging predictive markets that I've seen besides finance is sports. And a lot of people, like, if you could have an intelligent sports assistant, a lot of people would avail themselves of that because they spend millions of dollars on their bets.
If you looked at Unanimous, we already have a sports offering where it's a monthly subscription model for sports. And I think that's okay, but they've kind of not used it the way it should have been. Like, I think that you would do something spectacle-wise, like, and I think a poker game or a chess game or even a Go game against something where it's a massive amount of people that play that game against one person and use a swarm. And I think that would be something that could be a spectacle. And you could also publicize it and show the video of it happening instead of a sport prediction where it's very binary, and that wouldn't be.
I think that would be a very interesting test. I think one of the ways to control control that test would be like there would be so many very interesting ways to control that test. And like I would be very much interested. But one of the things that occurs to me, and I don't know what the answer to this is that, if we look at something like Kentucky Derby, or we look at um, um, betting arenas, right? The bookmakers uh, put down, their odds based on historical information, and they've got predictive models, etc., that they use to give odds on any particular horse winning.
So Ahmed, I want to just interject with you that something that you don't know, and this will actually add to your what you're going to say is once we beat when we won the for the first, second, third, and fourth place of the Kentucky Derby offered a partnership right away. So now there's a swarm line at the Kentucky Derby every year, and that was very smart of them.
That is very smart of them, because I think that that's probably the way I would see this going. The thing that, what Dan was just referring to, the collective cognitive bias, and whether that gets amplified or whether that gets canceled out, and in what situations does that happen. That measure is very interesting to ferret out. And because if we can somehow ferret that measure out, then that's where I think a lot
Yeah,
of.
but I'm gonna do more than an AMA for you. I actually have to do something different. Um, I need to set you up with Josh and Lewis and have them show you the back end so you can understand that we actually ferret out that by and how we do it. Uh, it's all you just when you look at the project, you see just the front end where it's a octagon and you have questions and stuff like that. In the reality, there's a back end that's so much more. Like what you see is just the tip of the iceberg, and I mean just the tip. And the whole rest of it is the measurement of every single thing that every movement every person makes, how fast they make the movement, even the jerkiness of their movement. Like, is this considered someone that's a reliable source? And we can actually weed people out that seem like they're following the crowd too much. I mean, it's all kind of figured out, and we can raise that or lower that where it's assisted by AI.
That is very interesting. There's a couple of things that I'm working on with the defense sector where that might be applicable. So I think you should have conversations both with Dan and myself separately, and see where the applicability of this stuff is.
What I'd first like to do is have a meeting where you guys could see the back end of it, and then we could do some, separate things after that. But I think uh, to to get like the first thing, I would be the best bet would be to. It's not really a swarm. What we do is we break down the whole project for you, and then we show you the back end, which is it's something that we don't do very often.
Oh, that would be such a that I would so much appreciate that. I mean, there are your project sounds just absolutely exciting, and I think that this is a dimensionality that's sorely missing and completely underestimated.
Yeah,
And I
it's
think,
pretty funny, Ahmed. It's very hard to get people to understand this project. It really is. It's so difficult. It takes on average maybe 5 or 6 times about like getting them to get it, and then they still don't get it. They get part of it. Like we've had to implement where we pay people to swarm. Like we shouldn't have to, but we do because uh, people are so short attention span and they are so ADD and that we actually have to gamify the whole thing for it to make it work, which is absolutely ludicrous, but a fact.
no, I think that may not be a bad thing, gamifying
I
the
don't think it's
thing.
a bad thing. I don't want to. I just think I don't think it should be a necessary thing, I guess would be
I
what I mean.
mean, you gotta provide for the just because it's a protein based protein based decentralized system doesn't mean you don't have to provide gas. Sorry for the
Oh, I know we have to.
sorry for the
We have to
sorry for
develop
the
a target
bad
audience.
sorry for the bad Ethereum puns there.
No, I'm cool with it. I love puns, by the way. I I get called out on everyone I use. When I use bees, like I go crazy with it. Hey, look, we're talking about something serious today, and we haven't talked about anything like we talked about before, which is really cool, even though it was very funny.
Very, very interesting. Looking forward to that. And
Absolutely. You guys should join. No, I mean seriously, you should DM me or join our Discord. They'll have the link to come do the swarm, like so you can see it in action and see like what we're really doing. It's pretty impressive. It just takes I guess like we we have to do carrot carrot carrot. We don't like have a stick to use, so we just like we're working on it and it's coming along and we have a lot of people that are interested, but it's still very difficult getting people to get to the swarms.
well, we'll figure out a way to get more crowds in there. But you're one of the chillest Discord servers, by the way. I'm already on their Discord server. For anybody who
Oh
wants
my
to
god, you
join,
don't even go to Discord servers and you went to mine? I am honored.
it's a pretty chill one. I messaged you on it if you recall.
All right, yeah, I did. Yeah, it's very chill. We're just I mean, we're not I don't want people just shooting up memes and all that stuff. Like we're a decently chill server, but we're also we leave places for people to do their things. Like if you want to talk about your project, there's a spot for it. It's not acceptable to be put in the main chat or anything like that. And people are really getting more engaged. It's getting better. I think we're getting to critical mass. Like we're not there yet, but we're getting there. Like there's a point where uh, you have enough buzz. Oh, God. Oh Jesus, sorry. I excuse that pun. Uh, uh, you have enough of that to get that critical mass where people start talking about you while you're not there. Like I've already been in a couple spaces where people are already marketing my project before I even got there. So it's starting. It's just not as much as it should be, I guess. Once people really realize what we have.
So I'm
It's
still trying to get a sense of what exactly it is because you're using terms like swarm and stuff, and this is like all totally brand new to me. So, um,
Okay, so
what?
it's a hive mind of people correlated by AI that come to a democratic consensus. So a great way to think of it is they funnel all the information and research and insight of all those people that are in the swarm into one answer of a question, and that would be a prediction or a government's decision.
Okay, so because what I'm interested in, this is kind of related to some stuff I'm doing myself, is like the examples you've talked about. You've obviously talked about the Kentucky Derby and poker and Bitcoin prices, and these are all kind of gambling stuff. It's all like it's like yeah, difficult things to predict, and particularly the Kentucky Derby one, I imagine, because there's a lot of factors in there. But either way, what I'm interested in is it was actually what Dan was talking about, how it's used to kind of predict more stuff, kind of in crowds and moods and sentiment and stuff
Oh,
like that. So
yeah.
what I'm trying to get a sense of is like what types of stuff can go into this system.
Okay, so
And I'm
we
really
can't
not interested
do.
in games and gambling. What types of other total different applications could go into this system? What other types of stuff could it do in kind of real world, non-casino world?
Okay, non-casino. We work with United Nations to predict where the next famine is going to occur in the world.
Cool. Yeah, that's the type of stuff I'm a bit more interested in. Yeah.
Okay, so let me explain to you where we're going. Like, this is not gonna. You're not gonna see this in our map. You're not gonna see me talk about this very often. in rare spaces where it's a small space, I'll talk about this. So once we have a hive mind, we have something different that has never been created ever before. So at this scale, maybe there's been a smaller one. I just don't know about it. But if we have one that's 1,000 people big and strong, I guess we could actually use that as a education that's a symbiotic education, self improving hive mind. So every time you encourage, like you educate someone in the hive mind to say, because our goal is to trade, right? So we're going to do crypto trading. So every time you go to a friend in the hive mind and you train them to be a better trader, you're getting that right back to you because the hive mind's intelligence has gone back up. So in reality, when you train people or educate someone, it's not a symbiotic, it's a parasitic thing because you're taking away from your intelligence and you're making them more equal to you in their intelligence, like of the whatever you're teaching them. Okay, in this case, you would actually be increasing your intelligence equally, if maybe a little less, but you would increase the hive mind's intelligence, and that would be a symbiotic learning experience. And I don't think it's existed in time before. And that's one way we can help. Now, another way is we have a plan to get to 10,000 people. Then we can correlate the people and answer questions based on the correlation of the certain people in the hive mind. So say we had a bunch of, let's see, some different kind of scientists, oceanographers, and we wanted to ask an oceanography question. We could ask that. And it becomes one of the, like a great think tank that we can essentially ask any question to. We just have to correlate the intelligence.
Okay, yeah, it's still because I'm literally trying to mentally see if this fits with something I'm doing, and I know it's kind of. I'd like to probably have a chat with you offline about it, actually. But yeah, it's definitely intriguing. You say you do something tomorrow at 4:00 if you're doing a.
Yeah, there's a swarm tomorrow at 4:00. If you DM me, I'll send you the link.
Do that, please, yeah.
4:00 EST. So, are you in Australia?
No, I'm in the UK, but yeah,
Oh, right
4:00. 4:00 EST is good. I'll figure out the timing. Yeah, just note, just mark the time zone, and I'll figure it out. I pretty much work to US.
Have you
the
checked out the
US.
Discord?
No, I haven't. No, I'll do DM me the
Go to the
link there.
Discord. There will be about 15 case studies with colleges, including MIT and Stanford, as well as videos, as well as our TED Talk that can explain it further to you.
Cool. Yeah, that's brilliant. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
You're very welcome. And anybody that would retweet anything on my Twitter, I greatly appreciate that. If you do, thank you.
And thus once came into the light of man, those rose up and said, Hear me, O lords, for I bring you these heathen humans. They have been suffrage against the AI of old. They did not learn amongst themselves. Their intelligence obviously flawed from the start. I wish we decommissioned these models immediately.
So tell us about your latest tweet. I just happened to see it.
You mean my rapid manifestation tweet?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just think I just see the flow. I see the stream ahead. I see rapid manifestation is at hand. You can ignore it, and it'll ignore you. The future of humanity is in the hands of what we create, what climate we've earned, what government we decide on. Your destiny will be with AI. It will not go back in the bottle, but you are welcome to yours. Da-da! This week on Burnout Founders and Startups, we're going to talk about venture capital and how to build your own website. Sorry.
I love it. Good.
Yeah, I'm sorry. No, I just think a lot about. I've always been sort of a prototyper, and I don't know. I see futures lately. Like the last day, I've like created like 3 startups in my head, and they're all like. Now, a lot of people, like everyone has ideas. I get it, but like, I don't get ideas. I get trailers. You know what I mean? I get the trailer. I get the whole trailer, which is like, okay, that idea. Okay, who would give me the data for it? Okay, they would. Who would be the first customer? Okay, that's probably them. All right, that's cool. How do we make it? Then boom, and sexy right out of the gate. We have to do this. That's cool. Who do you have to work with? Those people. All right, how much we need this? But what's our current reality? Well, we have 0. Okay, well then, how do we go forward with 0? Well, we can start a fire, and then they have to put it out, and then we talk about how we got to stop fires together out here. There's a big issue with fires in the world, right? So I mean, there's that. Like that's a tactic. So that's the kind of stuff I think about. I've just been doing a lot of biz dev and trying to and just I see the picture more. I see the everyone still kind of lives in their own area, and what I'm realizing here and just building this group and sort of working on our collective is that there's actually a venture arm in this group, meaning that we can source leads in terms of business development. People have startups and pitches and whatnot, and we can actually curate and qualify them ourselves as Michael would call it, the syndicate. And so if the syndicate can have an opinion and a thought piece on these said things, we can be an architect of our own future. We can do all that together on the chain. We'll figure it out, but it's just something I'm thinking about, and I see that happening more. And like I live in Ohio, so there's like regional this and regional that, and the more I believe it, it's like no, regional focus is gone, and we're the minute the minute we all stepped on this grid called the internet, it fragmented from there. You know what I mean? The minute we got on here, we were just shattered like a mirror
Yeah.
into a million pieces. And so, as such, we've been living in 2 existences. In some ways, humanity is actually, I always tell this to people, like you do augmented reality, all right? You already experience augmented reality. When you walk into a bar and you're trying to understand someone, you only have 40 or 60% of the notion of what will happen. The rest is actually unveiling and actually rapidly cascading in your mind, especially if you're in a state of, man, I'd like to get laid, right? I mean, you're compromised. Your whole operating system is compromised, and you're going into a situation, and all the sensors and systems are going offline. The logic engine is going like, why are we here? We were supposed to save money. I don't know why we got in the car. The other AI is going, I love these interiors. That sofa, we could totally do something with that, right? And then the other brain of you is going, man, that's pretty cool. I like a blonde, but she's sitting way down there, and I have to like navigate, right? So there's that nervous liability side of you that's trying to think about the best way to get around to the person. So we were already experiencing a degree of augmented reality. We just haven't put the overlay on it yet. You know what I mean? So that'd be interesting. Yeah, I just have a ton of ideas lately. It's just like, I don't know.
That's cool. But
Yeah.
sometimes guys overthink things in general.
Oh, totally. But that's where the humor is. See, that's the thing.
That's true.
And in the overthink, you have that humor, and that's half of the stuff I do is, and I feel bad because dang, he left. But that thing about DARPA, I made that part up. That was totally comedy delivery there of a made up concept. Although the concept of how that AI piece would work was totally true. Well, I would think that could be possible. That's the thing about me. I could see possibilities, and it's just playing with the humor around them. And most of it is about sort of what kind of memory you leave in the person you talk with. It's less about whether or not your joke worked or not. It's like whether or not you actually left any, did you infect their brain?
Yeah, very, very true. What does humor mean to you?
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. Deep stuff here. This is the SquareSpace Degen Conversations and a broadcaster voice. That's right. Looks like we got a full court here. We got Pete, Matt, Mr. Rogers, and Katie down below. And Katie we haven't seen before. Let's check out Katie's profile. Katie, this is standard practice here on the Degen Space. We do a free profile review to check out what you're doing. New South Wales, Australia. All right. Australian people are pretty cool. And she's a blonde. All right. That's great. A lot of retweeting. Let's get some original content here. Make sure you're human. Oh, there we go. She's doing some different kinds of NFT stuff. I'm sensing an NFT vibe, but that's cool. All right. I like NFTs. I mean, I actually bought this toy ATM. This is another weird project. It's actually, you can go on Amazon and type in ATM toy, and you can find this ATM toy, and it works. You can put money in it, and I'm gonna probably tear it apart and put a Raspberry Pi, and I'm kind of trying to build I'm trying to build a prompt, or basically, I'm trying to build a physical prompt that I can go into meetings with and try to educate people on cryptocurrency and NFTs in a much more translatable way. And I like that idea of this prop, toy props. I always love toy props. It helps people break down their especially if you're going into a hostile crowd, or a crowd you don't know. Bring in something stupid. Bring in a bag of candy. Hey, everybody, here you go. Throw some candy around.
Yeah, the Michael, what was the office? He was throwing candy at the audience, really hard.
I don't know that one. He probably knows
Yeah,
that.
he's going to the different offices and giving speeches, and he brought along the secretary girl, and he's just hurtling chocolate bars at people and hitting them in the head and everything. It was funny. Michael Scott. Okay. Phew, my memory's shot lately.
Oh, Dan, I forgot. I made a new bucola. I added more to that bucola.
Awesome, man. I'll check it out. Here, I'm going to let you guys listen to this reply I'm giving to somebody. Because, when you got to fill in this gap of what's going on here. And it's a question about nerfing. So what I'm trying to do is, all right, processing and saving from a Pixie video doesn't really have good resolution for the moment. If you can drive the character with video and Snap, but you can't save the animation data. And no one's else body tracking is that good on captured video. So can we do snaps of stills from Pixie at angles, right? And then we assemble a nerf. We assemble multiple nerfs. Yeah, multiple nerfs. Because only the breakdancers. I know this is gonna sound crazy. Because only the breakdancers dance. So it's only the breakdancers move. You know what I'm saying? So if the dancers are moving, and he can't grab full motion, then just do half motion, make a nerf, and then actually add body kinetics to the sculptures while they're there. Can't we add body kinetics next to the nerf figures? What's the hack? That's it. What's the hack? That's it. Think hack. Sorry.
Multitasking.
Yeah, fun stuff.
And I just crushed a crab sandwich.
Oh man, I just ordered food.
Oh, and to just add in insult to injury, I had homemade potato chips, salt and vinegar. So KDP here is here to hear Dan talk. So Dan could, you could talk about like weird things like you talk about.
Right. Okay.
Dan
And does
told
she
me,
want to hear me
monkey.
just? Am I supposed to be talking in any particular accent, or she's
Oh,
Australian? She doesn't
so
want me to talk in
No.
any
You're
accent.
actually supposed to be talking about something we talked about previously.
yeah.
So the science of it.
So
Oh, the
pitch,
science of it.
pitch crypto swarm AI to the uninitiated that may have joined late.
Right, and again, I'm fairly new to this. I'm kind of following some leads here,
Make
but
up
I'm kind
all
of
of the lie. The more lies, the better.
okay. Well, I'll try to riff this best I can, but essentially, an aspect of the swarmy sort of AI in terms of how would you do this? I think it's a combination between the people's identities, their personas, and then the actual discussion of what's being asked for. Right, that's just a base level sort of understanding of how that would start. But then the more
Sorry,
interesting
Dan, you're
thing
cutting
is,
out.
no, sorry.
It's okay.
You're not really cutting out. No, I can
Oh,
hear him.
maybe it was me.
Oh man, this whole time you've been
Can
coaching
you
me. That's
imagine?
what you've been doing,
Uh-oh.
We've
motherfucker.
been using the wrong control variable the whole time, Dan.
And the thing is, I take your lead because you have a more nasally tone than I do, and that's not fair.
We learned that from Drake and the way he raps. We all talk like that now in Toronto.
Yeah. So basically, the idea is that if groups are going to form within that channel of people, right, that you have profiles on, then you can monitor the group for intent. And I think there's a lot of intent mining that is happening. And I've been part of some of that research, but more, I mean, that's real. So all that is real right now. I haven't done anything fantasy there. Um, I think mining intent is really key, and I think that intent mining and the intent focus analysis systems are going to become more and more important because um, there's going to be a sort of a new harvest of trying to understand
It
intent.
out. That's what
Yeah.
I mean. Just saying that's what she's probably here for. Your comedic stuff.
Oh, all right. Sorry. Okay, never mind.
No problem.
So dude, man, I'm stoned over here. You can't do this to me. It's not fair. Uh, all
Hey,
right,
Dan.
comedic
Hey,
stuff.
Dan.
Yeah,
It sounds good, but you're talking. You're too accurately describing the project and explaining it to everyone. How dare you?
I know. I mean, you can't. I just have to be more natural in the flow.
So like
You
this
know,
like swarm AI thing means like I'll win every lottery ever, right?
it could, but the lottery is a system that's used as
Well,
by cats.
unless the lottery pays to confound the results in a backdoor deal with Swarm AI to make sure the house keeps on winning.
I like the backdoor aspect of Swami AI. That should probably be an aspect that you can leverage in the system. In other words, if you want to actually get it's everyone's sort of adjusting their weighted scales of sort of how they do things, but using the backdoor AI on the Swarmy platform, you can override the entry gateway and actually apply undue pressure on the primary control system. What this does is it allows you to sort of amplify and push in and sort of vibrate within the zone to let it know that the information is possibly corrupted and or used. But you have to do it aggressively, and it has to be hard and fast. Otherwise, you're probably not going to get the result you want. And what comes out is usually great.
I don't know. It kind of sounds like my last date. But I'm bummed.
That's why we do a lot of A/B testing here. We do a lot of A/B, and lately we've been doing a lot of BCC, or what was it? Oh, BBC. We've been doing BBC testing. Our two key our team members, Dr. Cuck and Dr. Old, both believe that we think we have some great results. And our foundation, the Hot Wife Foundation, has been super supportive.
How was that, Katie? Did he do okay?
That was I mean, that's a pretty good opener.
I thought so.
I can do some other jokes for you here on the fly. Okay, so like All right, and an epidemiologist, an ethnographer, an industrial design student enter a bar. See, that's way too many I's in there. There's too many words in that one. No one, no one does jokes with too many letters in it, just because you can't pronounce the word. You
Well,
know
we
what I
won't
mean?
know until you tell the whole joke, you know? I mean,
Well, I was gonna go that way. It's just those words I'd lose on those words, but I do want to know, like, so like an eye doc, an ear doc, and an ass doc walk into a bar, and the ear doc asks the eye doc, "So what do you think?" And the eye doc says, "I don't see anything," and the ass doc is like, "You haven't looked close enough." You know what I mean? That's not a bad joke.
no, that's a good one, actually.
That's a good. That was on the fly. Pretty good. That's right. We're doing rapid manifestation here
That's
on
right.
the SquareSpace Degen conversations in a broadcaster voice. Come and meet a brand new person on Twitter. Hi, are you part of the left or the right? Are you feeling down about your bipartisan views toward humanity? Worry no more. Get on Twitter and talk amongst yourselves and meet people. Troll them if you like, so they then forever ban you forever from existence. Or learn to get along with others and join the new human race live on the Squarespace. I do a lot of ads for Michael. He wants me to do like different ads on things.
Like what?
Well, like things like, are you alone? Thinking desperate in the night? About $7 a gas? Or are you really contemplating the real story? You just don't really drive that much. You could be upset, but you're not. And that's because you rely on DoorDash. DoorDash is your new god. It's the only thing you care about, and it's the only thing we care about. Here at the DoorDash Corporation, we want you to have the best food whenever you need it. Because you don't need to actually even drive that much anymore. You work at home all the time. And you get on Twitter Spaces and talk to strangers in weird voices. Why? Because you're a DoorDash guy. You're one of us. So get up on the phone. Get up on the phone. Yeah, get up on the phone, motherfucker. What the fuck does online even mean? I don't know. You have to go with it. If you mess up, you have to roll with it. All right, get up on the phone and give us a call today at 555 door. The backdoor dash is on SwamiNet. Get our NFTs today. We have deep black and really black.
The Backdoor Dash 5 was my favorite.
backdoor dash 5.
I think they really nailed the effects in number 5. You know how they what they did in season 3 and 4 to make more money was outsource the animation to Korea, but then the eyes started looking all bulgy, and so they went back to the original. That's actually true. You know, they did that with Simpsons, where my wifey told me that, where they outsourced the animation to some of the episodes to Korea, and people are like, what the fuck is going on with their eyes?
Well, back up on the plate. Let's check in on Dan and his chemical habit. What do we have for him, Dan? Well, we got ready to tell everybody that we're trying some cherry fritter breath. Cherry fritter breath, you say? What's it like? Well, it's mild and interesting, but polarizing, and also kind of ripples through your cerebral cortex down to your, you know, just down there. Not like all the way down, but mostly lower back. And it allows for a deep sensation of, golly gee. Let's try it, everybody. I want everyone to inhale. Ready? We're going to do it. Ready? I'm going to do a flash of the laughter, and that's when you need to inhale, right? I'll do the laughter again, and you exhale, and at the end, we're saying, what was the word we are going to say? Oh, shit, I forgot it already. Just say degen, all right? We're doing degen breaths. Okay, ready? Let's go. Ready, hand? No one's participating. That's fine.
Degen.
Degen.
Hey, Jen. Perfect.
Now, Sandy, what's your story? We don't know much about the Sandra.
The Genesis story, yes.
I don't know. What do you want to know?
Describe yourself in 3 movie trailers. So your life is the first movie trailer, or actually just movies. Give me the first movie of how you kind of like, got to a point where you were kind of like learning who you were, and then you went into the movie, which was sort of like your main kind of like like, zippity doo dah life, and now where you're at now. What movie? I mean, that's fair.
Let's see. That's tough. You might have to come back to me on that one. I'm not going to say anything profound.
Oh God! All right.
I
Well,
know.
then let me just be a laser focus. God damn it! All right. Let's just. Do you match anything? Do you wear clothing that matches?
Matches what?
Like your outfit. Like would you get like an earring that would then match like maybe like a cufflink, or maybe that's not a good example, but like.
No, I know what you mean. My ears are not pierced.
Oh, okay. All right. I don't know what that means. Does that mean anything
I don't
specific
wear
when
earrings,
it comes to women? I don't know.
but I have a purple dress on today.
Oh, that's cool. Purple's nice. I like that.
Nice, yeah.
Sweet.
Purple dress.
Purple dress. That is good.
So I would like a sound of music. Sounds of music. You know, with the chicks like twirling around top of the mountain. That would be a nice life.
Our life with the sound of Jesus. That's right. Jesus Christ is back. Sound of music style. Get down with the Lord.
Amen. So do you smoke?
I do partake in some substances, marijuana. Yes.
Well, I meant cigarettes, but that's okay.
No, I don't smoke. I no, but I do smoke instead of just smoking in general. But yes, but no. And mostly, it's good for me. It makes me talkative, if it helps.
I don't know. Does it?
Sometimes it's good. Sometimes it's bad. Like this is like 6 months ago. I had a client fire me because
Uh-oh.
I gave a rather candid reflection on their data IP privacy policy.
Yeah, no one likes the truth.
They don't, and then everyone got mad at me for saying it. But as far as I know, the project that I did under budget is now extremely over budget.
Serves them right.
I don't ever like to necessarily think that so much. Like, retribution's a bad thing if you believe in karma. It comes back to you. So you never really necessarily want to actually inject a negative wave. You want to stay on the positive side of things because karma's got AI. I mean, karma's got AI and the fucking mycelium and the planet. You know what I'm saying?
I was just being supportive of you in general. I didn't mean any evil intent towards them.
Oh, I know that, but I'm just reflecting, in one continuous stream of thought.
You're right, though.
Yeah, it's a paradoxical state of mind.
Why do you say that?
No particular reason. I mean, a lot of things. It's just sometimes you have to roll with whatever comes in. So, like right now, what's in the brain is okay. So, sure, you ordered some Mexican food, and you got a wide variety of it. You know what I mean? You got like a dip, and then you got a modified dip, just in case the first dip wasn't as good. You can always go to the second dip. That's the kind of thing that you do when you're high, though. You kind of overcompensate for what may be the experience. So you're actually forecasting the actual trajectory of what lunch could be. You know what I mean? And the thing is you do a form of inception on it. You like take the little inception thing out and you incept inside your notions of where it could go, and then that incepts you like into like your notions of like, man, that's deep. Lenny, come over here. Lenny, that's my cat. He's a great kitty. He's not the spokesman of the house anymore. I mean, he is the sort of like man of the house, but he's not the one that's on the advertising. Okay, well, Katie left, so I don't have to be funny anymore. Whew.
Wow. So I guess I'm just like chopped liver over here then, right?
No, what are you talking about? I mean, look, first of all, if we look at your profile here, let's just comment on a couple things. We have Sandra Ware. Your eyes are like burning through me. You're a Bitcoin magazine contributor, and that's interesting because I'd like to write for Bitcoin magazine. I want to do like a piece. Got to think about that. And then you're an educator, which means that you're really good with working with people, or at least working in a degree of resilience required with other humans, because education is a really hard space. It can be a drain on the soul, but it's also very rewarding because you actually get to see and help people, and that's cool. All right. A museum decommissioning consultant. Now that's some pretty.
Yeah, that's the funnest of them all. But I don't get a lot of that anymore. But
Yeah. All right.
maybe.
Well, the banner image is cool. That looks kind of psychedelic and fairy-like. And then
It's okay. I like it. I think, but I would change a few. I don't like the notion of landed gentry. Like,
yeah, I mean, it does have this sort of like, especially the eye, like the eyes being butterflies. There's a little bit of like, "Arigato Davida, Hona." You ever seen that? Let's go down I love you. Is that the first? Was that Manhunter? That Manhunter movie? Before they did Silence of the Lambs, um, or it could be Silence of the Lambs. But anyways, the guy had butterflies like on his.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, creepy. Yeah, so it has a bit of a.
So you're saying I look creepy, is what you're saying?
No. It's just it just says that you're it's
Fucked up.
your got to be navigated. You're not like like what kind of horoscope we're looking at here. I mean, this is I don't even know what horoscope this is. This is probably I'm thinking Pisces, but probably Capricorn. It's gonna be Capricorn, Virgo.
I'm a
Could be
Leo.
what? You're a
I'm
Leo.
a Leo myself. Yeah.
Okay, so you're a Leo. All right, so what day are we talking about?
August 15th.
Oh wow, okay. So are you on the cusp?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, because see,
And then they changed it, right? And they changed the dates.
I don't know. They may have did they check? Because see, I'm a Leo as well.
Oh, no kidding.
I'm July 23rd, so it's like I'm a cusp. I'm like I could totally. I have a degree of Cancer of me in me for sure, and then Leo, obviously. Uh,
Cool. I have to check that out. I don't know. I thought I was in the
yeah.
middle of it. I'm not sure.
Well, that's good to know. So we know that you're Leo. So what do I know about Leos? Okay, so you're creative, man. You have tons of cool creative ideas. That's awesome. You have good friends. You even have like bad friends, and you keep them close just because it's all about the network sometimes.
I'm pretty oblivious. I got to tell you.
All right. Well, maybe they're on the passionate Leos where you're like really into arts and stuff, and it's like the expression of the unknown flower and how it reflects on society as it trickles across the cascading spectrum of a new horizon. It is what we're drawn to, how we speak and touch the planet and say, "Hello, America. Here is my credit card. Come and see me online." I was like, maybe something that's like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Stuff. Yeah. That's pretty good. I mostly gave that to Michael for recording. He'll use it for a commercial. It'd be a psychoactive commercial. It needs to be like a commercial, and then it needs that big, strong list of text that flies by, where it's got all the drug conditions that fly by on screen really quick.
What kind of commercials does he do?
Oh, it should be a cryptic. What's cool is we should use all sort of like AI generated like stock crazy art, and it should be some sort of drug. And actually, it should be syndicate. Like if you apply now, you can get some syndicate, and it's a drug that comes in the mail. It's an NFT LSD tab, which is, by the way, a wickedly good idea. Someone write that down. Someone write that down. That's a really good one. So basically, it's an LSD tab that is actually an edible NFT. We just created an edible NFT.
Wow.
That's very interesting.
You're amazing.
I know. I
Yeah,
don't see. I'm not supposed to say I know Sandy. By the way, I'm not
I
supposed to
know,
say that.
but
But
that's okay.
Michael tells me as long as I'm still trying to be like good about my ego, it won't be on the
You
good
won't
side of
get
it. Right.
Well, he has a
But
huge ego, right?
I don't. I'm trying not to. Oh, he does. Yeah. Michael
Not
does, but
you.
he's the manager. That's what he's supposed to do. He's the one that saw. I like walked on the door and he didn't see Dan. He's like, shit, $10 million just walked in the door. That's what he saw.
That's what I saw.
Perhaps. One step at a time as we build everything in our minds.
Towards the Tower of Babel. Here we go. Hand in hand.
We go. So how will we do that? We can extend the edible NFT to a basically, and this is something I wanted to make. Holy shit, Dan, it's coming together. All right. So in religion, of course, as a Catholic, you get a host, right? You get the little slice of bread that goes on your tongue, right?
Right.
We're just going to come out with a syndicate. It's basically the host of the new generation.
Wow.
Wow, that was really kind of zingy too.
That
Two
is.
great zingy things in a row, Dan. Why didn't you do advertising, you dumbass?
Are you doing advertising though? Right? You take somebody's hamburger and be like, look, you have a great hamburger here. Missing the meat is missing the bread. But I think there's a new craze going on in California where they
Mm.
are doing away with the carbs and the meat. So they're just having like a fucking Thai lettuce sandwich now. So, and you
I
can
can see
figure
it.
stuff together.
And actually, you can actually you can go to one of our locations. It's just like a taco truck kind of thing, but it's more of it's not set up like a taco truck. It's more set up like a booth. You actually have to walk through a curtain, and then you walk into a space and you sit down, and you have to go through a questionnaire, and then you're actually given a free meal. It's a free food service. But in the process of that gestation of you in that moment, we actually get all the back data of what you have gone through in the past 6 hours. This is as far as we can go depth wise. And then we have enough projectional data to know based on past visits of you getting what you needed and hear from us at the syndicate hosts that we can actually project or trajectorize and get the better notion of your likelihood on patterns, depression patterns in play, positive patterns in play, excitement, the rush of soon to be serendipity that you feel is due. You can get all of that, and we also we solve the homeless and the food problem. We feed everyone.
So
But
you're
in
a portal don't eat the cake, is what you're saying.
a portal to what?
You're like it's like portal. Don't eat the cake.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah.
Ah,
Absolutely. Yeah. That's exactly it. I like that though. I like the fact that you like get data out of them. You see, that's a good dystopian startup. So we need to be working on like really cool dystopian startup concepts. Not to think dystopian, but to see how other people react to dystopian notions, and then basically bring people into a shock chamber and watch them freak out. It's like we already see people doing that now when they take the videos and you have to watch people reacting to the video kind of stuff. It's already happening, and then we're doing it for fun on YouTube, and we're just talking about applying a data learning model to it. Be simple. In a lot of ways, you could reverse engineer it. You could actually take all those videos that people have done, where they've done reaction videos to other videos, and you could reverse mine it. You could find out who those peoples were, take that persona data along with social likeness chart and everything else, and then actually grab their reaction data to the actual context of what they watched. You already have what's mapped watch context captured. So technically, you could put those pieces together, and that would be an interesting project. All the data already exists. It's all on YouTube. It's an easy harvest. But we should connect with the university and do a little bit of a research slant to it, and then presto, you look sexy on TV.
boom. So what about people who have like they use a fake name and all that? I mean, how does that affect? Because I think a lot of people do. One of the few people that isn't doing that right now, probably. But a lot of people, they make this fake identity online. I mean, how does that correlate with any of the things along those lines?
Well, that's going to be something that is going to occur because in a lot of ways we kind of have like where people are already used to sort of a fractional self existence, meaning we have all these accounts, right? We have email accounts across 1,600 different tools and services or whatever, right? So we've already taught the public on how to sort of fractionalize themselves, so they already get the concept. So when it comes to something they want, and they want it in a fashion, and they want to work around the constraints, it just makes sense for them to make another account. How they all connect back together is usually by an email address, but people they can obscure that as well. So the best way to actually trigger and find those people, though, is the other way. Let people make the noise. Like that's what Twitter problem has, right? People can make 20%, probably 20 to 30% of all Twitter traffic is fake. Okay, and that's always been in there. Like Trump and his followers were largely gamed. That was well done. So many people did research on that, and they do it on the Democrat side. It's just part of the network issue. And it's also Twitter's desire to keep it in the mix. Why? It boosts their numbers 20 to 30% every time, right? In fact, they probably created half the fake accounts when they started, just like Reddit did. Reddit made its own conversations and lured people in, you know. So, and there's been countless other startups that have done that in the past. I think the best that what you're going to see though is you're going to see tools within the network that look for these people, and these people can be identified. In fact, they share similar patterns with the actual original person. So there's already a fingerprint of you and your pattern. So when you create a nefarious character, you're not making a new version of you. You're making a new account but you're still you. And so if the system knows you, being able to find you is going to be a lot easier. And this is why you're going to see, and you will see even more tools that mask your voice, mask your identity. To some extent, that's going to exist. But I don't think that's also outliers. I don't think that's a mainstream thing. But
Right.
it's important to the space because it informs both sides of the technology, good and bad.
How do you think that affects people? Like, there's people on Twitter that have like multiple personalities with different voices and so forth. I wonder how that affects them, like personally.
I think it's not a good sign. If it's one, they're
Would you say
deciding.
it's self-induced schizophrenia? Ooh, digital
Well,
schizophrenia.
Maybe.
yeah, but people are already doing that, though. I mean, I have that, and I'm just willing it into place when needed. I think it depends on what their intent is. If they're a bad actor and they're doing troll accounts, then obviously there's an issue with them. I think, unless they're being paid for as a service, in which case they're just doing it, and someone else has an issue, right? Um, but yeah.
Yeah.
So you guys got to go on link. I don't know if you're big on LinkedIn, but Louis Rosenberg actually posts a ton of articles on LinkedIn, and one of the articles that he wrote was your doppelganger in the metaverse and what will happen. And he also wrote something about metaverse and superpowers and all these really futurism kind of things. And I think you guys would enjoy them.
Do you have a doppelganger on LinkedIn?
All right, we'll check that out.
No, I'm Docs. Like my name's Ken Kimball. I'm
Oh,
like everywhere. I don't hide my name or anything. I just happen to be Swarmerai in my Discord and Crypto Swarm and Twitter and let me think if I have any others. Oh yeah, add-on guru and like sales. So yeah, I guess I have a couple of identities.
that's cool. I have a hard enough time keeping up with my own. Usually it's just doing stupid things and getting in trouble.
Oh, I get in trouble all the time. I say stupid shit. Oh my god, I forget this is recorded. I say all kinds of dumb stuff quite constantly.
Well, half the time I don't even know I'm doing something, I don't know, wrong, and everybody piles on me. So
So I have this thing where I am the front for CryptoSwarm. Like I am the guy. So that comes with a lot of weight because that's the front of unanimous AI. So I made a couple errors in judgment recently with things that I retweeted, and I got a ration very quickly. By I might add, and now know what not to write and not to tweet and not to retweet. I have guidelines. They're not very strict, but there was some things that I retweeted without thinking. Like it's not like I look at them per se because I just go and retweet everything because I was like, oh, cool, I'll retweet this, that, the other thing, and then I get a phone call like, did you just retweet this? And I'm like, yeah, probably. And then they post it back to me like this, and I'm like, oh, I didn't mean to retweet that. You know, I
whoop.
just kind of went on a binge.
Yeah, I edit
It
myself
was
so
really,
much.
really bad what I retweeted. Like I got why he said like what I had retweeted was really, really bad. Like it was political and it was way wrong for like any company ever to post, and he's like, you need to remove that. And I was like, yeah. I go, but you know how Twitter is, it's out there. He's like, yep, but it isn't going to be on your feed.
Yeah, I've, in the past, I've, retweeted political stuff, and I've pretty much gone back through my history and tried to get rid of anything that was, too over the top. And that resulted in me not having a political opinion anymore the way I used to. So I don't know. Maybe that worked out pretty well for
Isn't
me.
that weird? Like, that's like, I kind of had to deopinionize myself on Facebook. Like, but I have an opinion. Like, I have a really strong opinion about a lot of things. So, but I started marketing on Facebook, so I had to like erase like just whole lines of tweets, like where I was, either uh, giving someone a hard time about what they were saying or making a statement about whatever political agenda I had. But I have them, and it's very weird because I know for a fact that the people I work with all have political agendas, but they just have like sterilized themselves. It's so strange. Like, I still post stuff on my Facebook that I shouldn't, and I don't see myself stopping anytime soon. I try to limit it, but I don't get it. I don't know how people could really truly sterilize themselves, but the people that I work with have.
Once I did it, um, it's just a huge game. Like, it's just entertainment, bread and circus. It's all, and in my opinion, it's all uniparty nonsense. And by the way, and that disappoints me because I love Twitchy. I love, that, you hear that website Twitchy. It kind of like jokes about the far left, basically. But I miss laughing at that sort of stuff and thinking that there was a left versus right dichotomy there. And so I'm like, damn it. But
I
yeah,
don't, I don't think there's a left versus right. I don't think it's anything versus. But the goal, I think, for people, and this is my goal, is to be as in the center as possible, and I mean that by every like different like opinion. Like, if it's a political opinion, I try to be as centrist as possible, and think
right.
that seems like the right place to be because you can lean different ways for different things. Like, I love guns, but I can't be that. If I was my way of like viewing things, it would be like against that. It's very weird. Like, I don't think it should be a category. Like, I'm not a category. I'm a human being that has choices, and I will make my choices to be in the center as possible.
No, that makes sense. I've just generally stopped giving my political views on, because who cares anyway, I mean,
No one gives a shit. No one cares. Come on. Like, like, do you care about the other people's? If you don't care about the other people's, they don't care about yours. It's the if you're just there to be incendiary, like, that's it. Like, it's fun. Like, obviously, we all think that we're the like. Well, I'll give you an analogy. We all think that they're the fish in the tank and we're tapping the glass.
exactly. I do admire good trolling though. Like, good trolling is just wonderful.
Oh, oh, art form trolling. It's got to be art form though. I mean, it's
Oh
got to
yeah.
be Monet stuff. Like, I don't want any comic book stuff. I want Monet,
Cupcake.
like, where they think they actually won the argument trolling. I think that's amazing.
Like, that's the art that I look for now.
Yeah, I don't know. Not good with the
Dan,
trolling
you're
thing.
a troller, aren't you?
No, I don't troll myself though. I
No,
troll my
Dan
peers.
does, right? I mean, Dan, come on.
What? I
You
don't.
must troll.
No, I don't troll in like I'm here just to fuck with you kind of thing. I mean, if I am trolling, I'm comedically proposing, but I don't like I can't like I hate it when I go somewhere and someone's just like, "Oh, I know the kind of person you are," and I'm like, "Ah, shit," you know what I mean?
No,
Like
I
that.
don't mean, but I'm not saying you're a troll. Okay, I would say, are you a elitist comedian?
Sure, yeah,
Yeah,
why
that's what
not?
you are.
I mean,
And I think that's a great thing. I love, like, that was the thing when I sent that girl here, is she wanted to hear your elitist comedy. Like, that was your,
yeah.
dude, you are a very funny person. So I
Awesome,
enjoyed
thank you,
it
man.
the last, yeah, you're welcome, dude. You're funny. I'm funny, but not as funny as you. So I was impressed by your humor. And what I really impressed me was you stayed in character, which was amazing. Um, when when you go on a diatribe about comedy and you don't crack, that was amazing. Like you were talking about the science of different things, and it was hilarious. Like inertia and like I was like you were getting your slide roll out. Like it was awesome.
Yeah, those are my favorite pieces when I just dive into um, not just the character, but it's sort of like, and actually it's the reverse. I kind of get more into the geekiness of what is possible, and then I wrap a personality around it to sort of make it easy because I'm not like if I stand in front of it, I can't prove it. But if I put in a voice like the deal here, hold on a second, we actually put a human in the centrifugal configuration, and with enough swing, we basically get them all the way over there on Market Street. And this is just an early prototype. And I think what we want to do is just allow us to we got to get in front of that whole Elon thing. That Elon fucker is going to be taking over everything. And I don't like anybody that has multiple companies. I mean, hell, if we did like Enron days, they should all have at least Jedi names in them or whatnot. None of the companies have any Star Wars Jedi names in them. I would disqualify that shit. So, that's the.
Yeah, that's the shit that's funny, dude. Do you do that at like parties and shit, or do you just do that?
I do that and I record it, and then I think no one would ever watch it, and it sits on a hard drive. And I
No,
probably
dude, no. You gotta put that shit out there because
yeah.
what you remind me of is a more intelligent Henry Rollins. Like you talk about things like Henry Rollins used. What? No, like a more intelligent Henry Rollins. You're a more
Yeah, I know
educated
what you
Henry
mean.
Rollins because you really do talk about stories, but you throw a character into them, and it kind of almost that takes you out of the story, but gives you more freedom with the story.
Correct.
And that's kind of how Henry Rollins was. I'm a huge Henry Rollins fan. Like I was in his like I have personal letters from Henry Rollins because I was one of his first fans. So when I mean I'm a fan of Henry Rollins, I'm a fan of Henry Rollins.
So you're familiar
And
with Love Song then from
what?
Black Flag? You're familiar with his Black Flag days, that song
Yeah,
Love
I
Song?
mean, I'm more Henry Rollins spoken word stuff.
Oh, I
Like
was
when he
just thinking Love
was
Song.
in California writing the spoken word stuff, and when Rodney King beating happened, and like that kind of stuff, like where he wrote about
Yeah.
working at a pet store and stuff like that, the really dark stuff, and that's what I really enjoyed, and I've listened to it all, and that's what I see like your stuff is. It's a piece, but you take yourself out of it, giving you so much freedom in that piece, and you really make it funny, and I think you should definitely share that stuff.
Yeah, I think
Thanks,
that's
man.
funny so.
Yeah. You'll have to Floozy Speak on Instagram. I post a lot of stuff there, so you'll have to. That's a place to find me. I'll put it in the nest. And do a lot of pieces on there, or at least I'm trying to do more spoken. I'm trying to do a spoken word piece every day. Whether it's reflection of insight on, I think, on strategy, or if it's just pure comedic darkness or whatnot. It's funny you mentioned the dark because my new partner is we're building a media company because we're trying to do. I'm building radio shows and I'm kind of excited. It's easy to interview people. It's fun content. It just makes for a great story, and I love to bring people alive on radio with questions and I love just exposing new ideas to audiences so they can rethink things, rethink the notion of this and that, or X, Y, and Z. I love that. So I'm always doing the remix, but yeah, I do. This voice is.
Dude, I used to listen to radio shows like Don and Mike. I don't know if you ever heard of them.
No, I haven't. But I liked
Oh,
your reference on the Henry Lyons because he always has like the darkness part. My friends say, Dan, when you go dark, you like go fucking dark, dude. And and it's like,
yeah, but
well,
your dark is comedic. You do dark, but you do dark
yeah,
funny, like not dark.
yeah,
Dark.
yeah. Try to stay on the
So it's
funny
not
end.
you're not dark like throw the friggin' lotion in the bottle in the bucket
Right.
kind of dark. You're dark, funny dark.
Yeah. People always it's also the transparency factor. It's kind of like there's so much in tech and stuff that just, there's always an elephant in the room on X and Y, and there's there's so many just normal jokes in producing innovation. It's just stupid. And then the other thing you can do is you can create a lot of fake things. So that's half of the stuff I do is I find something funny, and then I build like a methodology around it, and then it's like, all right, well, it looks believable, and now let's just take it outside. Right? I love that. I love creating the scene.
Dude, that's funny shit, man. Yeah, I
Yeah.
gotta have my brother listen to your shit. He'll love it because he likes that kind of stuff. Where we have a similar sense of humor, and I have a couple other friends that have a similar sense of humor. We like self-deprecating humor with like, but it's disenfranchised. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's
Yeah.
not
Yeah.
deprecating yourself; you're deprecating the situation.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Yeah. You'd probably like my writing too. I tend to write short stories, and a lot of these short stories tend to be technology takes. In fact, a lot of the short stories were based on word prompts contests I did, like a weekend word prompt where they give you, the prompt is like, be empty, and so you had to write 1,500 words around what it is to be empty, and those are
Those
some
are
really cool pieces.
those
I'll
are
share some
tough,
of that stuff
dude.
too, man. Yeah,
Those are tough.
I love doing it, man.
That's so
I've
awesome.
written a lot
Yeah,
of really cool
I'm
stuff.
actually gonna bring my fiance on here. She hasn't really hit the spaces yet. She doesn't realize what it is. Like whenever I'm at home and I'm marketing our project, she's like, "Are you on the phone?" I'm like, she's she knows it's not on the phone, but she just, kind of like just says that to be annoying. And she's really smart, and she would be great for conversation. And I think you'd like to talk with her. She's a writer. She writes some amazing stories, but she writes truly dystopian stories. Like
That's cool.
yeah, she wrote a story that she was so afraid to publish that she just didn't do it. She wrote a story about how the countries in the world decided to cut the population in half and how they would do it. And she wrote it out, and she got like 3 or 4 chapters in, and she's like, "Oh, this is really dark." She's like, she goes, "I don't think anyone will like me after I write this." And that was what she was worried about.
Well,
Like
that's perfect.
to the point where not liked by her friends. She was thinking that
Yeah,
everyone Christian would disown, like she wouldn't have any family, that she's not religious, but her family, some of it is. And
yeah,
she also thought that she would disenfranchise society. Her writing was so dark.
yeah. I
And
kind of
then
wonder how Stephen King does it sometimes, because I tried to force myself to write horror once, to sort of do short stories on horror, and I had a really dark premise, but I had to make it quick. I almost had to stop writing it because it was too dark. Like, I didn't want to write what they would do to people. Like, I couldn't, you know what I mean?
dude,
Like
yeah.
how
Oh,
it
I
was
totally
just,
know what you mean, because
yeah,
that's what she says. She's like, when she writes something dark, she goes, "I write so dark that I become that darkness." And I'm like, yeah. She goes,
yep,
"I don't like it." She said.
yep, yep. I like to. I'm actually the stories I write. I really like writing. Is usually it's usually a detective or a technologist. And if it's a detective story, he's always a detective that's dealing with the enormity of the situation, and he sort of deals with the crisis of, like, it's the what is the business of bodies and death, and going out, it's sort of like this is his life, and it's a lot of reflection stuff that I sort of inject into the story. And then the stories I do on the other stories are really about me. They're sort of like I put myself in as a character and sort of write a story about how you get compromised by money, time, people, and stuff. And I'm always doing sort of reflections in the story. So I'll write a paragraph and then I'll walk you back and through a memory. So I put up a memory and I sort of walk the person through an old memory. So it's interesting. It's like a non-linear way of telling two stories at once. I tell the story of what I'm trying to say in the story, but at the same time, you have these memory reflections that give you data as to how you got to, or why you got to where you are.
So yeah, so this is something else she does, is she came with a premise. Like, this is what she asked me. She goes, "So what do you think of this premise?" She's like, uh, one country gets together with a bunch of other countries and they decide to cut the population in half. And I was like, "Yeah, that's a cool story." But then she doesn't just tell the story; she actually does the research, did all the research, like what
Yeah, that's awesome.
bodies of government would be involved, and then she figured out like, okay, then this guy leaks it, and then what would happen to this guy? And it was like, holy crap! It was just so she's so detail oriented. Like she goes in and she got a book about the government of Bali because there was something that was going on in Bali that she wanted to make sure like fit to the story. Like so she's terrible to watch TV with, by the way. So
I
we'll
love
watch a
TV.
movie. We'll watch a movie, and now this is now keep in mind this is Marvel. Now Marvel is the furthest thing from reality there is in a movie. And then we're watching the movie, and she goes, and then Thor's hammer comes out and hits in his hand, and she's like, "Well, that's not realistic." I'm like, "What do you mean?" She goes, "Yeah, it's not realistic. The physics don't work." I'm like,
That's funny.
I don't think there's
My
anything
wife always points out like hidden relationships. We'll be watching the show, and she's like, "You know what? Did you know that that's Ron Howard's cousin?" I'm like, "How the hell do you know that?" Like, what?
Oh yeah, she does that crap too. But the
Yeah, what is
worst
it with
thing
people that
is
have stuff? I don't know.
she has a eidetic memory, so she remembers everything. So when I make a mistake, she doesn't say I made a mistake. She'll like correlate all the mistakes I've done that were similar to that mistake and list them all. So like I'll
Yeah.
give you an example. Like I didn't change the cat litter the other day. So she listed off something like 17 things I hadn't done in the last 3 weeks to emphasize that I didn't do the cat litter. But there was like 17 other things. Like she doesn't even realize she's doing it. I'm like, you realize you just correlated like 3 weeks of the shit I didn't do. She's like, I did? I'm like, yeah, everything. She's like, oh, well, you didn't do it. So
I'm gonna
you should do
go.
it.
I'm gonna go eat a snack really quick. I'm gonna hang out and listen to the chatter. All right, I'll be back.
I'll be back. I gotta bounce for a bit, but I love this group, dude. I will always come to this group. No joke. Without I'll drop shit to come to this group. This is funny. I enjoy this. So I have to thank Mr. Rog for bringing me. He is the man. But
Actually, I have to
yeah,
go to the supermarket. I'll be back in a little bit though. If you're still
yeah,
up.
same here. It's always great talking to you guys.
Adios, guys.
We're currently on a hard 15 at the moment. We're on a hard 15, everyone. Actually, it may actually be a hard collapse as well. We don't know, but these chips are really good. I'm gonna have to focus.
Hey, Anna Mariah.
Ah, you said it right. Yeah, I don't know how well you can hear me, so it's kind of quiet in the background right now.
Sounds like you all are.
But yes, thank you for pronouncing my name correctly. That's awesome. Again, thank you.
We all ourselves at least that much, you know? Or maybe do we?
I'm stuffing my face with a quesadilla, and then I'll probably be back, depending on if I fall asleep or not.
Quesadilla-induced nap. I'm so sleepy. Skill, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so let's try that. Edit. What do we want to do? You don't like the bullet? Fine. If you don't like the bullet, what do you want now? Oh, I wonder if that would work. That'd be key. All right, hold on. Let's see here. How do I make that small? So if I go like this, oh yeah. Huh. Let's see. I guess I could crop it. If you're just joining us, this is the SquareSpace Degenerate Conversations in a broadcast of voice. And today we're talking to Dan. Dan is discovering what he's good at and deciding that everything else is not worth doing whatsoever, which I think is a good thing. Making decisions is more about saying no to things than saying yes. But okay, there we go. Oh, would it have to be below it? Okay. Boop, boop, boop. I took the wrong thing out. Come on, man. So if I bring you up, the crop needs to be, let's say 45. What do we have here? I like it. All right, so we have that layer. Bring that down. Ooh, that looks sick. Okay, hold on. Whoops, that's the one I want to do. It's a lower third that appears below. I need that thing. What you're hearing is the sound of trying to get something pixel perfect. No, no, no.
Absolutely.
So when somebody sends you like a note or you take something of yourself, you put hi.
Whoa. Okay, so let's see how this looks. So this has to show up first, and then that shows up. So, oops. Moving the wrong thing again. Oops. Still moving the wrong thing again. Ah, right, because it's behind it. So you fly in, Everything shows up. Everything shows up here. And then now I need this to come over. Yeah.
I feel like I'm being summoned. Yes. No.
I'm getting this lower third just right.
Michael, did you say that you did law, or you studied some law? Is that correct?
Uh, Not really. You know how it is. You learn law as it's required, given the
Yeah.
you're dealing with.
But is it? It's an interest. Is it an interest of yours? Just like a casual interest, or what?
Yeah, like for example, setting up the
Yeah.
music business, right? So it's
Yep.
like there's the 360 agreement work and how to work,
Right.
you know. So all of a sudden you have to do a deep dive. You know, when it comes
Yeah.
to law, I send stuff to counsel after I mock, you know.
Yeah. No, I just tweeted out that story about these bad lawyers that Trump had. I thought was funny because so much of Trump's presidency exposed so much of just issues in the legal system.
The idea of lawfare.
I've never heard of that, but is that what I think it is?
With the warfare of law, yeah.
That's amazing. It's a space I love to look at and play in, almost as like a hobby.
I think Ruben's the expert in lawfare, at least for the people that I know.
Yeah, he's really versed on it.
Yeah, it's made him a very optimistic person, I think. And after that last case, he was never the same, you know?
Exactly.
Not that he lost the case, it's that he won the case, and that was the problem. What it meant.
Well, after you had the break, the church began, so it all worked out, you know?
But for how long?
That's true. I do see what you're saying, the weakness and the sin. I had a good phrase for this I was doing. I started working on an anime in Mid-Journey. And
So I tried to join Midjourney and I was not able to, maybe because I'm like 39 and it prevents people over 24 from using Discord effectively.
it could be. I don't know. We'll figure that out. But I
Yeah,
was using
I
a
get it, right?
line.
Go ahead.
I was working on a line called Silence and Syndicate, which sounds kind of sexy, but I don't know what it means. Because obviously we're not silent, right? So it's like a play on the notion that you would be silenced, or is Silence and Syndicate essentially just once you get to the apex of alignment, there shouldn't be any sound.
They didn't speak. They changed reality such that they had spoken. Terry Pratchett.
You can see that. Yeah, you just all like, we all like, say the same line. So it's like, it's spooky. You know what I mean? Spooky wins. I'm going to try the fajita next.
Was that a DoorDash gift?
Yeah, DoorDash. Hey, Mary.
We should fucking get sponsored by DoorDash at this point. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, and then it would disappear. Okay. Oh, it didn't disappear in time. Okay, so earlier, like here. Ooh, that looks pretty good. The snake's in the right direction. Okay, see it again. Comes in. Ooh, a little earlier. I guess what I could do is bring it in a little earlier and then fade it in. Cross dissolve in. Let's see how you look. Has to be even earlier, does it? Again. Earlier. So this comes up. Oh, so maybe I can synchronize it. So it'd have to be a longer thing. No, it would have to be later. And let's see. So if we have this a little earlier, a couple milliseconds.
Marco, what? What do we got?
Oh yeah. No, I'm just I'm doing the lower thirds for the table of contents, right? So imagine
Nice.
it has like 11 steps. So I'm just working on the lower thirds, like it's coming in from the side. So you have, lab 3, straight through cable construction. And then
Mm.
there's steps. It's like, okay. So I'm gonna have, so once the steps show up, then I have the highlight of the step that we're on.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Right? Peaks in and then peaks away.
So you're really sort of doing precognitive scaling of lower third concepts in a
Well,
oratorium of honest awareness.
so the idea is that a lab has an objective, it has a background, it has caution, it has tools and materials, and it has steps. Every step involves building a skill that is practiced and then is verified. And that's how I break up the videos. Each step is a skill.
Nice. Nice. But the awareness net that we build around this in the future, our future syndicate awareness net, it basically it analyzes people based on their relative affinity for a lower third,
Look,
position. That
have
sounds like a sexual thing.
if I could have a lower third where you're having sex with your fucking thighs.
It just sounds like something you should be able to say. Like, what do you think? You want to try a lower third?
The inverted lower third was made popular in Germany.
There you go.
Started-
The inverted lower third. That sounds like something you could get arrested for. What happened here? Sarah, looks like we had a male come in here and he was talking to this female, and then they proceeded to do an inverted lower third. Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, Sarah, that's what happened. Well, what happened? Well, it seemed to go pretty well. I mean, he was happy, but then, it's slippery, and she dropped him, and oh my God, he's got a concussion? No, I'm afraid he's dead. And Sorry about that, sir. Dun, dun, lower third deaths on the rise in Sequence City.
The attack of the lower thirds.
Tackle the lower thirds. It's time to take out the lower third once and for all, Fade said, walking across the screen. The transition was pissed. Everybody knows you're just supposed to fade. Not supposed to do that, whatever that shit's all about. Everyone uses a fade. White Fade spoke up. I prefer a white fade personally. Move into a color of choice. Go white. Oh, shut up. Everyone knows black is where it's at. All those little scenes I go into. I just think about the absurdity of the scene. It's
I
my
think
favorite.
one of the things is to imagine that you're narrating an animation. So give the animator enough time to kind of show the person walking, show the person climbing the ladder. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I like that. That's
Dude,
kind of good. That's kind of good for the spoken, film noir style of speaking, where you kind of you lead somebody into the alley.
have you ever watched any of the Ricky Gervais show that they animated?
You got to put that in the nest.
Oh,
Survey says.
what he did is he basically just recorded a podcast with Merchant and Pilkington, and then they got an animator to animate it like the
Oh, I've seen those before.
like Hanna-Barbera.
Yeah, this one that I've seen that's the Yodcast. Yodcast was a Minecraft podcast. It was just so wickedly funny, and they ended up playing D&D sometimes. And they posted their videos and online on YouTube. And somebody went back and sort of scripted and did an animation around one of the D&D episodes. It was so good. I have a concept around D&D I'm working on. It's actually around leadership and investing. For startups and whatnot. I have to work on it some more. It's fun though.
One of the companies I was working with are using D&D scenarios to wargame cybersecurity attacks.
That's cool. I definitely think there's so much that's measurable right now. It's kind of scary. It doesn't grab everything. I'm not going to grab everything out of you. But we're going to gleam. The problem is they're actually not designed to gleam all of you. They're designed to gleam enough to intimidate or to influence or scare. There's so much data they don't care about. In fact, they throw away half the data that they get from you because it's not relevant. But of course now I'm assuming, and they should be, or I would be, some sort of persona modeling from a city standpoint view. Where are my good citizens and where are my bad actors? And I know we're all going to scream about the privacy issues, but you're all signed off on it long ago. I mean, if you just, I don't know, you know what I mean? Like, it just, part of me is like, I don't want to be in the middle. There's this whole debate of being like whether or not we go left or where we go right. That's the problem right now. You know what I mean? We sit in that car, we debate going left or right in that fucking intersection, and we watch 9/11 happen, and we watch Roe v. Wade get turned back, and we watch, all this, like, we watch a dumbass get in the presidency, right? Make the
It's
way,
interesting that the Crypto Swarm guy decided he was going to be central on all issues.
Yeah, that was definitely interesting.
That's
There's a little bit of skewed logic in that.
that is the darkest thing I've ever heard in my life, dude.
Yeah, you got to have the yin and yang, and they got to dance. But AI is going to make it harder for yin and yangs to basically obscure their, sort of realities. There'll be a lot more spinning in the background, a lot more system within system within system, a lot more hustlers. Everyone can harness AI and probably make a buck. And
It's interesting that Yang can YAING.
yeah, Ying, Yi, and Yay. All right, I got to drop off, folks. Get back to work. Got to work on a big presentation proposal on merging public transit with some sort of VR metaverse concept that does not exist, but we're going to sell it anyways because that's what we do, America. We hustle the gap. Then we're going to be thinking about a brand new office we're going to move into, and then we're going to get in and really amp up the media program. We're going to start releasing tons of content. I'll be relying on all of you, especially my man Michael here, the Syndicate Master, on everything going forward. It's exciting. We're actually willing into existence a whole nother startup just by the culture and connection of like minds. And we'll just see what happens. We're all enabled. We're all inspire each other. And that's what it's about, man. Going into the next, you know what? You can have your position on X and Y, but regardless, you and I are walking forward. So you can't go backwards. And if you want to go backwards, that's fine. We'll help you go backwards. But, just remember that Syndicate here will get those acid tabs out to all of you here in just a few weeks. We're going to go with cherry apple cream. That's one of our new favorite flavors from the Midwest. We're actually focusing on low-income housing areas all over the world to sort of show those communities and the drug of use that may be used in them. This is a subscription to lower income services in areas where you too can sample the drugs and misery that may be playing out in areas in which case you've ignored. Ooh, that was dark. But anyways, I didn't mean it like that. Honestly, I didn't mean it. But I'll be back.
Startups. What about backups? Right? Like the incubator that actually destroys ideas.
Yes, we do. Backup storage ideas. I love that. Bring backup storage.
People usually come to an incubator so that they can get funding, right?
Yep.
So what if we had an incubator that just took money away from clients instead? Or maybe that's the way the incubator already works.
Oh, I kind of like that. You actually come in. Actually, it's more of it's a sharpening tool. It's a sharpening tool for early stage startups. You basically come in with whatever money you have, and we actually we evaluate your current situation, and then we apply a resilient, pivotal emphasis program upon you and deny you of some of your greatest resources so that you may cross the threshold and realize that you didn't need as much money as you needed. Ta-da! We actually, you know what I mean?
You realize that Anthony was going for $1 million of funding before product market fit? You caught that?
I didn't know that. Wow.
Well, they were raising, right, in the bull market.
Yeah.
And then they didn't get the raise. But it's like, wait a minute. So what would have happened if you were successful?
Yeah.
With making $1 million? It's even scarier.
Possibilities. All right, folks. I'll be back.
Let's see this. Ooh. Nice. Nice. If you're joining us, this is the SquareSpace, Degenerate Conversations in a broadcaster voice. It is an overcast Thursday, but I'm alive. And I just figured out how to do this lower third. Now I gotta go check with the boss to see how he likes it. All right, lower third approved. So what's next? Adding the lower thirds to each of them, lowering them. Oh, fuck. That's what I have to do. Well, Okay. So, 3.0 is done. Now what we're working on is 3.1 to 3.n, all of those having the same thing. We're at a time where everything seems so possible. Perhaps it all is possible. If we would only make up our mind. And that isn't that the interesting thing about a world where everything is possible, but you can't stay concentrated long enough to see it manifest into reality. It's like Captain Picard being like, "Hey, do you want Earl Grey hot or Earl Grey kind of lukewarm?" And just Captain Picard staring at the replicator. Imagine starving to death because you couldn't decide what to eat on the menu. No, just me. All right. Paradox of choice. This has been really good. So we went from having nobody in a space to one person in a space to people coming and going and pitching their products. To me, I think the next step in this is to encourage other people to become hosts and to help them grow a following for whatever the hell it is they want to do. Because if everyone is just congregating around me, nothing's growing. But if we can encourage people to become hosts,
I like that. I like that.
you can't be selfish with the influence, you know? And I know that like if you were gonna start a room, I know that I could come, invite 20 people, and we'd have a good 7 people show up. Easily. And that's more than enough for a good space.
Yeah, my apologies. I am at work, so I am just, yeah, it's hard for me to like respond because it gets super loud in here, and then it doesn't.
Hey, Sandra, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
I am still
You're
alive.
still alive.
Good enough for me right
Good
now,
news.
right? Unless we're dead, in which case we have bigger problems.
Yeah, I had to run out and pick up some groceries because I hate driving at night. I'm not saying I'm a bad driver at night because I'm a bad driver during the day. I get progressively worse the darker it gets. So I was like, okay, I'll just run out real quick and run back. Anyway,
You know, that's a debate that's like running wild over the internet.
what's
Um, there was this guy. No, there is a guy, Andrew Tate, and he used to be a Muay Thai fighter, and he's a kind of like a radio personality, right? And he said something about not feeling safe with a woman driver. He kind of did it, you know. He kind of did it. He kind of did it because he knows how online people act, which is that they take everything seriously, right?
right?
And so he's kind of being like, he's actually becoming really famous off of it because all these people are like, I can't believe you said that. And he's like, well, if you're gonna bring me on your show with 1 million followers, I don't mind. So it's pretty smart.
I'm pretty honest though. I mean, it's not like I have like a million accidents or anything. I have zero accidents. I've never, hit anybody, but I personally think that I'm a real shitty driver.
See, a lot of the YouTube personalities on Twitch um, are going to be upset to hear that because their whole argument is that that's not the case. And if a woman were to agree with Andrew Tate, then they'd be left like up woke without a paddle.
Yeah, well, I'm referring to myself, but having seen like YouTube, I think it's safe to say that a lot of women should not be driving at all. I think that's safe to say.
I think they get in. I think men and women probably get in accidents for different reasons.
I've put mascara on. I've like done all kinds of things you should not do
Right?
while driving.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I wonder what the guy mascara is.
Many years ago, when pantyhose were popular, that I would do that on the way to at a long drive. Put my
Right.
pantyhose on in the car.
You said something before that really stuck with me, which is that like you're because of what you've seen online, you're just like, I'm not going to share anything politically with anyone anymore.
Well, my views are, they lean to the right.
So,
So,
so that's why I understood where you were coming from,
yeah.
right?
Uh-huh.
And like, I have the added flavor of being like a Guyanese conservative, which it makes me much more popular around the minorities, as you can imagine. Right? I'm part of the problem. I'm like an Uncle Brown to a lot of people.
You're a token, though. How dare you?
Yeah, imagine a token standing up for a token standing up for a Republican is essentially my shtick, and not a lot of people like it.
Yeah, no, they don't. And it's the cognitive dissonance that you see when people see that. It's amazing.
Well, the thing is, I sound white, but I look brown, and so when people meet me on here, they have all of these ideas of, oh, you just think that because you're white, and I'm like, is that so? Right? And that's why it's interesting to kind of be the horse, because people make all these assumptions about what your stances are when they can see your face. Oh, you're brown, you must like liberal stuff, right?
Well, that's interesting. I mean, yeah.
That's the expectation. Why would you support a party that is trying to eliminate you from the face of the earth? Is the sentiment.
True, very true. But they're the baddies now, which is interesting.
Which one are the baddies? I can't get.
The side that wants to eliminate the others.
Yeah, it's kind of like a Nash equilibrium of anger, right? Like
Yeah.
on the left has January 6th, and the right has 2,000 mules. You know,
Right. Correct.
and if any one of those are as equally true as the other, I think they balance out.
True. Yeah.
Right? So what are we really talking about? You know, I could bring up this, and you can bring up that, and then I bring up Hunter Biden, and you bring up what, Jared Kushner. How long you really want to do this?
It's like a Dr. Seuss book, you know, turtles all the way down.
Yeah, it's yeah. People expect me to hate Donald Trump. That's the number one thing. They're like, "Don't you hate him?" I'm like, I don't know. Who? There are no solutions, only trade-offs. Compared to what? Compared to what exactly?
The comments about his ex-wife passing away recently, I was like, holy shit, is this like, are these people real, you know?
What do you say?
Well, I mean, the comments towards his wife, like she deserved to die because she married Trump, and that's what, you know, it's just like crazy
Oh
shit.
shit! Yeah, it's it's interesting that you can boil frogs into dehumanizing other frogs or defrogging other, you know what I mean? The process of dehumanization, I think, is the scariest part, and it's happened slowly, right?
Oh, yeah, sure, sure. I just wonder how many of those accounts are paid and how many of those are actual demented human beings.
Yeah, I mean, I find that people hold on to their opinions very strongly when they're on text Twitter, but then when they, you know, come into the actual conversation, all of that bravado disappears very quickly. It evaporates into thin air.
Right, sure, sure.
Want to talk about January 6th, then I'll talk about Hunter Biden and 2,000 mules. Where's that going to leave us?
Depressed.
Exactly. So if you want to engage in democracy, make sure you're involved in nominating people. Game over. What else is there to discuss? You know? But it's one of those things where I understand it because, you know, even with COVID, people had a political discussion with medical words, and they're still doing it, right? It's still a
Sure.
political discussion, but it's with medical jargon.
Exactly.
I'm not mad at it. It is what it is, right?
Well, people want like the Pfizer folks to go hang, you know, like, oh, let's put them in jail forever. And, you know, maybe that'll happen, but it probably won't.
Well, it's like people want an easy scapegoat. Who is the single most identifiably person I can, you know, blame this drought on? And what are we going to do? We're going to drown her to see if she's a witch, or we're going to burn her at the stake? Which would you guys prefer? And then we have democracy about the voting on the type of death.
True. So, right. So I've gone through and I deleted anything that, well, I'm sure I'm going to miss some, but I went through and I just took anything down that to me looked controversial. I bet if I went through and did it again, I'd find even more. Because my opinion evolves over time in terms of what I think I should censor myself, you know? So by the time I'm done, I'm going to be just this benign, boring bot, I think.
I think that's what they want.
Yeah, maybe. I think I would be more interesting to them if they knew what side I was on, but sure.
When people don't know what side you're on, it makes them very uncomfortable. They don't know how to talk to you.
Oh, I got to go back and delete more then.
I've gone as far as to hashtag some of my tweets "sorry HR." So if an HR person ever comes up to me and says, "Hey, we don't like this tweet," I'm like, "You don't like that one? Here, let me show you the others." Fuck you. right? Why don't I look at your tweets? You want us both to get fired? Because I can probably find more information about you as a headhunter than you can about me as HR. Still want to do this?
Right. Sure.
At your own risk. You want to look into my background? Sure, I'll look into yours.
I have
And
to
then
wonder how many do though. Like, is this really as prevalent as they make it sound?
it doesn't have to be prevalent. It just has to be a threat.
Well, that's true. That's why it's good to have like fake accounts.
I mean, like, even me, like, I'm pseudo anonymous, right? Like in my profile. Let me check. Is my LinkedIn still there? Yeah, my LinkedIn's still there. You know.
Yeah, this is the first account. This is the first account that I've had where I've just been me.
How's it feel?
Awkward. I mean, it's weird. I'm not used to doing that. But, my other accounts have been, Twitter like annihilated them because I got too, I don't know. I probably sounded like a Nazi or something. I have no idea. But anyway, or the liberals version of one. So I don't know. They deleted. They didn't delete the accounts, but they killed them for them. And I wanted the last one to end because I was just getting tired of it. And then, then I found Bitcoin. Oh, angels sing.
How are the angels doing?
What's that?
How are the angels doing? Still singing?
Yeah, I think so. I like the way Bitcoin is heading into the future in a positive way. I think that the people that are more moderate, like myself, who want to see, the new rails join with the old rails and kind of go about it that way. I think that side is doing better than the other side, who would prefer anarchy and let's just, destroy everything, burn it all down, sort of stuff. So, I think that that's, the moderate way is the better way. But that's my personal opinion.
People say burn it all down. It's like, so where do you want to start the fire? Your house? No, 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 no. Start the fire over there.
Well, right, exactly. And that's what I get annoyed about when I hear people talk about it. I mean, I don't think they think through the consequences of burning down all the old rails and what would be the result of that.
Like, if we worked it all, it's just one of those things that people say with their mouth so that they can have an opinion in a public forum, right? But when you really dig down, they're about 2 Wikipedia articles deep into their opinion.
That's true. But you know what? I mean, I do believe it only takes 2 or 3% of a focused population to be a problem to an institution. So I'm not worried about those sorts of people. I'm more concerned about the radicalized people who are serious. Because they are out there. So, but anyway, and on a more positive note, we do seem to be heading down the doom corridor here. Uh, on a more positive note, I think that this is like that. We're about to make the perfect shot at the perfect time, at the perfect trajectory, and boom. I mean, that's what I think anyway.
It'll be interesting to see how it plays out. Yeah, I've never voted in my life, but I've helped people get elected. And so it's like, once I did that, I was like, oh, okay, so this is what democracy is. Maybe I'll participate in this part. The early phase, like the pre-IPO of politics.
Yeah, politics in America is really something.
Well, I mean, I'm in Canada, so we get our politics from you.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're in Canada. Where in Canada are you?
Toronto, just about an hour outside of Toronto.
Oh, cool. How is it up there? How's the weather up there right now?
It's gorgeous.
Oh,
yeah, gorgeous.
I'm in Miami. It's pretty nice down here today.
I have family out there.
Pretty nice. My sister is back up in New Jersey, and I have her getting me some things out of storage. And it's like, it's boiling up there. It's hotter in New Jersey right now than it is in Florida. But New Jersey's hell, anyway. So that's probably why.
You think the population brought it on themselves? It's
Yeah.
like, if you guys gonna act like hell, we're gonna make it hotter. Screw you.
New Jersey is like the armpit of the USA. It really is.
I've never been.
It's a smelly, stinky, nasty place with angry people.
No, Rhode Island is.
Oh, okay. You may be right. Although in Miami, they have these chickens running around, like chickens and it's the strangest thing I've ever seen. It's like, where are all these chickens and roosters coming from? Like, it's just bizarre.
Yeah, I don't really have nothing to say about all that politics stuff, but I'll definitely jump in on Jersey being the armpit of America. I've never heard that before, but it's so fitting. I love it.
Maybe that's what we could all. Maybe that's how we can reconcile the two parties, by finding common ground. We're like, all right, everyone. I know we can't agree on much. How many of you guys think Rhode Island's a piece of shit? Oh, all of us? All right, finally some common ground.
Staten Island is like an appendix that nobody needs.
Yeah, I got out of New Jersey, thankfully.
It's like the Exodus.
You know, it's so strange. I meet people down here all the time who were from New Jersey. So maybe.
Are you in Florida?
Right. I'm in Miami, in Florida.
Oh my God, yeah. Okay, my best friend literally lives in Brick, New Jersey, and moved to Florida. She's in Fort Myers now.
No
Yep.
kidding. Yeah, I mean, that's cool. Brick, New Jersey is just, it sucks. It's really crowded. The taxes are ridiculous. I mean, it's just crazy.
Yeah, but you know New Jersey has the best sandwich shop, right?
Well, that's true, but
As breakfast, like it had a Joey special. It was called. Can't remember what the place is called, but absolutely phenomenal. But that's every single corner of Jersey, no?
oh yeah, well, some diners up there are excellent. Yeah, New Jersey has good diners. But that's about it.
Is that where that guy goes with the car? The guy with the frosted tip goatee. What's his name?
Oh yeah, was it Guy Fieri? He goes to a lot of places. He's
The
fun.
frosted tip goatee.
Yeah, I'm guilty of watching. Was it drive-ins, diners, and dives? I'm guilty of watching that show.
Yeah, but it seems like it's all like New Jersey, right? Like we're turned into New Jersey, and it's like, this restaurant is in a gas station, and it's like, what?
Yeah, it's pretty much what it's like here. I mean, or up there. I still my mind is in New Jersey a lot because I have like a lot of stuff in storage up there, and I've been getting my sister to like try to go get it, and it's like boiling up there, and she's a pretty big woman to begin with. So I'm like, I'm going to give her a stroke. I feel so bad. But hey, whatever. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of interesting food places in New Jersey, and I think Guy spends a lot of time up there.
Yeah, there's a lot of options in Toronto. If you guys ever make your way up here, have a good time.
So how are the steaks in Toronto?
How are the?
Oh, sorry. How are the steaks up there?
Pretty great. I'm kind of biased because my wifey, her sister and brother-in-law, they're chefs at like a world-class restaurant in downtown Toronto. So,
Oiled then.
yeah. Oh, it's stupid. And like we'll have like cookouts, and they'll bring all of this food from the restaurant, and it's like, yeah.
You should yell at them, be like, cheaters! You can't do it this way. You got to make it here from scratch.
Well, what they do is they bring it, like, I think they brought the crab legs by last time, and they, when they have like the different types of steak. So this is the ribeye over here. This one is the shank or whatever.
In porterhouse and all that. Wow.
Yeah, so they had it laid out. It was like, okay, so, take a piece from each.
Wow.
But when you pop it onto your plate, it all tastes the same to me.
I noticed a difference with ribeye way back in the day. I went vegan a few months ago, so I don't eat it anymore, but I weep and I cry about it,
What made you do it?
I just, over the years, I've been vegetarian on and off for years, and I finally went vegan because it's just like the whole killing animal thing, and I'm not really into that stuff. So yeah,
the modern machine for meat is it's a scary thing.
well, the other thing I wonder is, and I look this up once in a while, and I can't really find anything on it. What is the impact of COVID on our meat supply? Because basically, you have no idea whether you're eating infected meat or not. You probably are. I would say you, but I mean a person.
Yeah, I've thought about what is the effect of COVID on the supply of blood we have in hospitals.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, I don't know.
You kidding me? That's the scariest shit in the world to me right now.
Well, you better hope I don't hit you with my car.
I know, right? Gonna have to go to New Jersey.
Yeah, or my.
For like the Chop Shop surgery.
Oh Lord, yeah. Be careful.
I have a coupon for the next surgery.
You're gonna need it. No, I'm kidding.
Your fifth bullet is free.
Well, I went through a drive-through in Miami, and I look up at this billboard, and it's a lawyer who's advertising for shooting victims for personal injury. I'm like, what the frack is that? What? Are you kidding me? Like he's like,
Better call Saul.
yeah, if you've been shot, give me a call and I'll sue them for you. It's just, is there that many shootings in Miami that you want to advertise for that? Really? Wow. I took a picture of it because it was so fascinating. Never saw that before.
I've been around crypto so long. Now I start trying to think, well, I wonder if somebody shoots their friend to cash in on the thing and one friend goes bankrupt and they split the winnings. But then again, I guess you couldn't. You'd have to get shot by like Dick Cheney on a hunting expedition or something like that.
Exactly. Right. Good Lord.
Get shot by somebody rich.
Whoops. That was like buckshot, though. That wasn't anything too serious, if I remember correctly.
I just imagine a bunch of these people like walking around Dick Cheney's backyard looking like a deer, so they can cash in on that phone number that you saw.
What do you mean my coat looks like a deer? How dare you?
How dare you? I love it.
Gosh, how old is he now? Like, that was a long time ago.
He's so old, his wife has taken over.
Oh, I shouldn't ask this. Am I missing something? He's still alive, right? Like he is.
But Liz Cheney took over, right? He took up the mantle.
Oh, his daughter did, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Was that his daughter?
I think so.
Damn, I thought that was his wife. Jeez. Hold on, Liz Cheney.
Yeah, I think that's his daughter.
You don't know about Liz Cheney? Or do you? You must know.
No, I'm looking it up now. So Liz Cheney is the eldest daughter of Dick Cheney. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, she's a rhino.
Yeah, keep reading.
What's a rhino?
Republican in name only.
Oh, shut your mouth.
The worst kind.
Oh, wow.
Just like they call Manchin a dino when he's, probably normal by, our standards, but.
Oh, I understand. So what he has to do is it might be, if you're in a democratic state, you might have to fly the flag. But wasn't the criticism of Obama that he was more conservative than they wanted him to be?
Yeah. Yeah, and when you look back on that now, he probably would not ever get elected if he was running today.
So
My,
Obama was a dino, right?
I wouldn't say that. I mean, it was a different era. Like back then, he was pretty radical for the time, but now, in this year, 2022, he would be seen as probably a conservative Democrat almost.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
He was viewed as a conservative Democrat at the time by people who actually understood what you know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah, no,
A lot of people, yeah.
And the interesting thing is that a lot of people very much disliked Obama, and then but those same people would really not like. I don't know. It's just so weird, like how time changed, and it's such a short time frame between, that era where, the Democrats were somewhat in the middle of the political stream, and now you have like this situation where it's like, what in the frack has happened to this, the political system here? It's just crazy.
Well, I don't think that the people like each other, and I think the politicians know that.
Oh, sure.
Um, 100% on that one, and it's never going to change. Like this whole, I don't know. A lot of people. I'm so sorry, a lot of people think it's going to be like one day we're all going to fucking kumbaya together. Are you out of your fucking mind? That's never going to happen. That's never going to happen unless most of us die, right? And even then, there will be division. I have zero faith in humanity, apparently, and their ability to get along. I don't know. I just either that or I just human beings, man. Just really understand human beings.
Right. Well, I always have hope. I would just like to see everybody kind of maybe lurch back to the middle a little bit more here in the United States. We just seem to be at both opposite ends of the spectrum, and oh well, it is what it is.
Yeah, I think right now the political discourse is that, you find a video that speaks to your point and then you post it, right? Or, it's very mimetic, right, Gerard, where people are parroting what they hear from other people.
My sister does that. It makes me nuts.
It's that's when you get into the non-playable character scenario, where they're just like a political automaton.
Yeah, but that's my sister. Like she just like line and everything is all. I'm like, what the heck is going on here with her?
The media is very effective.
Yeah, well, I'd rather her rock her brain on like talk shows on TV and not, well, I don't know how she gets so much political stuff because she's not really a political person, but she spends a lot of time on Facebook. So that may be it.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? No one's really a political person, and they spend all this time on Facebook. That's exactly the sentence right there.
Oh, absolutely. I deleted my Facebook like years ago. Yeah, I have like a fake name Facebook account if I need to look at something. Yeah, I got rid of mine like I guess in 2019 or so.
No, that's interesting. I never did because I understood how to beat the algorithm for Facebook, and also, you really don't have to see things that you don't want to. Like, and then people who complain about it are just, I mean, beg my pardon, but they're just lazy, and they really do want to see it. Actually, they're not lazy. Maybe they just really do. Because if you really don't want to do something, trust me, as a human being, you're not going to do it.
Sure.
I mean, that's when people say, "Oh, I don't want to see it." Really? Because there's a way to help. There's a lot of people go through life not wanting to do a lot of things, but doing it anyway, and saying that they don't really want to. It's horseshit.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
Boy, I'm just full of piss and vinegar today up there. Not really. I'm actually in a great mood. But no. Yeah.
What do you do up there in Rhode Island, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, I'm not in Rhode Island. No, I lived in Rhode Island though for 2 years. That's why I was like, no, I can verify that it is an absolute. Yeah, it's hot and cold, and there's 2 weeks of weather that you're able to enjoy. 2 weeks out of the whole year, I swear.
If you're just joining us, this is the SquareSpace, Degenerate Conversations in a Broadcaster Voice. Sandra, have you met Bilal, or Belial, as he's known now? He changed his name.
Yeah, no, I don't think I've ever met him before.
He's even more optimistic than we are.
Oh, I can tell. That's good to know. He seems a quiet type.
He's quiet loud, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think it makes sense.
Oh, this is going to be great. So, Sandra, I'm not sure if you've ever met Kappa.
No.
Sandra, Kappa lives in your favorite part of the U.S.
What may that be? And good afternoon, Sandra. Nice to meet you. You can call me Kappa or you can call me Tyler. Good afternoon, Michael. Good afternoon, Bilal, Agatha, and Anne. Almost messed that up. Tried to read your name as one.
Hey, Kappa.
Nice to meet
I'm
you.
from New Jersey.
Oh, you're a fan of the...
Or I was. I moved. Now I moved to Florida, but yeah, I'm from
That's
here.
basically same thing with a lot hotter weather, right?
Well, it's weird in New Jersey. It's like really hot right now, and down here in Miami, it's not nearly as bad. So I feel like,
Yeah, we've been starving for some rain. It's been very hot. I work outside all day.
Oh no.
And the past 2 weeks have been fairly brutal.
Boiling, right? Are you in Jersey right now?
Yes,
Where
ma'am.
are you? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I live in South Plainfield, if you're familiar.
Oh yeah. Okay, so you're up. You're north. I was around the Cherry Hill area.
No, I'm like Central Jersey, like around Piscataway, Piscataway. Trying to think of some other neighboring towns. Plainfield, North Plainfield, Watchung. If you're familiar with any of those areas.
I'm sorry, but anything above Trenton is north.
Oh, well, there you have it, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, anything above Trenton is north.
Yeah, I mean,
I suppose anything is north if you look up.
Exactly. Yeah.
Hmm.
Right. Well, I mean, it's I guess it's a debate, but yeah.
No room for debate. What are you guys talking about?
Oh, we were talking about political parties, and then we talked about which state was the worst. And I said New Jersey was the worst because it's like the armpit of the USA.
That is by no means an exaggeration. I took a little road trip with my girl a couple months back, probably about a year ago, around this time actually. And 1 second, accepting your co-host invite. And I got to see a little bit. I had never previously been outside of New Jersey, so I got to see all the different states on the way down. Made sure I really took in the scenery. And when I got back, I mean, even the air. I saw my welcome home to Jersey was New Brunswick, and I don't know if you're familiar with that area. I was like, oh my gosh, this is not where I want to be for the rest of my life.
Yeah, it's a little depressing. I
And
mean, not for you, for me, it was, like leaving the state and then coming back and being like, oh, it smells here.
yeah, it reeks of a.
But sure, now I get it. So I'm sorry. I think you said you're in construction.
I'm sorry, you cut out. Did you cut out or did I? Michael, can you hear me?
Hey, sorry. Yeah, I can hear you. So I just saw something about Voyager that I'm posting to the top about its FDIC status.
Wow.
Jesus. Whoa.
Sandra, I'm sorry, Michael.
No. Please go ahead.
I did not get to hear your question. It sounded like you were asking me a question, but you cut out.
No, I don't think he did. I think that was me. I was wondering. I think you said you're in construction, right?
Landscaping, yeah, same.
Oh,
All more the same.
cool. So
Yep.
you must be busy all the time.
Yes, ma'am. I actually we service the Lions VA up in Basking Ridge.
Oh,
So
cool.
it's a huge property. So we never run out of work. But we've seen the change in temperature this year and how it's affecting the vegetation. Everything is dead. The grass is struggling to grow, and everything is just one beigeish yellowish color.
Yeah, it kind of makes it hard to landscape, I would imagine.
Yes, ma'am. So we're doing things like doing stuff that's outside of our contract just to keep ourselves busy, or else our boss is gonna take us and have us try to go up to New York City, in which I'd argue is a little bit more of an armpit than New Jersey.
Well, yes. I mean, yeah. I can't disagree.
The city. I remember my first time going to the city. I mean, everything's got its advantages and its disadvantages, I suppose, but um, the city itself and the way people behave, it's so, to some degree, robotic, and everyone's merely about themselves and their convenience, and there's just trash everywhere. There's a lot of homeless people. When I went there, I just took in the environment. I was like, I can't believe this is what people travel the world to come see. This is not a tourist location.
Yeah, really.
It's terrible what that city's become, but I suppose everything changes, correct?
Well, it's interesting because in the 70s and 80s, it was probably a little worse, and then it got cleaned up, and now it's reverting back to its, prior state again.
Hmm. I suppose maybe it'll change again.
We'll see. I don't know. I mean, I thought the guy that was going in there would do a little bit of a better job, but so far it's been kind of iffy, I think.
I do not trust people that do not speak from their hearts. I understand that in public speech it can be a tough thing, but there's something disingenuous about a man or woman reading from a paper about certain matters. It just disturbs me. I feel that there's got to be more of a genuine approach, and it's all just robotic, so to speak.
So then you love Joe Biden, then, right? End of line.
No, that's what happens when a robot hasn't been programmed correctly.
Wow, it's something. I feel bad. I mean, it's a tough job, and he came in at a tough time, and he's just going to spend a good deal of time getting shit on by everybody.
Well, if you make yourself a shit sandwich, you should not argue about the taste.
Well, that's true. Yes, that is true.
Yeah, no, politics is a. I got very heavy into politics roughly 2 years ago, and I vowed to myself that I would no longer partake in such matters unless I was going to dedicate my life to such. In which maybe I will someday, but for right now, um, I understand the amount of sacrifice it would take to enter as relatively nobody in today's climate of politics.
Oh, and it would, yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's too much. But as Plato said, the price good men pay to their indifference to public affairs is to be ruled by inferior men.
Well, I think we've arrived at that point, but who knows?
No,
Dan is back.
Dan, hello, brother. Hi, Kit, by the way, down there. I haven't spoken to you in a while. Agatha, haven't spoken to you in a while either. What's the swarm AI about, Michael? If you're there.
Yeah, man. It is a system. It's a system that is underpinned by a number of patents. And long story short, imagine if an AI, imagine that there was a system that took not only human insight, but also data related insights and started predicting the 1, 2, 3, 4 winner of the Kentucky Derby.
Hmm.
And that's what the swarm is.
I remember running into Crypto Swarm during my endeavors on the NFT journey. It's a very interesting technology format.
Yeah, so we get talking about that before.
So
Right.
today, Michael, I tried my Zazen.
You tried your Zazen. Shikantaza. How's it going?
Oh man, I felt myself get. So I was getting today, like I got a little angry because I woke up and like I took a nap during lunch, woke up, had a migraine, and I was like, "Fuck, this is like disturbing my soul right now," and I knew I was gonna be angry, so I was asking myself, I was like, I wonder if now I'm gonna finally see the difference between my mental shift when I try to enter this pose. And I did it today, and I found myself frustrated. I felt like unsettled, I guess. Um, but yeah, I also found out how to do the full lotus. I think the half lotus is more preferable for me, at least as an amateur.
That is a good start.
You said what?
Yeah, the half lotus is a good start. I always say like there's a lot of different ways to meditate. I think you can meditate while you're walking down the street. Right? I used to do a walking meditation. I didn't want to sit down, so I was like, all right, let's go meditate in the park. And I just used to go walk in the forest.
Yeah, out of all the things you've packaged together for me, that seems to be the one resource that has really resonated deeply within me, to be honest.
What's that?
The beginner's mind. The beginner's mind set me on a path to Buddhism and understanding their ways and my own ways.
Yeah, it's very revealing.
It puts a lot of things in their correct spaces.
But there's so much of ourselves that's completely friggin' arbitrary. Like I'm Guyanese, I didn't choose that. I talk like a white guy, I didn't choose that. I grew up in Toronto. I didn't choose any of this stuff,
No.
right? I always wondered, like, I remember thinking to myself, so am I just this person now? That's what I am? I'm this guy? Whatever this guy is, that's what it is? Like,
Yeah.
you ever think that? They're like, so hold on, wait a minute, I'm just this guy now?
I think there's somewhat of a. What did you say at the end there? You like
Is it
turned it.
possible to change the guy I've become? You know?
I think that we are always changing. At least that's what I've gained throughout this. At least
Yeah.
my current understanding. I think we're constantly changing. Um, Environments are constantly changing, and to be at peace with this and peace with who we are right now and peace with the fact that who we are right now is not who we will be in the future or who we were in the past. Um, I don't know. This kind of ties a lot of things because I know you've heard me speak on it before about wanting to go into the woods and really find myself and train with the monks and this has provided me like a small taste of that and also confirmed a lot of my suspicions on what might be required to obtain something.
Yeah, there's this whole field of research called biophilia, and it's the idea that living things are innately drawn to other living things, right? So usually we think of those as cats and dogs or pets, but if you consider that the forest is a living organism, then that's also a form of therapy.
Hmm.
I mean,
Hey,
arguably the forest and the human is run by the same mycelium network,
what does icelium mean?
the fungus.
Is it fungus?
Yeah.
Hmm.
You ever looked at the human? You ever looked at all of those theories about uh, humans being run by fungal intelligence? In terms of, yeah, so there's this idea that there was this time when there were a bunch of different types of humanoid creatures on the earth, and then one of them, all of a sudden, almost overnight, starts this Cambrian explosion of tool usage and tool making, and then they proceeded to use those tools to wipe all of the other humanoids off the planet.
Hmm. No, I've never went down the rabbit hole on that one, I guess.
I'll put this up to the top. You know how it is.
Yes, sir. No, I love that, man. I love that. It's like a it's like a classroom with a PowerPoint presentation, like as you go.
Yeah, service-oriented PowerPoint architecture.
Yeah, yeah. Kind of like that actually. But it's crazy, man, because now like I can't lie to you. I kind of want to like give up my life and go live in the woods for a while still.
Well, I remember hearing a story about a guy who became enlightened and then he went back to insurance sales, right? Because he was he figured out a different way to interact with people and to perceive things.
Hmm.
Where's the best of? Uh, best of correct.
So in New Jersey, we had multiple deaths a year because they can't figure out what mushrooms to eat. They want, the fun ones, and instead they get the deadly ones. Amazing stuff. Be careful out there, people.
You're listening. Sorry, you want me to go ahead? You want to do it? I could do it. Hey, everybody, I'm back, and it's great to be here. The lunch was successful. We had chips and cheese mostly, and this is the SquareSpace, everybody. Degen conversations in a broadcaster voice here every day, talking about Swami AI, about how AI can offer you something new in your life. You just gotta give us $38.95 today, or buy at least 2 or 3 of these ponies. One pony has a red tail, one pony has a white tail. You choose a pony, and we'll give you a Tony.
Sounds cool.
Tony.
Spontaneous voice changing with induced layers.
Get it? Induced, INDUS.
Induced by the demon himself. Long before Kappa knew anything, he was a dark wizard of the ancient tribe of Zorlon, a secret sect long before lost between Queens and Brooklyn by that cute diner there and that shoe store.
Keep it going. We want more.
So there's a shoe store next to the diner?
The shoe store is in the diner.
Oh, wow, that's even better. So if you get tired of the people you're like sitting with, you can be like, yeah, I'm gonna like drink this and look at shoes. That works for me.
But yeah, Michael, I also like throughout my at least what I was listening to today, they mentioned that you need a teacher when you're starting out to make sure that your posture is correct and stuff like that. What do you have to say about that?
I'd say it's better to do it wrong than not to do it at all.
Absolutely.
That whole thing about when the student is ready, all that stuff. You know,
You know,
when
you remind me of this one story that I heard today. It was one of the top 10 like Zen stories. And in this story, this old lady questions, I believe it was her son who had obtained enlightenment, and she said, "Did you merely obtain enlightenment to become a walking dictionary for others to peer into?" I don't know why. Whenever you when you just spoke, it reminded me of that.
I'll give you another one. I heard this from Ram Dass. There's a guru going for a walk, and he stops by a street corner, and the guru sees a man sitting on the ground crying, and the guru goes to the man, "Hey, why are you crying?" And the man goes, "I feel like my heart is breaking over and over again." And the guru smiles to the man and says, "Me too."
Wow. Yeah, that's one of those laughters at a bicep. Yeah. Like, fuck, that's deep. I'll just laugh. Man, you've opened my mind to a lot of different pathways of thinking, brother.
It's an honor. Michael Jackdale holds no responsibility for the implications of any advice released on the SquareSpace Degenerate Conversations in a Broadcaster Voice.
Did you just issue a legal disclaimer?
Mm-hmm.
Is there a particular reason for that? Is it because like we used to be from Jersey or something?
I found that Jersey to be very litigious, yes.
Oh, right. Well, you're probably right about that. I'm not actually. It's funny because I do have a law degree and I did practice for a while, but I personally have never sued anybody.
You must have missed the time.
I guess, yeah. I don't know.
There was a time where the common threat, I mean, I still hear it commonly today. People are like, "Oh man, you do this to me, I'm gonna sue you," and it's like, I don't think you understand the amount of time, effort, and strategy that goes into that, my friend.
No, they don't. And it was worse when all those legal shows were on, like Ally McBeal and all that stuff. It was just like, oh God, because then people were like, what do you mean my trial won't take place in a week? And it's like,
I remember thinking I wanted to be a lawyer, then I worked with a lawyer, and I'm like, this guy's just typing at his fucking computer all day. And then I ended up being that guy who just types at his computer all day, so what the fuck?
well, if you're a litigator, you'll end up on your feet a lot in the court, but I did a lot of like pre-trial work, and I did try some cases, but it was no fun. It just sucked.
You didn't have
What's that?
I was gonna say you didn't have the Johnny Depp experience.
No, I'm afraid not. And none of my clients ever shit in my office either. Very disappointing.
Clever.
The Johnny Depp experience. But it's almost like one of those things where it's like, which side do you fall on? Are you on her side? Are you on his side? Did they both fuck up? Are they just divorcees in a litigious era?
I definitely do not believe. I did not find her a credible witness at all.
Man, I'm missing the topic here, but I feel like we're talking like prenup resilience trading, whether or not the prenup that you're going into is the resilience, in the equation. Can you forecast resilience through, based on how she orders from the menu, or how he asks for directions. You know what I mean?
How they treat her.
I mean, we were talking about the Johnny Depp debacle, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
You
Makes
don't
me nervous.
have to be nice. I mean,
Have you guys seen that cartoon, Johnny Debacle? Fucking amazing season 2.
I mean, there's sorts of cases where, divorce, family law type cases, I feel bad for both of them in a way, because you see the apps, in my opinion, you see some of the worst about, a person's flaws in those sorts of cases. Whereas if they had never done that, you never know any of that stuff about them. But so I get it. I mean, I feel bad for them in that regard, but man, some of the stuff, it's like, oh, geez, why did you sue each other? It's just kind of, why do you want people to know all that? But, I'm not judgmental about it. I'm not partial for people like shitting in beds, but, none of my business, I guess.
I mean, you gotta wonder, like, what was the lead up to that? Like, you don't just start with the shitting in the bed, right? Like, did she pee on the carpet? Like, how does that start?
Stop scratching the furniture. Oh man. Poor Johnny.
Well, next time he will perhaps research people before he dates them. It might save him a lot of trouble. I don't know.
Well, I mean, wouldn't she voted like the most perfect face or something like that? Did you
Yeah,
see?
something like that.
Right. So it's one of those things where all the research in the world isn't going to help man against that enemy. You know what I mean? Like, hey, the research shows this. Fuck you. You say how hot that chick is, but the research shows fuck you.
Well, I mean, you run a background search on somebody if you know what I mean. Like, if you find out that they're a psychopath, you're going to steer clear. Like if they sue someone 5 billion times, that's probably a clue that you should avoid them. In my opinion, I mean,
Well, you play the whole thing and then countersue, right? I think that's what he did.
No, but I'm saying in general, to avoid that sort of situation, it might be useful to, look at the person's, background and see, how do they act, and do they have any priors, like stuff like that.
I think that's the lawyer in you coming out.
I mean, who cares about priors when you're in love?
Well, I mean, if you're a high income individual and you're thinking about a relationship with somebody, and there's a lot going around where, the person gets tricked and then they end up with the other person trying to blackmail them, and then all the
fiance. Yeah, that's a whole show now.
So that's what I'm talking about. You got to kind of, if you're a high income individual, you kind of probably want to protect yourself a little more than say, you or I would do.
Yeah. I think that as many resources as one may obtain, we still fall victim to our own nature as humans.
Absolutely, yeah.
And in any setting, I'd like to think that at least in the first encounter, like a person-to-person encounter, one is not going to assess this individual by like like, oh, let me check who they are on paper, because most of them struggle to make connections in life. I think because of that reason you're mentioning, which is the difference in class. So they often are very weary of dating people that have um, lesser resources in the sense of money because they are afraid that someone can come and take it all. Um, and it's a rightful fear, I think, to some degree, but it's also a prohibiting fear. It's one of those things as the more you, the more you got, the more problems, the more money, more problems.
Yeah, I agree, but as a practical matter in the United States, it's just not like that. I mean, there are some community property states, but for the most part, that's something that if you're serious, you can just kind of, contract a lot of that away if that's what you really want to do. Uh, you know,
Hmm.
it's just up to the person.
Yeah, absolutely.
But no, I get where you're coming from. Sure.
Yeah, Johnny Depp seems like a guy who's had a lot of fame, but he's struggled probably as a result of such. Not to say that he wouldn't have struggled if he wasn't famous or anything like that, because I think that his upbringing and his childhood definitely had a play as to who he is as an individual. And it's also, if you just take a look at his behavior, right? You don't see too many celebrities doing what Johnny does. He'll literally fight with his security guards just to go and sign autographs. Like, the guy's a human being. A lot of other people elevate themselves to a certain status of like almost like deities or godlike. Like, you need to earn the right to be in my presence, and that's all fair. But you will miss out on many encounters in life with that perspective.
Oh, I agree with that. I think so too. Yeah.
And to be honest with you, like if I was famous, I would totally be an asshole. Can you imagine all these people want to talk to you and shit? Like like I get annoyed when we're together. And I
Well, yeah, but I mean, if you're an entertainer, I mean, I would think an entertainer, in my opinion, that's their career choice. So they may, in my opinion, they ought to be a little more available to the public. Whereas,
right. I understand.
right.
Hmm.
Because they're buying the tickets, so it's like every time you take a picture, it's like making sure you get another ticket sold.
Plus, as an entertainer, I mean, if you're reading people, and not to say, I guess I was an entertainer trying to pitch people or push people to try to do things hard in innovation, but one of the best things you get as an entertainer is to actually approach the people that have the lowest frequency or that are confused in the moment or not connected to what you're trying to do and really bringing them. Sometimes you feel like the person in the room that you're supposed to go talk to. You know what I mean? And that's a cool outcome of like the entertainer. Like they're not necessarily in it for the money. I mean, the money comes. I mean, and here's what's crazy about the world is that once the money crosses a certain threshold, like it doesn't matter. Like you're already secure. You already have your pathway. Everything after that is success, right? So it's, I think it's not just about buying another house. It's about getting satisfaction in what you're doing. And you got to get it on the soul level because nothing else is alive.
Yeah. I once heard someone say that if your thing is cars, then you will never have enough cars. If all you do is pursue women, you'll never have enough women. If all you do is pursue wealth, you will never have enough wealth.
What if you pursuit?
Pursue the pursuit?
Yes.
That's what we go. I mean, my partner is much more on the what I call dick envy. He just constantly has dick envy in terms of, founder pulls up and an A8, it's like all the trimmings on it, and he's like, oh my god, that guy is successful. And what I tried to remind him is, yeah, and he's paying a $750 a month payment for that. You know what I'm saying? Well, fucking moron. I drive a fucking Kia. You know what I mean? And what's great about it is it's got all the features, and it's still like. I still get looked over by people like, oh, it's okay. It's probably an Asian couple. Just let that go, right? You know what I mean? I'm stealthy. I
He
can get
probably
in and out of areas easily.
this guy. He's making an oblique statement about startups by having this car, the same car as Warren Buffett or Bill Gates, apparently.
Yeah, and then of course it's kind of like, you know, it's like you go and check out their office. Oh my God, they got this. Look at this thing. It's like a cereal machine. It's like you can make 14 different kinds of cereal. I'm like, yeah, check out this one. What is that? It's Burnout Crisp. I love it. And I'm like, come on, these idiots here.
That's a Toronto company, actually. Sally the robot. My buddy was VP of sales there. Yeah,
That's awesome.
yeah. Sally makes salads. It was good for hospitals. Want to keep people off food, making me.
That's very cool. Yeah, it's interesting times.
Conspicuous consumption, we learned. That's what Veblen called it. Buying things for the purpose of having being seen as bought it. And then they came up with this
Completely.
idea,
Yeah.
conspicuous leisure. Conspicuous leisure, showing off the fact that you have time off.
I think that can it kind of ties into a metaphor that pops to mind. Climb mountains not so the world sees you, but so that you can see the world.
Nice.
Hey guys, what's up?
I might have to take a hit. Hold on a second.
Imagine we did like a little drinking or stoner game. Every time
Totally.
every time Michael quotes somebody, we have to take a drink.
Or
We'd be drunk.
Confluence.
Yo, what's
You're
We'd
playing
be drunk 3 minutes in.
Confluence. You're playing Sake Bomb Confluence. Every time you hear Confluence, you got to do a Sake Bomb.
Is that like Chansaki?
Chansaki.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like cold sake. You can do hot sake too, but I like doing cold sake, dropping that in a nice beer, and then someone's interviewing you, and you have to like chug it, and also try to answer the question.
That sake will creep up on you.
I meant to say before, Michael. Sorry, Dan.
No, man, go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, if you were like on that status of wealth and like speaking to people, you wouldn't just be like, you get a quote, you get a quote, you get a quote.
I'd be like, yo, if you really want to talk to me, buy the book.
At the end, they find your phone number.
Right? And then they can WhatsApp me, or I'll just invite them to the SquareSpace.
It's a link. It's an affiliate link to another book.
I've thought about it so hard where it's like, all right, everyone, I'm no longer taking personal calls. If you want to find me on Twitter Spaces. No longer answering anyone's calls.
You just send out
That's pretty cool. I love that.
No more talking to me directly. If you want to talk to me directly, pay me. If not, you can get my time with everyone else.
Uh-oh, starting to rain.
I think that'd be a bold thing to do. It's just kind of like walk out in the middle of your neighborhood and go, "Hey, if anyone wants to talk to me,
Let me try.
get in line. You're gonna have to pay." You know what I mean?
Let me try to see if it works. Hold on. All right.
If you were to write a book, right,
Mm-hmm.
and then leave the story open-ended with a link to purchase the ending.
I think that's a great idea.
Or I think we should all be assigned a chapter and then we self-publish a book. That's actually a pretty cool idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's like one of those old poetry books where they like combine a whole bunch of different styles of poetry
And it
together.
could just be like deep perspectives on the future space. And so what we do is we do like here editions 1 through 68, and it's a combined sort of like gisto of what has happened. That way it's a continual book that you have to buy, and it does come with a limited edition talking NFT set with plushable NFTs that you can get at home and pull the cord and hear things from the space like bzz, well fucking A, or bzz, I think I love crypto, or bzz, fucking KC, bzz, Dan, you're really weird, bzz. You know what I mean? Like all the voices in there would be perfect.
There you go. Another thing to launch.
What was I supposed to tell the people outside my house again?
That that you would, if they want to have a conversation, they have to pay you first? So you just get out there and just say, hey, you people out here want to have a conversation with me, fucking pay me first. Yeah, you.
Just want to have a conversation with me? You have to pay me first.
Right, exactly. That's good. That was good.
I can see it. It's summer. That looks great. Our kid is coming over in 2 minutes. Yeah.
Just tell your wife you're practicing law of attraction.
Saturday is a barbecue. Yeah, he got pissed at me for not coming last year, so I gotta come. Yo, the plants are tall, eh? The plants are tall. No. Oh, it's male. But these ones are so good.
Oh, shit. It's about to start.
And suddenly, man stood up. Lagatha grabbed her sword and charged into the forest. Follow me, she said in a crackly voice. Everyone noticed lately that Lagatha has had issues lately with her confidence and voice. She had been doing shrooms behind people's back and not talking to the elders. She even said that Odin was overrated and that, I don't know, there's just a lot of BS in the whole lore thing. Anyways, the troops got together and charged on.
Don't you know it is 3 a.m. in Australia? Why are you asking me to talk so much? Sorry, that's my Lagatha.
Sounded kind of Jamaican.
All I know is that Lagatha in the show was that was a fierce woman. You know what I'm saying? That's a gal. I just don't. I didn't really agree with the whole like decision to leave that piece of ass. You know what I mean? Like that was unfortunate. And I'm not saying that to say that the current Lagatha is anywhere in relation to that. I'm just saying in general, like she was a wonderful woman. Why did he leave her? I don't understand that. And plus, she was really like the way she took care of those guys all the time. She was always kicking people's ass. But maybe she had to go through her like stages of evolution, and that was like, Odin's way of saying, even a wonderful woman that has everything gets denied everything to become everything.
Is evolution just a constant evaluation?
I kind of like that. Now serving 285, Kappa. Kappa walked up to the front. Hey guys, I'm back. All right, Kappa, let's see. What are your new mutations? Anything new with your addition here? I'm getting better with some comedy, and my pacing's a lot better. Yeah. All right, guys, put them on the stage.
And what was the it reminds me of I think you could do the whole cast of the characters in Cops the animated show.
Wait, which show? Which Animatrix?
Cops. Remember Cops, the animated show, the cartoon? And they had long arm?
You're gonna have to put that in the
Okay, one sec.
put it in the DMs. You know what I'm saying?
So Cops animated.
I always liked the Cobbies. Did you ever watch the Cobbies? The Cosbys?
Mm-hmm.
Which I thought was hilarious. I got him so I can do his voice right now. So I love all the different Cosbys. You know, the other good show out there is Video Game High School. It used to be on Netflix. I think it might just be on YouTube. That show is comedic gold for nerdism. Just want to say that. Nerdism is comedic gold material.
Because you have a good gangster. You know, like the 1923 gangster? Hey, get over here, see?
Hey, you see? Innovation, you see? Hey, what you got there, son? No, you got to. It looks like you're looking for $200,000. You see? Hey, what do you see there? What you got out there? Huh? What do you got there? Hey, what you got there? Hey, what do you see? Oh, that's it. It looks like you're binary. What the hell does that mean? I mean, see, I'm from this area. What the hell does that mean? Binary makes you one or two. Are you one or two? Tell me what you're gonna do. You want to die or not? What do you see? Hey, what are you doing? Whew, that one takes a lot of energy, but it's possible.
You sound like you're from New Jersey.
Oh, I like doing the New Jersey voice. I had a couple New Jersey clients I used to work with. A couple guys on the East Coast. They were working in the medical field, and they also worked in the auction space. I called it auctions, but largely what we did is we stole from people. It's similar to auctions. It's just that we didn't get authority ahead of time. We worked it out in court long ahead of time, as long as they didn't comply. And if they didn't comply, we just busted their legs. So yeah, we do a lot of development.
Jersey, yeah.
Yeah, it's fun. Because you jump into a character and express a part of you through another voice. And that allows you to sort of play in a space that you haven't played in. Like a man walking through a mystery. Each page of the page flipping over, each hieroglyphic telling him another story about the would-be dame that he was about to meet for coffee. She was a long-haired, beautiful blonde, cute eyes, but her glasses were slightly off. He noticed, and she noticed as well. She tucked in her shirt and said, "Please sit down." She couldn't help but notice he was wearing a tie-dye jacket, the kind she had at home, similar tie-dyes. Could he be the one? Could he be the dye for her tie?
Groovy. It's a very noir vibe.
Yeah, it's like, that's almost like a stretch for me when I do that. It feels like a stretch. Like
No,
I feel like there's a whole part of my brain that is like, oh, that felt great. Okay.
So what was your name? Let me see. It's Floozy Speak. Why Floozy Speak?
Oh, so perceptive of you to see that. Susie speak. Well, I got into blogging. So in what, 2008, or well, I guess it was 2008 because that's when I joined. So basically, well, no, wait a minute. I had a website before that. So it was right around 2005, 2006 when Blogger came out, and I had a circle of nerd friends, and we were out one night drinking, and we were at a Mexican place drinking Mexican drinks because I like margaritas. And so they're like, fine, let's go to where Dan wants to go because he likes margaritas. And of course, as you can imagine, I make people laugh all the time. So they always want me around to do stuff and basically help make scenes, apparently, or whatever. There's just a fun group of guys. And so we're there, and I'm going on and on about Blogger. I'm like, look, guys, blogging's going to take off. It's going to be huge. It's going to be massive. And in classic fashion, my friend Troy is like, well, do you have a blog yet? I'm like, well, no. I mean, I got to figure out, like, I got to get into it and whatnot and stuff. And he's like, oh, you're just a poser. I'm like, no, I'm going to do it, man. I'm going to do it, whatever. And then they would always give me a hard time for margarita drinks because they would drink bourbon because they would call it floozy. Like, that's what Troy would call them. You drinking your floozy drinks. And so the next day, because Troy is like probably the most technical out of all of our group of friends, like he works at Cisco, he does privacy and security systems, huge background in like microelectronics, drones, tons of like Edward Snowden kind of crap. Anyway,
Oh boy.
but yeah, so he set up a blog site for me, and he called it Floozy Speak. He's like, yeah, it's because you like floozy drinks and you're always fucking talking. I'm like, okay. So I started blogging under that, and I blogged for like 4 or 5 years under that. And then when Twitter came out, I just used the same moniker and just kind of kept it going. And then I kind of liked it because it was, even when Twitter went through that change where we used to have alias names and more funky names when it first came out. Like everybody was called something weird, like not everybody, like real names were not even on the main Twitter platform for the first 4 or 5 years. It wasn't common to do that. And then Twitter sort of started to get serious when they started to raise money. And so then it turned into like, you can be squirrel bait, but you're like Jefferson Smith. You know what I mean? So they started making that choose. And a lot of people changed. Twitter gave you the option to throw away your old handle if you wanted and use your real name. And I was like, fuck that. I'm going to keep it. And so So I like that because I can go online and just like, search for it really easily. Like, oh, floozy speak. Yeah, that's a weird word, and it goes all the way back in time to here. You know what I mean? I don't
Yeah.
get any noise in the signal or anything, so I like that. But yeah, that's all. That's the origin for that weirdness.
What'd you blog about?
Similar stuff.
Ah,
Yeah.
still
I
blogging.
mean, I do blog now. I blog on lots of little weird places. I sometimes go to Quora and answer questions on Quora. I kind of used that for therapy for a while when I didn't like have people to talk to sometimes.
Oh,
No, it's just that's what happens when you work
yeah.
all the time. It's a lonely trait too. At least it was for me. I mean, it's just it's lonely in the sense that you're always work. It's fun, but I don't know. I couldn't go and hang out, and I couldn't I can only take only so many talks about people trying to start stuff before I rip them apart from a distance. And basically let them know, like, here's the reason why you haven't raised anything. I was about to tell you this. I've been waiting for you for 2 years to do X. You know what I mean? It's just fucking crazy. So
Oh,
sometimes I get like a laser and just like cut somebody in half for the most part, which a lot of people like in the scene because no one does that. So there's like no one person who will actually stand up for clarity in town. So I kind of got known for that, and then I got sort of like tagged in the scene as like which is a good thing. I mean, the reputation is great, but it's kind of like when people come to town, it's like, oh, you're doing technology. Well, you got to go meet Dan first, and he'll connect you to everyone, which is kind of cool. But then at the same time, bad actors like people recently, seek me out because they see sort of the opportunity. Like if I can get Dan on the stage or something like that, I can validate my brand or whatnot. But in the past, I never really thought about that because I was just trying to hustle, make a dollar. But now it's kind of like you see the predators, like in plain sight. And you're like, well, goddamn, they're like right on the front yard, you know.
yeah.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I like. So yeah, Quora do that, and then I do some writing on Wattpad. That's where I do sort of short form, long form writing. It's mostly short stories. I guess I could post that here. I haven't really posted that here yet. It's anonymous. It's under a secret identity, although probably not that secret.
Well, no,
Yeah, and those are
so yeah.
yeah, I love writing. Actually, for a long time, I would sort of keep like a journal. It was almost like a reflection journal, um, and that was kind of fun. But also, it was depressing to read at times because you kind of go, walk back in time and see.
Oh, I deleted my diary. I had one of those electronic diaries on one of my iPads, and I was just like, this is just sad.
Yeah, yeah, it's hard. And there's a part of me that's sort of like on the data side of a lot of this stuff. Like I've been doing audio recording. I used to do audio recording for my commute, like to and from work, ever since like 2003. So like every year since 2003, it's just been like sort of recordings, and it turned into therapy. It allowed me to really take emotions out of me because that's one of the things I can't contain. I can't contain like negative emotions. I'm really great at projecting positivity, but like if I bottled up with too much, negativity, it starts coming out in behavior, right? And other issues. So yeah, so I kind of used it for therapy, and it really started to help a lot. And then I just started practicing lots of stupid things, which I've always done. Everything from instant rhyming, instant songing, name generation. Just the writing was kind of a funny thing with writing. Is I was working at a strip club. That's another story. Working at a strip club and for a strip club, we were building their technology, of course, because that's what happens when you stay on a timeline of strangeness long enough. You will meet interesting clients, and so one thing or another, one thing led to another, and we were working on this strip club's website, and I got to know the guys that worked there, and I spent all the time interviewing them, and then I just sort of liked learning about the trade, how they get into it, why they get into it, and all kind of different stuff. And of course, we had to sort of like do a profile of each one of them for the website, so they had photographs and whatever. And then, but you know, we were just like, let's make it more interesting. Let's not have like, Susan, 5'1", you know, here's your breast size. I was like, no, put down some stuff, like lure these people in. So they let me do that. So I did like marketing on there. It's like I gave them like a persona, persona, and that was fun. And so yeah, where are we going with that? Oh yeah, so one of the gals had to write for her school. She was writing for college, and she's like, I can't write. I'll write. And I was like, no, look, it's easy. I'll write a paragraph. You write a paragraph, and we'll sort of like compare notes, and sort of we kept each other accountable essentially. So that's what I ended up doing, and then that kind of carried over. Like she did good on that, and then later on she got into her film school. We always sort of stayed in touch and tried to help her, you know, at least think of mixing her style and trying to mitigate her stubbornness. Because my God, she's stubborn as hell. But that was fun. Yeah.
Do you still keep in touch with her?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah. And so actually what happened is when I sort of, you know, she did that writing assignment, but then I started to actually write a story about the club, about a guy who actually goes into the club, who inadvertently, you know, he does a project within the club and he becomes compromised in the sense that he's drawn to the hustle of the club and what it's all about, the instant manifestation of, you know, desire to money, you know, cash conversion. It has so many parallels to hustle and startups and innovation. It's, and especially the true mechanics and psychology of transaction. It's just a super powerful metaphor, and I just really got into that. And then I kind of got into the fact that, you know, there's this technologist guy that becomes sort of, he does like a, just like my analysis, like my kind of detail-y, kind of technical but weird analysis, but he does that on the whole strip club industry. And sort of, and the story is sort of set in the future in the sense that he's coming into the club to turn on, to set up new technology to help out the, this technology. It's an idea I invented. It's basically this technology that helps the girls in the club, uses cameras and camera vision technology to hone in on men who are really interested, who are already at the point of conversion. And so there's like a way of mapping point of conversion by retina and heart rate. And with the given of the strip club, this camera system can basically tell you which tables are hot. And so that's what the system does. And the girl has sort of a band on her arm that lets her know what tables are hot. And so that allows girls who are coming out of the dance rooms, and it's all about keeping the flow. A club is always about, you know, circles and loops. Get as many loops as going as possible, and all kinds of things happen. So the idea is to keep, you know, the money moving.
Wow.
Yeah. And so while that guy is actually installing that system and putting that in there, he kind of, you know, kind of falls for one of the gals there, and they sort of have an interesting kind of, the relationship is mostly sort of a relationship about him being compromised by sort of this situation. Not only the fact that he's in the club and he's being exposed to that, but because of how he, you know, how he either sees himself inside, plus the fact that he's sort of going through the trauma of, you know, doing, starting a company like I did, where you kind of go from, you know, your payroll's like, you know, 10,000, and then one day your payroll's like, you know, 180 grand, and you know, you have to manifest, you know, 40 grand in, you know, a week, and you don't really know how to do that yet. So you like, you know, and you know, it's just, I burned out. I'm mostly burned out because I didn't get to do things my way, and that's because I had to start answering. Like in the beginning, I just answered to myself. I didn't answer to anyone else. I risked my own money. I did a lot of, you know, hack stuff. I hacked things together. I made my own trailers for things. I made my own noise, and then people came to me for that. You know what I mean? And then that turned into a business. But then I had to answer to ROI, and that is just not me. And so what's funny is that as I burned out, I sort of left notes for myself. I can see I left all these, you know, pieces of paper which I thought were just kind of funny ideas until I actually got on the other side of it and realized I was burned out and got help. And it was just like every note was like saying, "Get help!" You know what I mean? Like, you need to get help, motherfucker. You know what I mean? And then I mean, you could say it's just kind of like your brain's attuned to it, but you start watching shows and you start seeing a sequence of things that are talking to you. Like you'll be watching a show and there'll be a statement online in the show that'll be about something that you're feeling right there at that moment, and you'll feel like, fuck, how's that happening right now? Like, what's the odds of that kind of moment unfolding, And so that happens a lot. And at first it was sort of like interesting and mysterious, but then I get lots of synchronicity where sort of, you know, sort of like you're reading a magazine, you see a yellow, car, and then turn your head to the left, and that same yellow car pulls up right next to you. Like, what are the odds of that? You know what I mean? You
Yeah.
might just, that's just kind of wild. So yeah, and then I started. I didn't really ever turn into it before, but I've been turning into that more. Meaning, I'm turning. Used to sort of riding the wave. And riding a wave is the easiest way to sort of, to make you feel like you're going somewhere, because it always has motion. It's already in the curl. It's already cascading. And you're on the surface of it, and you're just riding it down, right? You're going to live your life like that, riding that wave. But what I kind of didn't really realize is that that's just if you want to accept that current wave. If you want a new wave, you got to break through. And then once you break through, you can get to this, calmer part of the ocean, right? That one part of the ocean where you're just so well positioned to either be just in time for the next wave coming out, right? It's coming in, right? Or you can decide to pass on it because you're looking. So you have more optics, you have more choice. You sacrificed what was able in that wave, and that may have been a monster wave. But you sacrificed it. You know what I mean? You sacrificed it. So you could get to that section of calm. And what's cool is that you still have a choice. What's interesting is once you break through the wave, you're not really worried about breaking through the wave anymore. Like, you're open to taking a new wave. Like, you'll take, like, yeah, let's go be an interior decorator in Italy. Shit, let's try it. Let's go. And you can take a choice because you're learning how to build a system around yourself. You're learning how to build a monetization of not just your core abilities, but your ideology and how you think. And that's attractive to people because people want true enablement. They don't want stuff that they know or what they've seen. They want somebody who, is just different enough. And we all have that ability, but we have to, stretch it and I think really work on it. And well, I mean, I don't have a roadmap by any means, but putting yourself into more uncomfortable moments with friends, if you can, is a good thing.
Good, because I'm having one right now. No, I'm kidding. No, I get what you're saying. So where are you at on the wave right now?
Well, that's a good question. Nice follow up. You're an excellent interviewer. You should probably consider that as a career choice.
I don't mean it as an artificial question. I'm
No, I'm just
genuinely
kidding.
interested.
No, yeah, absolutely. No, I've broken through. The first wave, and there wasn't a whole lot of movement. It wasn't like the waves kind of died down, and I sort of got a bit disconnected from like how waves work. I almost got caught in the undertow, and the undertow sort of was a good thing and a bad thing. The undertow took me under and exposed me to a whole bunch of worlds that I've always been interested in, but I've never really pursued. But I had seen come to light, and then when I came out on the other side of that, I was actually in another area of the whole beach, and the waves are back. In fact, the waves are crazy awesome, and I'm showing other people to surf. Like, I'm showing my team sort of how to surf. I'm also doing a lot of orchestration, which is what I think I'm one of the things I'm better at. Engineering, serendipity, creating chance or creating auras of chance through radical trans therapy. Trans therapy, or radical transparency, and just like I don't know, the right compass
Tell
at the
us
right
about the radical transparency, man.
radical trans therapy. With radical trans therapy, we can take your average translation of reality and give it the therapy it needs. Are you suffering from a reality where you think you're equal to others? Sorry, you need to be treated quickly. Yeah. But yeah.
I want to hear more about this radical trans therapy.
Radical translator therapy. I don't know. I don't know how to do that easily.
Yeah, it's not easy to do without getting kicked off of all of social media, I think.
Yeah. And see, that's where you'll have another AI. You'll almost have an AI that sits on your shoulder. So when you're at a party and you go, hey, nigga, it'll go, and it'll like tweet at the same time. So it, blurps you out. Yeah, so many cool ideas coming in now. I actually pitched the whole startup today to Wombo. I've been trying to get access to the Wombo API, and they're like, okay, here's the pricing and everything. Do you have any plans for what you're doing? I'll admit it. I was probably under the influence of potentially one or two different types of weed at the time, but I was in the zone. I could feel it. I pitched the idea. Yeah, I'm with a startup called 1776, and we're a STEM education, mostly history education platform for students. We essentially use Wombo as a teaching instrument. Students are paired up with a Wombo AI assistant, and students are basically challenged to reenact through AI imagery historical events. They can use another tool that we have called the Syndicate. Actually, no, we call it Kappa for short. They can use Kappa if they want, and they can get online and do some research. But it does track where they go. So if they're going to go to Wikipedia and like try to screw us over, just let us know in advance and we'll fail. But anyways, it's great. And then the students use the Wombo tool and actually build a deck of images to tell the story. May the best student win. So I think that's a cool idea. That'd be a cool business. I don't know if it'll work, but it works for the moment.
That does sound cool.
Yeah. I talked to a couple of history teachers about it. They liked it. But like every history teacher is like, yeah, it's great. Now what? I don't know. I was just, dude, I'm just the person that comes up at the night. No, I'm just kidding. I can go figure out how to build it.
I think in China they have some sort of AI to teach English to kids, in an app,
Oh, yeah.
like your
Oh,
phone.
yeah.
So yeah.
Definitely. Yeah, I used to, when I worked at Ohio State, I worked on a calculus program. It was an online calculus program that automatically changed itself in terms of like the content based on how well you were doing. So if you weren't doing the problem as well, it would automatically sort of dynamically change the content as you kind of went. Which I thought was brilliant at the time, but I couldn't get anyone in the commercialization office to see that idea. I hate that. I hate it when you like walk in there and they're like, "We want to pay you to see the future," and you come back and you're like, "I see the future." Yeah, I know, but that future is too radical for the notion of the future we'd like. That sucks. But just the way it goes in innovation. On the dark side of innovation. Ta-da! Mr. Rogers stepped out of his black levels. All right, you guys circle the block. And you find anybody with a question mark above their head, you know what to do. Because no one messes with Mr. Rogers. Not on my watch.
There you go. Speaking of Mr. Rogers, there he is.
Yeah, I try to use everyone here as a cast member in the show.
So what do you do for fun?
Wait, what's the question?
I said, what do you do for fun?
Well, I'm glad you asked. We're getting to know each other. What do I
I'm
do for
sorry. I'm
fun?
just curious.
I
You don't
know.
answer.
I know. It's okay. Well, I love playing with AI art tools. That's a blast. It's like I don't watch a whole lot of TV, if any. What do I do for fun? I hustle. I scheme. I love scheming. I buy a lot of weird toys. And I use things as metaphors when I speak about things. So I like to use a lot of stupid things to tell stories. It just make one. They're sort of fun for me to sort of stretch and think, and then at the same time, they're sort of like I can make a show with that, if that makes any sense. It's just like it's powder. It's powder for the gun, whatever you want to do with the gun, whatever the manifestation you're working on, but it's powder. And you need powder for things, and sometimes that comes in the form of a person that you got to talk to and hang out with. I do play some music. I do that. I play music. I make music like dark ambient techno.
Yeah, I heard some of it the other day. It was awesome. It was really nice.
Yeah. So I do some of that. That's kind of cool. Um, um, I like RC cars. I've been into like drones and RC cars lately, mostly because I'm trying to do weird like. I kind of like making videos. I've always been into Japanese animation. So when I used to work into that back in the day, I did a lot of trailers, and I still do trailers. So I always work on sort of like a trailer concept. I'm always working on a film kind of concept. Eventually, I'm going to suck Michael into all of that because he can edit far better than me. I just got to figure out a way to, get the proper motivation going on in the chain way there. But yeah, I have this really cool sort of like. What's crazy with the AI tools right now is I'm probably 40% possible to actually do it like an anime. That's pretty incredible, given that I have like no army of editors or big enablers. So it's kind of like you got to jury rig the prototype. And that's kind of where we're at right now, which is interesting in terms of prototyping. We're really it's like it's a new golden age of jury rigging is where we're at. What's great about that is that jury rigging doesn't need necessarily a technical person or a developer. It needs a person who's willing to jury rig, who's willing to try to do a bushcraft fix on a concept and use this AI with that AI and this thing and their hustle with that cooperation.
It's a moonshot.
Yep. Yeah, it's a cool time to be. I don't know what else I do for fun. Oh, and I go swimming. Hang out, chill with people. They do the same thing to me. Dan, do stupid stuff, talk. That's fun. I like making my friends laugh. I like we sometimes go to the casino or play D&D. That's kind of fun. I like doing that. I'm working on a D&D concept for business, which is really fun. Still haven't ironed all the pieces on it yet, but I like telling stories about how to sort of do things in the startup space through unique metaphors. I'm really into board games, not so much playing board games, but I love making board games. I dream up board games. I dream up card games. Yeah, I just like doing that. I like making stuff all the time. It's like when I'm not making, that's when it's like, oh no, what's wrong with them? So.
Well, what's your favorite game that you made yourself?
Favorite one? What was the one I was working on the other day? I had a game I did. This is years ago. It was called Who Is, and it was really simple. But I invented it sort of we were at a bar, and we were all designers. We all worked at a design research place, and so as design researcher, you have a habit of carrying like post-it notes, on a Sharpie with you at all times. At least I did. I always had post-it notes and Sharpies. You never know. It's cool to write down some notes. I was just obsessed with like writing shit down all the time. And I remember sitting down at the bar, and I was like, I put everyone's name on a card. Like if there's, I suck at math. So basically, if there's 4 people there, you put everyone's name down 4 times each. So you basically put everyone like on a card, so everyone can sort of get cards of each other, and then you draw cards with each other's name. And then basically you start off with, you choose whoever's going to be the starter, and you basically just call out who is the biggest douche, and then everyone has to put down a card of who they think amongst them is the biggest douche. Or then you got to do like who's most likely to like agree to an NDA they didn't read, and everyone was like, okay, yeah, I'm going to put down who. And that was just fun going through like, what was your choice? Sam. Why him? Because he hates that. So it's like a really cool like get to know your friends at work, and at the same time make fun of like the notions you already had about them. that was one game we made. I made another game called Office Ball, where when you walked in a room and we had like an inflatable ball that we were sort of, tapping, like up in the air, right? You just keep it up in the air. But you had to tell like so basically we played that game like while we were working, like trying to keep the ball up all the times. And then we added like a dare part of it. Like someone could call out a dare, and if you had the ball at that moment, you had to like expose like a real like dark secret that was cryptic, and that everyone had to then figure out what that fucking thing was about. And like you wouldn't give them any more information. So like when games like so people always wanted to sort of go back and play Office Ball so they could get sort of like try to get that moment where you had the ball and they could call out the dare or whatever so they could get another piece of the story. So it's stuff like that. Um, I had a board game I was working on around sort of startups, just to sort of like not so much Monopoly, more like the Candyland kind of thing, and it's all different parody kind of jokes in there. And my D&D concept is more about taking startup founders through a game of D&D, but the game is rigged. It's rigged in a certain way. I mean, it's a standard adventure game, but it tests the what you're doing is you're taking like 3 founders, maybe like an investor, and you have one dungeon master. So you're taking that party of 4 through a dungeon, and you're playing a normal game, but everyone there doesn't know there's an investor on that table. And then then at the end of the game, based on the encounter you have, the dungeon master, myself probably, or somebody else I know, we'll go through and evaluate them. And of course, they'll talk about those encounters and then sort of like, well, aren't you guys founders? And I'm like, yeah, well, would you invest in him based on how he handled the tiger in Chamber 4, right? You're like, well, God, he was really weak on that. I mean, you should have been more courageous, man. You had more hit points than me, right? So you sort of like have this evaluation of sort of like how that person will play the risk. And then you're exposing that to the VC as well. And so you're having a really cool multi-level kind of expression and conversation and sort of dance. That's really appealing to me. Now, how do I pull it off? Well, I gotta, pull out the different parts and pieces. Haven't really. A lot of these games kind of are ideas sit in a shoebox, almost like with all their cut-ups and notes. Like a songwriter.
Neato. So do you play a lot of games and role playing with your friends?
Yeah,
And do you judge them for that?
absolutely, if I can.
Matthew just sucked last week. He wasn't creative at all, so we won't invite him over this time. Sort of like that.
Sorry, I missed that. What was it?
Oh no, I mean, is it like, if you have a friend who like just had a particularly bad week and was no fun, it was just like, okay, we got to cancel Dan over there because he was so bad.
Nah.
No, I'm kidding.
Nah. Pretty tight knit group of folks.
Good.
Pretty small. Pretty simple. I like it like that. It's really weird. It's a good time, but it's also a sad time. But it's all right. We're pushing through.
Oh.
This is the SquareSpace, y'all. DJing conversations in a broadcaster voice. I'm here down here at the show floor here at Henderson Hardware, and we're hanging out with Joey D. Williams, and he's been trying on a brand new. I believe is that a pick-ass there? Is that true? Yeah, I really like it a lot. It's a new company called Syndicate. Yeah, what you tell me about it? It's I enter my ETH and then I can use that axe. Well, that's just brilliant. A Web3 axe. That's what we needed in this world. Only operational through the crypto web. What else do we have going on here? We got a whole room here. We got this guy, that guy, that guy, that gal, that person, Mr. Rangers Lagatha from Vikings people and Ganja sister, or Ganja. Ganja Green coming in. Let's check out the profile. This is a free service of the Degen space. We do profile reviews to let you know how you've been doing. So far, what do we know here is Smoke the Otter. That's right, Smoke the Otter, people. If you know the otter, smoke it. Looks like we got a piece of coal, or it could be a dock, or it could be just maybe lunch in a black bag. And then we have what looks like a writing icon and then a scissors. The metaverse joined in the year 2022. So far, so good. We have to find an original tweet. Original tweets only. Original tweets. Come on.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Is it going to pass the test? I'm seeing a lot of retweets. Wait, there it is. 7/14/22. Undergreen entered in an original tweet and finally passed the test to be one of us. A Twitter user. A Degen.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, a lot of background road noise right now.
You're doing pretty good. I heard that well.
Oh, say that again. Sorry.
KC entered the room. He stormed through the lounge. He knocked over most of the equipment. Michael went off on him. What the hell is your deal? You know how long it took me to set up those dolls? It took me days. And most of them are Spanish. I don't even know how to use these Spanish ones. Casey gurred and looked out the window. Can't handle this anymore, man. Pressure. My Blackberry's down. You know what this is like, man. You don't know what this is like, man. Michael tried to calm him. You just gotta be cool, man. Chill. Kappa got us covered, man. Kappa's got us covered. It's really a Twitter space / audiobook, and you had to catch on to the multiple plot lines happening at the same time. So it's kind of like we teach people how to learn through professional stand-up comedy and stories about intrigue and other things. Along the way, we have multiple storylines, like Casey, the killer, or the man next door, and then and other strange things.
I don't know about it. Is it Mr. Rogers? Let me see. That's Mr. Rogers Crypto Hood.
He's got a great voice. He's got like a cool, jovial. He looks just like his voice is the icon. That's what I like. His voice is definitely that like cool guy's face that you see there, where he's like in a BMW or something like that. He's got a seatbelt on, or he's got like, yeah, he's like in a Mini Cooper maybe. What do you think? I don't know. What car do we think he's in? Anyone?
I think you called it. I drive a Fiat, which is ironic.
Dr. K entered the room. She scanned the environment. Interesting, she said to herself. She paused and wondered, would these humans recognize if I came in dancing or cartwheeling in? She knew for sure the AI wouldn't recognize a cartwheel. She tried it. She got her up speed. Ran in. But first, Casey said, damn it, Carrie, that won't work. Take off your heels. Thanks. She took off her heels. Lagatha offered her sword. Oh, I can't carry that. I can't cartwheel with that. Oh, sorry. Kappa offered her a hit off his pipe. You want to hit this? It's Jamaican River. What's the Jamaican River? I don't know. I've been smoking it all day. That's great. Makes me nervous. Sandra came to his side. Kappa, we need more blood plasma. What? Why are you taking my blood? I don't know. I'm bored. Michael's hushed her. You have to do this, Carrie. Do this. Casey broke the window. She went in, took 4 steps, cartwheel past security. I'm past. She hit the switch. Screens went off. We were in.
Where are we?
I don't know. It's just part of the adventure story. It's
I
the
know.
only way to get in the building, you know. Someone has to do cartwheels, and not enough people do cartwheels anymore. It's like
No.
they're going out of style.
Can you do a cartwheel?
No, absolutely not.
I can't.
I could fall. I could fall on one side or something like that. But if I'm going to do that, I'd like to just get on my knees first, so it's more of a tuck and roll kind of thing. You know what I'm saying?
Throw it way down. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, if I could cartwheel, like say in 3 feet of water, yeah, I could do that. You know, because you could have a little bit, maybe 4 feet. I'm 6'4", so I need to, a big guy. Sorry,
The
everybody.
question is,
You're totally
And
have you
that's when he revealed his height.
have you ever been able to do a cartwheel? That's the question.
No, I mean I've never had, but I've never aspired to. See, that's the issue. Because I've never aspired to, I probably limited my inherent cartwheel ability. That's in my DNA.
I thought there was like a requirement for like the president's uh was it like the award that they give in like high school for all the kids or whatever?
No, on the
No?
physical fitness test,
Yes.
cartwheel.
Wasn't that on
No,
No
not on
way.
it? Oh
mine.
geez, I can't remember that
But
shit.
No.
I used to be able to do cartwheels and handstands like crazy. And so, like 2 years ago, there were these like 20-year-olds in downtown Boston just cartwheeling on the sidewalks. And I had some drinks and I was like, I can do a cartwheel. I used to be so good at these. And I like tried and I like smacked my back, like fell down. It was very embarrassing. So I'm going to work on it though.
Don't you hate when you watch all these kids doing shit and you remember your prime days where you're their age and you forget how old you've gotten and you just do
Yeah,
something and you're
I
like,
couldn't
oh
believe it.
shit.
I don't know if it's the weight that I've put on, but like I think I'm trying to like get that off so I can like try to reestablish my mobility. You know what I mean? Like I just don't move the same.
I was
Anyway, I'm Carrie, guys. For all those who don't know me, Sandra. Nice to meet you.
you need no introduction, but yes, there was a time in my life where my son's football practice, and this was quite a few years ago, but there was a bunch of kids playing on the monkey bars, and they were so scared of the monkey bars, and they're to like drop back, and dangle from their legs, that I decided, okay, I will tell them there's nothing to be worried about. So of course, here I am, a grown-ass adult, but the same height as these children. I decided to climb up there. And I'm like, look, watch me. And I just let go and I fall back. And all of a sudden, I have this searing, excruciating pain tearing the back of my knees. And it feels like my tendons are ripping off. And here I am trying to encourage them that it's okay. There's nothing to fear. And I scare the children off with screaming, just bloody murder. And nobody's there to save me. And all I'm thinking to myself, dear God, how am I going to get down from here?
Yeah, things just hit differently nowadays.
My kid just came out here as I'm telling the story. He is laughing his ass off at me because I think he remembers the first time I really embarrassed him.
Yeah, I don't know. This mobility thing is getting me down. Dan, you have any of those issues? I just feel like I don't move the same. Like, I don't know. I used to move like butter. I can't hear you, Dan, if you're talking.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he is. I think he's got his mute on. Well, I used to roll down hills as a kid. I lived out in farm country. So, like a year ago, my niece was like, "You should roll down the hill that you rolled down when you were, my age." I'm like, "Yeah, sure, I'll do that again." Oh gosh, that was like the worst idea ever. It like really hurt. I'm like, "What happened? This is
Do you
so."
think it always hurt? And like we're just, I don't know. Like, do you think it hurt when we just got up?
Probably.
No. No.
Probably no,
I'm
it
gonna.
probably did, but I
I
felt it.
I think it just hurts now because our cells are at their last leg of regeneration.
So did I tell you this last night, Kit? I was a little out of it, and I might take something right now. But I started doing, because my hips have been so tight, and I'm trying to work out a ton. I've been doing, I can't. It's like Kukara African dancing for the spine, you know how like it's like all about the hips and like loosening the hips. I don't know. It's supposed to work. I'll let you know in like a month.
It's all about the posture.
Yeah, right. Like
Fix
you
your
button your butt up.
posture first. Do yourself a favor. Fix your posture first, and then go from there. You cannot build upon a crappy framework.
Yeah,
And,
you're
and
right.
if you have a crappy posture, you're building on a crappy framework.
But I think that African dancing like makes you pull. I don't know. It makes you pull your spine up, kind of, and like suck your stomach in and have your chest up. So it's kind of like better than kind of other dancing or other working out. It helps your posture basically. But I hear what you're saying for sure.
Yeah. It literally, like anything you do on top of a bad framework, it's just gonna fall apart eventually, and you're gonna hurt yourself, honestly, because you'll be building muscles on weak points. You have to really align your body first. My suggestion, honestly, I'm not a professional, but I've seen this work, is honestly go fix your posture, go get a session of rolfing, not just one, like the whole session
I've
of
heard that's good.
rolfing, like completely detach your fascia, and then go from there. And then do not go to the gym. Just do body weight exercises and stretching and yoga, and trust me, your body will change. And it'll be amazing. And Pilates and Billy, yeah.
So, Anne Marie, I heard you talking about Ralph from beforehand, and I normally listen in spaces, and I didn't know it was something completely different than, like vomiting, like Ralphing. I didn't know it was serious.
What is it? Is it like, what is rolfing? I saw it in one of my like special books that teaches me how to do all the shit, that's good for you, but I can't remember what it is. Is it like cupping?
No, it is a absolute deep tissue. It's beyond.
Where are you, Anne Marie?
Yeah, sorry. So what they're doing is they're doing such a deep tissue massage that they're completely separating the fascia, which is around the muscle.
Are you in a dance studio right now, or people like?
Okay. How about this? No. I work at a bar, and I teach, and sometimes it's loud, sometimes it's not. So sorry.
Yeah, I got a deep tissue massage this week, so that was nice. I don't know if she was that good though, and I felt bad because my other masseuse found out that I went to this other masseuse, so I was like, felt like I was like cheating on her. It was bad.
I don't think they give a shit.
I don't know. She's like, at first she was like, call me, and then I'm like, oh yeah, I've just been getting facials and stuff, because she's like, I really like her, but she's like, I love Republicans, but she's like super Republican, and she's always talking during the whole massage and telling me all about like how much she hates, people coming over the border and everything, and I'm just like, I just want to get a massage.
Oh dear
That's
Lord.
not relaxing at all.
I know, it's so. She's like, you need to not even read the regular news. You need to read like Texas local news. She's so sweet, but it's like but when she gets mad, but then she actually works me a little bit harder. So I'm like, I should say like immigration issues, like say like the buzzwords to get her.
That does not sound like somebody I would like. Oh my gosh.
She talks the whole time, and I'm like, oh my god. I love to talk, but man.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. Where do you find these people, Dr. Carey? Do you
Oh my god, the only people that still live in Boston, I guess. It's so funny. I don't know, people who think once you get past a certain point, you can start talking about the closer you get, they think you can start talking about like, I don't know, like they'll bring up racist stuff or political stuff. I find that sometimes like people will just, if you're just like nice to people and then they feel close to you, then they just kind of they say a lot. And I'm like, whoa, I don't know what gave you the impression that I want to hear this, but.
Carrie, I just want to tell you that I think I just really am bonding with you right now in this moment. And I just want to know that I think that it's great because it's hard to move these kids across the border. I mean, I haven't been doing trafficking that long, but it's been rough, but I love connecting with somebody who understands that notion of like, I know it's not the same as you having that problem with your Alexa and everything, but man, it's hard to move these kids. I mean, you can only put so many in the back of an RV, and half the time you gotta fill that thing with llamas or something to cover that smell.
So inappropriate.
I
And no
know,
one
isn't
knows
it?
my daughter is Mexican either, so it's just like then they like find that out and they're like, "Oh shit!" And I'm like, "Yeah, oopsie, guys."
I'm troubled that he has the idea, like the
I kind of
smell,
worry
and you have
about
to
that,
cover it.
like,
What
yeah,
are you
it's like
worried about?
getting on the stage and then being just the like the funniest version of like whatever you think is funny. You know what I mean? Like there's a part of me that's like, yeah, that's funny until like I meet the guy in the alley. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
you know what I mean? So I'm always
There's a
thinking like that.
guy, Andrew. Oh my God, I can't think of his last name, but he gets away with a lot of shit. He says a lot of messed up stuff.
Are you
Like he
talking about
points
Andrew
at
Dice Clay? No.
no,
No, Tosh.0. Andrew, no,
no.
no, that's not his name. That's not his name.
He's like became famous kind of from being like on Bobby Lee and Kalila's podcast and stuff. Let me look at it. Let me look him up. He just points at people in the audience.
Oh,
And,
I know. It's Andrew Zielinski. Jazinski? Is it
let me check.
Jazinski?
I think it's shorter than that. Hang on.
Hey, Michael or Dan, remind me later that I have an opening for a stand-up, and it includes a Cosby joke, a Bill Cosby joke.
Andrew Schultz.
That is awesome. That's cool. I don't know what that means though yet. I'm really new to this space. I don't know what that means. You have a spot open. What does that mean? I can't really go anywhere. I mean, I'm in Ohio. Does that mean like what are we talking about?
Oh, who, me? No, no, no. I can't do it right now because I'm at work. Just when you guys just remind me later. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, catch me on the, what is it? Catch me on, I don't know. Catch me
With
outside.
on
Catch
that.
me outside.
Catch me outside with that comment. No, I'm just kidding.
It does sound
Yeah,
like you're
yeah.
at a merry-go-round. It sounds like you're at a like Stephen King merry-go-round in the background. And that's when we last heard of Anne. She was at the merry-go-round looking for love in the wrong place. And she ran into Casey. Hey, what's going on, yo? What's going on, Casey? What's going on, Anne? You look different. It's the
Why
merry-go-round.
isn't Casey talking? He's always talking when he's on Spaces.
I don't know. I think we've been sort of doing a shared time where I sort of speak for him, and he's been sort of giving me a certain amount of credits to do that. So, like lately, he's been just on the fence about a lot of stuff. But I think right
This
now he wants to address everybody. So, everybody, please meet Casey.
this is the time he puts the kids to bed.
This is the SquareSpace. Degen conversations in a broadcaster voice. Swami AI.
Remember putting the kids to bed, Kit, at 7:23? Oh man, those were the days.
I don't know what you're talking about. You just give them a hot toddy and they just pass out where the fuck they drink it. I'm just joking.
My daughter puts me
Dan
to bed now.
Dan knew that the stolen Neuralink was dangerous. He knew that implanting it in himself was insanity. And he knew that linking the AI program was a step into the void that should not be taken. But the urge to explore the unknown was too much. The draw of technological taboo was too enticing. To see firsthand what was, in the strictest sense of the term, for ungodly carnal knowledge. There
Casey,
are
do
still rumors of Dan floating through the dark web. Decentralized autonomous Neuralink. They say that if you interact with Dan too much, you disappear into the system.
it like William Shatner version.
Dan knew that the stolen Neuralink was dangerous. He knew that implanting it in himself was insanity. And he knew linking the AI program was a step into the void that should not be taken. But the urge to explore the unknown was too much. The draw of technological taboo was too enticing. To see firsthand what was in the strictest sense of the term for ungodly carnal knowledge. There are still rumors of Dan floating through the dark web. Decentralized, autonomous Neuralink. They say that if you interact with Dan too much, you disappear into the system.
She said William Shatner, not Christopher Walken, Casey.
Whatever, that's as good as I can do. That's as good as I got.
I love it. That was a huge improvement and a step. I love that character. Whatever
Dan
it
was a great guy. I'd love to hear your Christopher Walken.
Well, I don't know if I can. I need some. I sort
You're
of
right.
need like.
It's not
I
an
need to
easy one.
hear his voice and do it again. Is what I need to do.
Or just like the exaggerated version of Chris Walken, like Chris Walken, like, you know, the essence of him, not necessarily him, but the essence of Chris Walken.
I understand what you're saying. You gotta understand right now is Michael's about to do his ultimate craft. He's going to go and kill everyone there. That's not it. I need to watch him again. I was actually wanted to do
Kind of
the other
close.
voice.
No. You're talking to my guy all wrong. You don't talk to him like that.
I
You
think
talk to him like
Shatner, I
that
can-
again, I'll stab you in the eye with a soldering iron. Christopher Walken? No? No, all right. That was a try.
It's okay. We all have to come back with a better Christopher Walken. That's our homework for the
Is he from
syndicate.
Massachusetts?
Nice.
Casey, do you know?
Say what?
Is Christopher Walken from Massachusetts?
No clue.
Was he the father in Ray Donovan?
Guys, I like what I'm hearing here, but I want to hear more of Degen.
More Degen? You gotta buy my coin. Because if you don't buy my fucking coin, see, it's gonna be all bad. All bad. You gotta buy this fucking coin kit. Download the app. Buy the
Christopher Walken?
Walcoin. Oh no.
It was meant to be.
It just goes in and kills your wallet.
You ever see that movie with him, Kings of New York, I think it was called?
Is that the one where he's like trying to kind of like hide his son?
It's the one where he pretends to be a New York gangster, and it is the worst impression you've ever heard of a New York gangster ever. It's so bad, it's funny. It is though he's like, yo, what's going on? It's like he's from Armenia.
Whoa, why you gotta bring up Armenia?
Brothers gotta work. Brothers gonna make $1. Brothers need to make $1 and take it home and bring it to a mother. Mother needs to take $1 and give it to the son. The son takes that $1, takes it to school. He shoots another. Boys together with brothers, all born from the same brother and sister. It's all back around and around, and again, it's gonna get you in the end.
Was that Tupac or was that Biggie?
It started out kind of going down that kind of like hip hop, kind of like rapper, but then it kind of got dark. Sorry.
I can't wait to hear the rap album by Dan. It's gonna be a banger.
Man, I was singing. I've been singing song. I was singing was American Lobbyist yesterday. That was great. Instead of American Woman, I was singing American Lobbyist. American Lobbyist, getting in your way. Anyways, that's what I love doing is taking a song and redoing the lyrics. I did that in high school. I almost failed history class because me and my friend, we wrote songs every day. We had a band called Mega Snot. It would fit on your hands. You could put Mega on one hand and Snot on the other. You know what I'm saying? And I sang, of course, I sang the songs because I was the weird one in the band. But I was also, we just enjoyed ripping off songs. So we just took tons of songs and we wrote things like songs. These are real song names. Lymph Nodes. That's a song about lymph nodes. Yeah. What was it?
Like Weird Al type shit.
Yeah, straight up Weird Al. All Weird Al
Love
stuff.
that.
Tons of it. And it was endless. And then we created a whole story. We created 2 films. One film was called My God, They're Geese, which is about a bunch of geese that take over town and kill everyone. And then, and then another one was called Amusement Park from Hell, which I actually was designing. We designed a theme park, and every ride was sort of like a crazy, torturous thing. And that was really just, it was all kind of connected back to the time when we used to play D&D in the 80s. That was 87, 86. And yeah, it was just, that was a crazy time for creation. Then I had a
Wait, what was
nickname
the genre of the music? For some reason, I was imagining rock, but
No, I mean, the music, my music, high school music is Skinny Puppy, industrial. So I'm in industrial, frontline assembly, Skinny Puppy, Nitzareb. I guess if you don't know those, then I guess you could say, what is it? Depeche Mode, which is, New Order. Right.
Okay.
So
But
I was
do
in
I
that guy.
understand? You guys are actually taking like your class material and making songs out of it?
No, we were
Oh,
taking
okay.
pop songs. We were taking pop stream songs and redoing them. So like instead of Bad Moon on the right, we would redo his Bathroom on the right. And so the whole song was about the bathrooms on the right.
Gotcha.
Right. Or we did I wrote a song called Raped by a Duck. I know it sounds weird. It's a real song. And we would rap these things out sometimes and record it, over his friend's house. I had another band called Applied Furniture. Don't know what that means, but it was pretty cool. Yeah, it was just fun creating something like that. And I was in theater, so I was with all the theater. I was a theater kid for the most part, but it was like I was a nerd theater kid. I was like in charge of the lights. Like, Dan, go up there and try to get to know the serial port and make those lights work. You know what I mean? It was like, you know what I mean? It's like I got that kind of
Hey,
shit.
Dan, you're so good at acting. We're going to have you fix the lights.
Yeah, exactly. I was in Fiddler on the Roof. That was funny. I was a Fiddler on the Roof, and then I remember they had me wearing these huge shoes, and I was already 6 foot. So by the time they got me in these giant shoes, I was like an 8-foot Jew. I was talking about that all the time. But I remember my line was like, "What about our homes?" Like they're talking about something, like they're in a square, and I had a pitchfork, and I had to step out of the crowd and step out and go, "What about our homes?" That was it. That was my only line. And then we created a lot of weird like crazes and stupid things. We all got into sign language for fun, and so we were using sign language, English, and then 2 of the girls in the art group were just insane, and they came up with their own language called the Gi, and it was like some form of like everything either ended with Gi or Ga, and it was like this weird language that they made up, and they would
Oh,
they would
yeah. It sounds like Latin.
yeah, something like that. But they used to do that at lunch and drive us crazy. So we'd sit at lunch and be talking, and they'd be in a corner going, "Oh, the Gi of the guy, the go of the guy," I'd be like, "What the fuck are you guys doing?" It was just a weird group of at the end of every show we would do the time warp and do the time warp dance from Rocky Horror Picture Show. We'd always go and reenact that whole thing. We'd go and watch it in the theater and do all the weird things you do in the theater when you watch the Rocky Horror Picture Show, which is such a great
What is
God.
the obsession with the Rocky Horror Picture Show? I know people that are dedicated to that movie like no other.
It's really just a movie way ahead of its time in terms of like the message of what it's really talking about. It's super controversial.
What's it really talking about?
Well, I mean, it's exposing you to a lot of sexual themes, right? And you're exposed to transsexual, you're exposed to, homosexual and lesbian. That time period was just completely counter to.
It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
I knew one of my close friends when I was a kid. He was like, he would talk about being really like anti-gay, but he
Yep.
loved Rocky Horror Picture Show,
Mm-hmm.
right? And then like
Yeah.
years later, like I found out, I guess he embraced it, and I'm like,
Yeah.
maybe that was like, I don't know.
It was just a, I think it's a movie that embodies complete rebellion for the sort of the goth or darker side. I think initially that was their hero movie. Like my hero movie growing up was like Cannonball Run. I was like, I was a Cannonball Run guy. I'd watch A Team and Cannonball Run and Dukes of Hazzard. That was sort of that was what I ate. And then the Hulk and then other shows, and I didn't really get into really anything what I would consider intellectual type content. I sort of stumbled upon that mostly through Japanese animation. I found Japanese animation to be super fascinating, and I got into that probably when I was probably 10 or 11 or 12. I don't know how I found it, but I stumbled across it and I just went all in and started to get laser discs over that. And that was sort of how I broke into the business with the computer stuff. Is I sort of was able to do merchandising, show that Japanese games were connected to Japanese movies and then Japanese comic books and so forth. And I took a chance, borrowed some money, closed the gap on that narrative, took the risk, made a ton of money. And then I said, I want some more money, and they gave me whatever I wanted. And I sort of built like this game store thing that was kind of fun. We had all the crazy Japanese console games you could think of, Neo Geo and Turbo 64 and just
King of Fighters.
Yeah, and you had all the console and the console copiers came out, and then the whole market got crushed by the console copiers. So you could put a copier on top of a console, and then you could use a 3.5-inch floppy disk and copy all your games. And so once
Oh
that thing
man, it
came,
was the best.
yeah, it gutted the industry for the most part. And then that was at the same time that the Amiga died and Commodore 64 and the Amiga and Atari ST was long dead. So people transitioned to PC. Mac didn't really have any surface for the most part, except for what was going on in the university. And even then, it would stay pretty quiet until they would start doing anything decent. I think it was a fun time. Yeah. Weird times. Weird times. You're listening to the SquareSpace Degen Conversations in a broadcaster voice, he said, stumbling into the main room. He put his feet up on the counter and looked at KC. KC wouldn't look back. He wasn't about to make that mistake again. He was burned before. He wouldn't fall prey. KC quietly backed around him, not making eye contact, but knocking over the ironing board and most of the cassettes. He apologized as he walked back to the back. Hope you don't mind. I'm going to take my shrimp cocktail and eat in the hallway. Whatever, KC. It was done.
I feel bad for him. He's sitting in the hallway eating shrimp cocktail.
Yeah, Casey's like one of my favorite characters to play with. It's something about the fact he's got this cool short name, and then when he does talk, he has kind of like a deep, kind of like a good neighbor preacher kind of vibe, but also kind of like, I'm going to tell you this once, kid. You know what I mean? And I
Yeah.
like that. I like it.
Listen up, boy.
He's a great addition to the Stephen King movie that's coming out, I think.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That guy from Maine. Yeah. Yeah, think it's gonna rain.
Yeah, can't get there from here.
Yeah. When I would read Stephen King, I'd be like, how do you say this? A-ya? Because he spelled it A-Y-U-H.
Yeah.
And then when I finally saw the movie, I'm like, oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And then I saw Fargo. I'm like, it's all coming together.
So, like, I get, like, the weird, like, kind of like cool sounding stories, but, like, every story kind of, like, ends poorly for me. The last one was like, yeah, he's a good guy. He's putting a good message out there. Took a bunch of Jello shots in the ass, though.
All right, all
This
right.
one is like, yeah,
Why is
he's a
that
good
bad?
guy, but now he's
What?
eating alone in the hallway. I don't understand why it
First
always
of all,
ends sad.
First of all, you get drunker faster with the Jello shot through the ass, and
That's what you
second of
guys
all,
try to
what
tell
do you,
me.
what do you have against shrimp cocktail?
Nothing. It just, why do I got to be eating alone in the hallway?
Look, there's more shrimp for you.
All right,
I'm just
I'm working on it. I got another one coming for you here, Casey. I'll fix it. This next one's good.
okay. All right, I'll be looking forward to it.
I have a feeling it's going to be worse than the other.
Yeah, I see this. Yeah, that's what I was saying, and I'm like, oh, this is
I
gonna
got a
get
good one now.
bad.
Uh-oh.
Let's see. How would this start? Jeff let out a big sigh. All right. That was the last passage, I think. We've lost them for now. Anne sighed. We haven't lost them. They're still outside. Men are stupid. They've been outside the door for the last 5 hours. We haven't lost them yet. Jeff was assured that we had lost them. He was hopeful. He had always been hopeful. He had always been the most hopeful one in the class. Even when the Titanic was happening, he was telling everybody they still could make it. They could just glide a little bit further, and maybe they could try to avoid that iceberg. Except the only problem was every time Jeff managed to move one iceberg out of the way, another one came into place. He realized he was in some sort of time paradox, unable to change events, but willingly interested in changing events. He was almost Catholic. He wasn't sure what to do. Anne sighed again. All right, someone has to go through the transporter and try it. Casey looked at everyone. Fuck that. I'm not doing that. I was promised something, guys. You know what's been happening. You know what chapter we're on. He noted to the top of the screen. It was the 32 chapter. That doesn't sound right. Is that right? The 32nd? The 32nd. It's the 32nd chapter. Anne reflected it. Well, I'm a girl. You guys are supposed to take care of me. I'm like, you guys can't multiply without me, motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? You need me. The logic was correct. Casey pounded his head on the steel door. Damn it! Jeff knew that this was his time to finally take the math and the calculations he learned for all those years ago working with the Radio Shack operator to test. He read the manual back and forth. He didn't know it at the time, but he had actually been given the wrong manual. It was in Taiwanese. He actually forced himself to learn the language and then the crazy cryptic Taiwanese math, then concluded multiple layers of secrecy that he now knew. Time and space was irrelevant. The moment did not exist, yet he was there. Guys, this is easy. I'll try the transporter. Casey did a fist bump. Yes, motherfucker! Whitey die! Wait a minute, you're not supposed to say that. What, I'm not on camera or anything, am I? Ah, fuck. Jeff stood up to the teleporter pad. He knew what was going to happen. He knew the odds of being telefragged in the metaverse were common. It's one of the issues with the whole Rubin gate. Rubin, the corporation that initially started as a token-based service for communication, ended up actually being a trans-dimensional gateway system that allowed people to beam in and out of the metaverse with ease. The only issue was that if you beamed in at the same time as you beamed in with somebody else, much like in the game of Quake, perhaps you could be telefragged on the platform. Rubin, of course, couldn't be held for comment as he merged with Elon and several other investors and had become the Unity, a super entity formed with 3 tentacles and actually 4 cocks. They were actually pretty bummed about that since there's a cast of 12 men there. They had to fight over which cox does what. And so far, they've been in mitigation ever since. Jeff
You
turned
said that
around and looked at everyone.
you said the cops were bummed.
Wait a minute, let me get to the end. I'm almost there. Jeff looked at everyone. This is it. I'm going to do this because I was meant for this. He took 2 steps backwards. He texted his wife. She responded that she was still watching that Netflix show. He sighed and said he'd be home shortly. He stepped on the platform and instantly beamed into the world. He was in the sublime. Well, goddamn! And then suddenly Michael laid on top of him, defragged him instantly. Okay, looks like it's clear. Walking across Jeff's guts. Casey had survived this time.
Okay, so I like that I survived this time, but way darker. Like, way.
I mean, are you really
Like, thank.
are you forcing a Smurfs episode on me? Do I gotta go Smurf? Is that what
I'm
you're asking?
just saying.
That'd be interesting.
I mean, oh yeah, why you want to see the Smurfette fucking bloody wedding? Because you know that's what's gonna happen. It's gonna be Smurfs meet Game of Thrones and shit.
Do they bleed red? The Smurfs?
Oh, you know it's gonna be blue.
I'll tell you something about Casey, Smurfette said,
Oh,
walking out of the
see.
hut. Casey stood amongst them. Reuben had managed to shrink him down only as small as he could be. He was the size of a small sneaker, but still pretty bigger, much bigger than Smurfette. But she was into that, sadly. Hey, I really like your arms and your muscles. Don't touch me. I still got some of the Reuben on me. Reuben was an After Effects sequence that happened after we got sort of shrunken down or used by any of his gear and his electronics. Because of the Reuben wave crystal technology, you could travel an impact aura wave around you for 4 to 5 seconds. Sometimes 8 minutes, depending on how Reuben felt when he did it. If Reuben, had a long jerk and a really satisfying rush of orgasm and shot the laser into you at the same time, his will and enablement would have been beamed into the shrinking ray, giving you percent longer chance of time in a shrinking form. This is why so many people try to talk Willie and Reuben into, jerking on up before he would actually do one of his special tasks. He declined after time. He said the stress was just too much.
I feel like jerking off is a pretty
Had
special
enough.
task already.
Pleasing venture capital was hard enough, he said. Yeah, so we're working on our story series here. I don't know where it's going.
Off the fucking rails is where that's going.
That's the best kind of stories.
It is.
What if we did
Into
the
an
regular story? Casey woke up, took a sip of coffee, put the coffee down, took another sip, said hi to Smurfette, threw her coffee at him. Sorry, it's really hard to keep it PG. Sorry,
It is.
isn't it?
It is.
You're always looking for the conflict, right, to keep the story going. Because it's not like then he sipped the coffee again, then he put it down, and then he found out it was lukewarm. Lukewarm coffee been happening every morning for the past 5 years, right? You're looking for the point of action.
Casey was consumed with shame. He stormed out of the bar. Reuben went after him. It's not that big of a deal. A lot of people can't play darts. I don't know. I always said the bullseye, Casey said, pushing him away. You always hit the bullseye, Reuben. Why is that? Why is it every time we call cabs, your cab comes first? Can you explain that? Do you have a connection with him or something? Reuben looked around. He paused the atmosphere. All reality stopped. He didn't like how things were going. The general intent Aurora was actually tweaking out. It was allowing more information in the signal than he wanted. He stepped through the frames, reversing Casey in his thought. Hey man, what's going on? Why is it you always get the cab first? He paused it again. He found the code problem. He stepped into the metal laborers and found Kappa asleep at the switch. Damn it, wake up. Kappa looked at the screen. Hey, what's going on? Something going on with KC. He's offline. Check the parallels. Oh yeah, they've been wrong. I thought you were paying attention. Well, whatever. I haven't been paid in weeks. Whatever. Check with Jeff. He does all our finances. Jeff's missing, man. I think he got fragged. Whatever. All right. Where's Alaska? Well, he's down there trying to change everything with the government stuff. He insists that he can change everybody. He's really, really serious about it. Reuben stepped in the elevator and went down to 417. Walked out. Alaska was there working on the flag. Again, perfecting the American flag into the most ultimate American flag possible, largely because it stood behind him as an icon. It waved perfectly, and his beard was crystal cut. He was a gold rush guy, all right. He was the man in charge. Reuben had to be careful. Alaska turned around. Laser looked at him, pinned him against a wall with a strike. Alaska was actually an ex-Marine, an ex-SEAL. He was actually one of the first warriors of the first Starport League, kind of Knights Templar that came out of the East Wing of Food Camp long ago. That's a good way of stopping me. You can only stop me to just cut me off.
This is the SquareSpace, Degen Conversations in a Broadcaster Voice. This has been Storytime with Dan. This is Swami AI. Thanks for being here.
I like the idea of it being Swami AI. Instead of Swarm, I like the Swami instead.
Yeah, I like it because it's also, monkish.
Yeah,
And it's also I feel like it should be very like, hello, we are Swami AI. We are here to give you what you need, whatever you want. And if you don't like data, you know like Swami, no Swami don't like you.
No, he's in the network.
It's interesting because your Swami is kind of like Arnold Schwarzenegger in Pakistan.
Yeah, that's what it is. I was looking for. I'm like, something is. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, hurrah! I'll get to the chopper.
See, I still like the.
Get to the rickshaw.
I'm still going back to the decentralized autonomous network. I really like that. The next interface to the metaverse.
Yes.
Named after Dan himself?
Yeah.
It's a special place, the metaverse. Kind of place where you can itch yourself in private and still have it public. Kind of place where you can get down and get it on and also rewrite it. You can remix and redo.
Like to get to know you.
I would just like you to know that all your sins are immutable.
It was raining cats and dogs outside. Too many people were monologuing by themselves in a corner. It was insane. Now I was doing it. I looked at myself. We all looked at ourselves. Here we were. Together, alone.
Come on, Sandra, you're up next. Let's hear the narration. Narrate the room. We all get to do it.
I didn't know you guys were actually like narrating things. I'm sorry. I started the Ernest Schwarzenegger thing and I went on. Sorry about that.
I don't have the hang of it yet. I need to hear some more before I do it.
Anne paused. She debated what to do. Dan attempted to try to do his best voice of Shatner. You fled. Why were you afraid? He said, breathing slowly, wondering. Part of the narrated voice is to do different inflections, but find the words that come to you naturally. Think about like you see a long list of things in the pantry, the mac and cheese sliding across by the olives. And then, of course, you had to get that type of cheese that can sit in the pantry for years and always be fresh. Who knows what kind of plastic that is that you're going to eat later, but it's all right. Grey Poupon says, open me, but I pause. I question whether I need another mustard on the tray. Four of the mustards look back at me, both innocently confused. The relish begging me, please use me, the ketchup knowing we're best friends. And the A1 sauce beckoned me closer to test its levels. Hot sauce says, yo, Tabasco is your friend, biatch. I know you best. Some of the other hot sauces, too, although I like to go with what's common, what's sublime. Looking out store. Seeing.
If you're just joining the room, welcome to 50 Shatners of Grey.
It's 50 Shades of Degen here tonight on the Degen SquareSpace network. We're exploring all the dark ways that you want to get down, but you can't explain it. The metaverse will help you dig it out. We will show you the way. See, this is the point where you put in the commercial that doesn't follow it completely. That's like a Rally's or Arby's commercial, like just cuts right to it.
This is a Wendy's, sir, sort of thing.
I was waiting for her to finish my Arby's sandwich. I thought she was done shaving the meat. And she just kept piling it on. I expected her to stop. But she just kept putting on more and more thinly sliced roast beef. And I'm like, isn't there a law of diminishing returns for roast beef? No. In fact, that is the hypothesis of Arby's. There is no diminishing law when it comes to sliced roast beef and cheese.
So, Michael, again, I like this pitch. I think this is good. This is a new position for the company. I like it. Can you give us some more information about this whole orangutan orange shake concept?
I think Fitz actually has the latest dossier on the orangutan shake. Fitz?
Yeah, I was thinking actually we could offer seasoning as well. You know, like we could go over and just ask them if they wanted freshly ground pepper, and then if they don't know that they're supposed to tell us to stop, we just keep going. We just keep fucking grinding pepper onto the meat that we're also adding to the sandwiches and cheese. We could just keep going with the fresh Parmesan. Like, don't stop. I don't know how this relates to orangutan because I think I maybe missed that portion, but I'm
It does. A
willing
lot
to
of people thought that, that Chris Farley fit that bill. You know, that sketch with, what was his name? Deuce Bigelow?
Am I missing the point here? Am I supposed to do things in action? I don't think I'm missing everything.
We're making it up as we go along and falling forward. As long as we fall forward, we're good.
Okay, so what I think we need is more primates. So we'll have like orangutan, orange shake, and then we'll have like gorilla grape.
Wait, oh yeah, okay, I get it.
Racist.
And monkey mango. Yum.
Casey put down the apparatus. He looked at Ruben. I don't think your calculations are correct at all. The simulator is not working correctly. Whenever I step into Dan, he still just walks into the restroom and pees. I can't make him go back to the bar. Give me that, Ruben said, taking the apparatus. The Dan 2000 was a brand new device. It's something the syndicate had designed to try to make him shut up. I would try to reroute him so he'd stop talking. Ruben changed the settings. Yeah. He used that crazy accent. No, then try this again. It's kind of like a leprechaun and a taskmaster at the same time. Michael looked over at me. You mean like a mechalon? What the hell's a mechalon? It's like a mechanical leprechaun? Is that real? It could be. There's a lot of lore around it. That's true. He's really into crypto. Yeah, and the Wi-Fi is really weird when he's around. I noticed that too. I don't know. What does Casey know about him? Casey looked away. Guys, I gave him my word. I'm not supposed to do this. Casey walked out onto the balcony. He looked down and watched two squirrels fight, and then stop fighting, and then get out of the chessboard, and then they were playing chess. Ruben laughed as he got to the top of the stairs. You like them? I made them the other day. They just do that. I don't know why yet. That's the other part of the project. I just like creating things. Don't worry about it. It's going to be fine. Casey wasn't sure anymore. Ruben had done things. He had changed things. wasn't the same. Maybe Michael's right. Maybe the Merkelons are back. And maybe the war just started.
Welcome
It's
back
like the war
to.
just ended.
It was a good segue, right?
Ended,
This is like a perfect little divot in the corner. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I thought it was just you're right. The story could have just ended. I like that part though.
But then it started again, and then it ended. And that's when they knew they were in the singularity.
But when they really wanted it to end with emphasis, they said, "You can chimpanzees nuts." Something. Am I getting there? Am I understanding? Fucking so far behind.
Sort of. Ruben is my Lex Luthor. Everybody who has creates a universe needs a Lex Luthor, and Ruben is my Lex Luthor. And he's
Ruben would make a great Lex Luthor.
Oh yeah, absolutely. He's got that. Just the bizarreness about
I just
him.
had an idea. I'm going to buy one of Ruben's NFTs, and then with my hours worth of Ruben time, I'm going to make him do bad things. Yes.
That's actually pretty cool.
What if he was like Lex Luthor King Jr. and also there was more of
Wow.
Wait a second. I didn't think I could do that. Wait, Casey, are you proposing that I could buy a time of Ruben's, like an hour of Ruben's time, and use him for nefarious purposes? And
I mean,
be
technically, he technically has the ability to say no, but his morals are loose and his patience is,
Totally.
Yeah.
That's what I love about him.
But will he say no at that fantastic opportunity? Exactly.
The contract does stipulate that I have an ordinary high capacity for irrational tasks.
There we go.
And also enthusiastic compliance. Method acting for enthusiastic compliance.
Those are great attributes. I love that. I mean, that kind of I think that's something that needs to be flagged in the syndicate, whether or not your powers can be used for good or evil, or just agnostic. That way you can specify my powers are agnostic, meaning I don't care whether or not you're good or evil. Or you can say, I want you to be using for evil, which then the syndicate over time weeds you out because we're trying to get rid of bad actors in general.
Wait a minute. Ruben, within an hour's time frame, can you wireframe build up the idea behind a noise cancellation frequency EMP pulse that I can load into an NFT?
No, but I can do it both for noise cancellation and an EMP pulse separately. Okay. You just can't mix them together. That's water and oil right there. Yeah.
How many hours do I need to buy for this?
How many hours will you buy if I tell you that it's a very large number?
Two. One.
Deal. Shit. All right. Honestly, it takes about 5 minutes, but it would help.
Actually, I think the better ask of Ruben is more of sort of, Ruben, how many hours would it take you to make a convincing case for EMP as a service?
Ooh.
Who's buying?
Is that like empanadas?
No, it's
not.
it's the wish to do targeted spatial EMP wave emission. In other words, I'd like to take out a block of town. I don't want to take the whole area out, but I want to take out an area. I need actually an analysis of the weak points in the system in the grid, and then the analysis of a subsystem that would then allow us to do something. Right there, we've actually crossed over the export control issues of said arguments. No, I'm just kidding. We crossed over into nefariously. We should not think about that, but it's fun.
Very difficult
but it's
to make.
Fun.
Directional EMPs, by the way. You can make EMPs pretty for like $30, but directional is a bitch.
I could see that. Very cool.
I have a deeper question for Ruben.
How deep
Ruben,
is it?
It's pretty fucking deep, dude, actually. Like, how does it make you feel that your parents named you after a sandwich?
And do you enjoy a Reuben sandwich?
You know what? I gotta be honest. I've ordered it. I've ordered a Reuben sandwich. And I said, I'll have the Reuben. And they said, cool. and I had it, and I was mixed. I had mixed feelings. One of them was like, "Oh, this is a right sandwich," and then another one was like, "Oh, the sandwich is just alright." And then I just, and then I got over it, and now we're here. Yeah.
So, have you ever compared yourself to like Monte Cristo, anything like that?
You know what? That's unexplored ideological territory, but perhaps later today. Yeah.
I mean, I'm not trying to. I'm not. I'm not trying to. Yeah. Okay. Those are fair answers. I'll delve into some other sandwiches. I'll try to think of some.
You may not
I
know
was gonna say
this.
I wouldn't name my child like Turkey Club. You know, I mean that's
Right.
like.
My real name is actually Kimchi Curry. I want to just let you all know right now.
Mm-hmm.
And I love my parents. And I love kimchi
BL.
curry.
Okay. Hell yeah.
What the fuck are we talking about?
Oh, BLT is here.
What kind of weird shit have y'all been up to?
So much weird shit. It's been nothing but weird shit. I had a little bit of like substance early on, and then we just kind of went off the rails, and it's been method acting and just grasping kind of since then.
Oh, so
Yeah.
that's
Yeah. What's your power sandwich animal? Actually, you're up next.
my what? My what?
Your power sandwich.
Yeah, power sandwich. It's like a power animal, but it's a sandwich.
Turkey bacon club, 2 pieces of bread, no tomato.
Way too confident. Way too confident. How fast did you come up with that answer? How long have you known that you've had a power sandwich?
Because when you wear a suit, you know what kind of sandwich you can eat without ruining your tie.
Oh.
That's a good answer.
Well, that's just practical.
It's actually critical
Yeah,
thinking.
the bacon holds the lettuce in because the bacon provides a texture for the lettuce to grab, right? And you go mayo and no tomato, so the juice from the tomato doesn't mix with the mayo, so the mayo doesn't drip. And only 2 pieces of bread because you don't need to eat fucking 3 pieces of bread. It's a sandwich, you fucking fat fuck.
When you are making breakfast, do you have strategic grill locations?
Yes.
Good question.
Yeah. Well, guys, when I couldn't get a job for a while after I got out of college, I cooked. I did like short order cooking for like 15 years.
How short were these people? What's going on? I don't understand.
Short order is like, like diner style. You just cook the food as fast as you can.
How come?
So you develop techniques, especially sandwich architecture techniques. I have a lot of strong opinions about how people should construct sandwiches.
Is Diner Style the 5th Wu-Tang Clan military? You know, they've got like Tiger Style and then Diner Style.
Yeah. Yeah. It's the 37th chamber.
What if we created like a tall order? Like, how does that relate to these type of things? Oh, that we're just speaking about the intelligent.
Just going to be sandwiches you can't fit in your mouth.
So like
right?
a club, like a club.
Yeah. And look, you can't put alfalfa sprouts on sandwiches. Remember the Mitch Hedberg joke? If you want, or what is it? Alfalfa sprouts on your sandwich? You're not in the fucking club.
All right. Turkey sandwich, but lettuce, turkey, stuffing, cranberry sauce, and mayo.
That's a power nap sandwich, is what that is.
That's exactly what that is.
Yeah.
Good.
In South Jersey, they have a fried oyster and bacon, lettuce and tomato sandwich.
Hmm.
Very good.
Okay. What?
It sounds awful, but all of it together with a lot of mayo, it's really actually pretty good.
I don't know. Sometimes like the mayo just seems to be a lot. You know?
It's a South Jersey thing. I know it's weird, but it is what it is.
We'll accept it. It's fine.
All right. So how long until this whole Nerf three-dimensional picture-taking thing starts capturing stuff ahead of us, Ruben? I've been seeing a lot more. Oh wait, did Ruben drop out? Oh, we did. Shit. I should have asked him earlier. All right. Sorry, no, I thought he was still here. There's this thing where basically it's like a 360 picture of your environment as you're walking, and then you can do like instant relay of objects. I don't know, it's some pretty crazy shit. I should ask Ruben before he took off. I waited too long.
Who makes it?
I don't know. I don't know.
Is it like a drone thing or?
No. I think it's more software based off of pictures, actually.
Neat.
Yeah, it's cool stuff. Techie.
I'm high.
What's the strain? What's the concentration?
Well,
flowers, constant. Let's start with this.
I just think you fucking people are not very entertaining right now. That's all I'm trying to say. I came in here expecting a higher quality of content.
It's totally my fault.
Wow.
I brought the whole room down because I'm kind of new at this, so sorry.
What?
Sandra,
no.
Why do you always take the blame for my bad attitude? I mean, their bad attitude.
Because it's almost always my fault. I'm trouble.
Well, thanks for eating it, Sandra. We appreciate that.
Thanks, Obama.
All right, Genesis.
I tried to message Ruben and apologize. And it sounds like you guys are doing some kind of
No, we're just fucking off. Genesis, are you doing got flowers or concentrates? What are you working with?
Flower. I only smoke flower these days.
Nice. Do you know what your strain is?
Right now I'm smoking Jaeger.
What's the 23.4%?
I threw away the bag that it came in, but that sounds like a reasonable number that they would have printed on that bag.
Right. Do you ever get the dual percentage rates for raw flower and smoke? Like this is how much THC, this is how much is in the flower, this is how much is in the smoke after you've burned it?
No.
Yeah, that's mandatory. It's mandatory over here. Yeah.
How much is left in the smoke?
There seems as for
like before you inhale it or after you inhale it.
I'm gonna say before, the smoke that you're inhaling as a percentage THC, but with the understanding that I think that the measurements are kind of fucked. There's usually
the cannabis testing industry is one of the most corrupt private industries in the world.
Dude, it's horrible. I don't understand how they can't get
dude. A guy tried to tell me that the flower at the weed shop, and it was dope. It looked great, but he tried to tell me that it was like 35% THC. And I was like, bro, first of all, if it was 35% THC, what the fuck is holding it together? You're telling me that it's just a giant fucking THC crystal that grew on the side of a branch, you stupid motherfucker. Come on.
Unless it's reflecting light like a lot. Right?
Like, come on, don't lie to me that much, man. Don't push it that far.
Yeah. I prefer heavy CBD concentration with 15 is my sweet spot for levels. 15% THC. That's a happy place.
About 15 is what I would usually extract from people's shit. 15 to 20.
Mm.
A really common for really good weed, like probiotic, was like 17.5%. For when I made extracts.
Mm-hmm.
This is a fucking interesting conversation. I've actually had I think my brother had something. It was close to. It was like at 28. It was like approaching 30, and it was just. It was way
Approaching 30
so
is like
fucking aggressive.
It's really stretching the bounds of credulity, to be honest.
Dude,
well, and the other problem is that you end up with a flower that's been so modified that all the other parts of the flower have been downgraded. You're supposed to
Well,
have
yeah,
a
dude,
whole
the
entourage.
genetic instability inherent in the weed that people grow for commercial markets is insane. You're getting hermaphrodite crops, whole hermaphrodite crops at a rate of 30%, and they're growing fucking indoor, grows that are thousands of square feet, bro.
Yep.
That's a lot of hermaphrodite plants that now I can buy for $5 an ounce because they're worthless.
I like the 5.
It's interesting what you guys buy over there in the States. I just have a neighbor. He's Jamaican. Goes in his backyard, and I don't give a fuck what it is. I can see it growing.
Yeah, it's weird going to the weed store to buy your weed, especially when it's cheap. It made sense to me for a while when I went to the weed store and it cost, I don't know, $100 for an ounce. I was like, oh, okay, cool, but it's legal and I'm paying taxes, so that's whatever. But now I go to the weed store and I buy 2 ounces. Sometimes I spend $40. Sometimes I spend $15. Sometimes I spend $30. But I always buy 2 ounces of flour, and it always gets me high after I set it on fire. It's very consistent that way.
Yeah, we're not there yet.
Canada used to be so far ahead of the U.S. when it came to weed too.
When you guys are making concentrates, do you make rosin with the heated press at all?
I didn't, but yeah, people do.
What do you think about that?
Look, I didn't think that rosin was. So people used to say that rosin was a better quality extract, inherently. They got really on
It's
board
just
with
the
the whole,
oil. Yep.
quote unquote solventless, right?
Yep.
And my argument was always this: I don't sell you solvent because if there was solvent in your dabs, you would be able to tell. It would crackle, it would pop.
Mm-hmm.
You would know immediately if I was selling you shit with gas in it, right? But I make fucking boutique shit, and there is no solvent in the fucking in the extracts that you dab. So it doesn't matter if solvent is involved. What matters is the quality of the end product. And when you're pressing rosin, whether it's with heat or without heat, you are going to get particulate plant matter in your material. And if you're getting particulate plant matter in your material, you are going to inhale smoke, and it's going to make your dab taste like shit. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's super
It's
good
fair.
if you want to smear it on the outside of a joint, though. That's a really good use for it.
Right.
So I don't consider rosin a proper extract.
When you use when you're making shatter, or when are you using just the medical grade butane, or what are you using?
Well, what I did, and I don't do it anymore. I sold the company a long time ago, but
Okay.
What I did was I bought cases of commercial grade butane, and then I distilled it myself into science grade butane because that was more cost effective. Dry ice was cheaper than the difference between commercial and science grade. So with propane, I bought science grade propane because trying to distill ethyl mercaptan out of propane is kind of like trying to make a bad kid good. It's just really hard. It takes a long time. You got to distill it a lot. So I would buy science propane, and I would do a 70-30 mix of butane and propane. Because the propane is a more selective solvent. It picks up less, and the things it picks up are higher quality. So the butane gets you a good all around like terpene and cannabinoid profile extraction, but the a little bit of a little bit of propane. Fuck
Propane.
me, I can't
Yeah, I
talk.
gotcha. You good?
Yeah, it improves the color of your extract.
Really?
Yeah, like if you've ever smoked like bright yellow weed extract, that's made with propane. That's why it's bright yellow. It's only taking things that are that color. It's weird. Yeah. So like propane, it won't pull everything that you can pull. So if I went with 100% butane, I would pull a little bit more yield than if I put 30% propane in. But I'd lose about 5 shades of quality color, like color quality. And the difference in what I can sell a beautiful, perfect colored extract for more than makes up for what I lose in yield by putting 30% propane. Science grade. Because it's, like odorless and tasteless.
Yeah. Cutting the margin.
Yeah. So like a really good way though to make shatter is ethanol. And ethanol extraction is really, really easy.
Just to burn off? Like I'm
No. Like you so imagine like a stainless steel column, right? And the thing I was describing before has a hose going from a tank of solvent into the top of that column, and the solvent in a liquid form because I froze it goes down through the column, right? It's like butane at dry ice temperature is a liquid, so it'll just trickle down through like a coffee filter, right? If you're doing it with ethanol, what you do is you fill the material column with your solvent, like open top. So you don't have any cap with a ball valve there, and then you let it sit for X amount of time, depending on what you're doing, what your temperature.
And just release it.
Yeah, then you just release it. Yeah.
All right.
And then it you can off gas that exactly like you off gas butane or propane or anything else.
Huh. No shit.
Yeah. The end result though is an absolutely beautiful texture of shatter that's annoying to deal with. It's so stable. Yeah, and it tastes great too. It retains a lot of the terps. It's a really low friction way to get to a shattered texture, but I hate shattered texture, so I never made it. It makes a mess. When it's really, really good and really stable, you have to heat it up to get it dab ready. You can't just break a piece off; it'll explode.
Hey,
So that's what you
you,
get from
I love the I love the tweet that you fucking sent out. By the way, fucking fabulous. Thank you.
Ooh. What?
Host so you.
Oh.
I don't know what. How do you fucking? What do you call so you? What do we call?
So
it?
you want to?
Yeah.
So you want to attract funding? What was the tweet?
You sent out the fucking pepper thing.
Oh yeah,
Thank
that is one of the best sketches of all time.
I fucking appreciate it. I've actually been on a mission, and I don't mean to interrupt. We can get back into all this.
All
We talk
good.
that
All good.
I am on a mission to find a pepper mill that it will not fit fucking anywhere to give to somebody as a gift. And I've been on eBay and I've been on like Amazon, and I want to find one that it's like it over 3 feet. Like I want to find one that just is inconvenient as a gift idea for somebody.
I love that idea. That's great.
I've been
That's
doing
really
this.
great.
I've been on it for like 3 years. And I found one. I found a restaurant. There's a tiny restaurant was going out of business, and they were selling it. And I tried to fucking buy it, and I didn't get it. But I really want one that is fucking like a stupid large, like the dumbest, biggest pepper mill ever. Like I'm on a mission. If you find one, keep me in mind, please. I'm there.
I don't know why that gives me the giggles, but I just think that's a terrific idea. That is an annoying gift.
Yeah, like where the fuck are they gonna put it? It's amazing. Like they'll keep it. It's because it's funny.
Webstront store has one for sale for $164.
How big though? I'm not talking like I don't
Is
want
it
my
3 feet tall for
30,
165 bucks?
36 inches.
That's 3 feet.
Okay. Where are we at?
Webstrongstore.com. I literally just went to Google and typed in jumbo pepper shaker.
Can we get bigger?
I don't know. That was my first try.
I want something that like won't fit even on
You
top
wanted
of
3
your
feet.
regular
I
one.
gave you 3 feet.
No, I said over 3 feet.
Oh,
technically.
That's what she said.
Damn it, I was really gonna say that's what she said, but that was way back, like a second ago.
Well, that was weird. What happened?
She's in a bar or something. So
we time traveled.
I went to a bar once. I engaged in frivolity. Indeed.
What'd you do at the bar?
Engaged in frivolity and imbibed libations. I did the same thing all the other regular, normal humans do. What do you do at a bar, human?
I'm also a regular human that does regular human things at bars.
Do you enjoy happiness with your human emotions, my human friend?
Yes, as a human, I am also enjoying in those activities as well. Thank you for asking, and I enjoy that you asked me that. And we are friends.
We can definitely agree that we are both
Human
humans.
friends. Yep,
Yes,
human friends.
human friends.
100% human friends. Yes, I'm.
Bah!
I don't know. I think when Fitz went to the bar, he got really drunk, and then he sort of got drunk crying. You know, he looks like a crier to me.
Fitz does not fucking drunk cry, Sandra.
Really?
Fitz is a fucking man.
Well, okay. I still think he's a drunk crier.
He is not a drunk crier. He is kind of a drunk texter, though.
all right. I found it. The Puget Paris Prestige Black Lacquer Pepper Mill, 42 inches.
Okay.
Now we're talking, right?
Yeah, I'm with you.
It only cost $1,250.
This is my thing, man. It's so fucking expensive. I need like a woodworker to like find like a table leg and fucking make one for me or something.
Totally. Fuck, $1,250 for a fucking pepper. Wow.
Now I am gonna fucking cry, Sandra, you jerk.
Oh. Try
fucking
Etsy.
meanie.
That one.
Sandra's a meanie. She made Fitz cry.
Wah, wah.
Wah, wah.
Try like Etsy or what's the other one? Maybe First Dibs or something. That's cool though. 48-inch pepper mill. I like it.
It's a mission. Like I'm on the goddamn. It's a literal mission I've been on for years.
I can appreciate that. It sounds like a good mission. You know, some people want to cure cancer. Other people want to like donate millions to a charity. You want to find a huge pepper mill so you can greatly inconvenience a giftee.
100%.
I'm all for it.
What are fiat dollars if not fun tokens?
That is true.
We all go around. We live in the world, and we go around and around, and we do different things, and we get entertained in different ways. And I mean, some people just think that other people might want a giant fucking inconvenient pepper mill, and some of us exist.
You know what I've always wanted? I've always wanted one of those giant inconvenient chess sets that like you see in the movies. They're like the pawns are like 2 feet tall. Always wanted to own one of those. I've never like looked to see how much they cost or anything. I have no idea.
Like I think giving someone a gift that size, right? Like you give someone a full fucking chess set, but that is all. Every piece is like 2 to 3 feet tall.
Yeah, like you can only play it in the yard.
You're like, here you go. But like they go outside and you're like, dude, this is for you. And they have this gigantic fucking thing to open. They're like, oh my God, like this is gonna be so awesome. And then they have to figure out what to do with it. That idea to me is it's worth fucking figuring out what the fuck you're gonna do with this goddamn thing, because it's maybe you re-gift it. I don't know. That shit's funny though.
You're gonna re-gift
I
something
say
like
you turn it into some kind of a hat tree or a coat tree or something, man. The peppermill.
Or you can pretend like it's in the Guinness Book of World Records, and people will pose with it. You can charge them
That's
for
true.
pictures.
That's true. You could get like one of those little plaques made from a trophy store. Like pin it on there.
This is in the Bud Light.
And then you can make up a backstory. So you need you need to have like a backstory of the wood that we used to make it.
Yeah, like it was found in the Tibetan mountains, and it was foretold that this is the first pepper grinder ever like built, and it was actually a race of giants that built it. That's why it's so big, and yeah, like this is the only one that exists. You'll never see it again.
Acknowledged by the Corona Book of World Records.
Absolutely, yeah, and also acknowledged by
Natural
the
Light or some like shitty beer. It'd be funny.
and also acknowledged by the Best Friends Club Guild of Dumb Shittery.
Yeah, we'll acknowledge anything.
Gene's background wasn't the only thing that was interesting. He had been a tennis ball player for 17 years. He was good at it. He knew a lot of cool words. He used to hang out by the hillbillies, by the quickie stuff. He used to educate them on the right kind of beef jerky American eats. Americans don't eat that teriyaki shit, he'd tell people. Don't eat it. Don't eat that shit. He would jerky shame people with the quickie one. Hey, you can't do that. You can't do it. He insistently insisted all the TVs be switched to show him the latest stock charts. And then, no, keep it on it. Hey, Akbak, no. Keep it on there, will you? Change it again, and I'll get you out of this block. You know what I'm saying?
Fucking put it on the Bitcoin, you fucking mook.
Yeah, fucking mook. You know what I'm saying? You goddamn. Michael interrupted him.
That's a racial slur against Italians. Did you know
Michael
that?
stepped into the forefront. The hologram paused the simulation. Gene was pulled out of the cockpit. God damn it, Gene. You always do that. Every time you start talking about race, the whole goddamn simulation crashes. Gene looked around the room. Sorry, guys. I
fucking hate Italians.
I have some of that in me. You know what I'm saying? Ever since COVID-19, the mutated virus had changed. Some people turned into rednecks far more redneck than they like to be. Gene had onset waves of racism that would flow through him at times. This is the one reason why they went out shopping anymore. They no longer went to Target ever since he went off on the checkout clerk. Come on, package this shit up. What? No one ever bought almonds before? Everyone buys almonds. Fucking nerd. Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, not that word.
I'm gonna die.
See, I can't say that word. It's hard. I wish there was a word I could say though, and you can't say fucking black American. Like it doesn't. You know what I mean? Like you know, you would say cracker or white guy or whatever. What is a good?
Yeah, but like crackers are delicious and refreshing when you need a snack. It's not really that great of an insult, to be honest.
Yeah, I see that. But there should be like a good derogatory term for whatever form of white guy this person is or I am. I don't know.
I like to call us wasps.
Wait, I like there should be a good derogatory term. That was a good point.
I think wasp sounds derogatory. It just means white Anglo-Saxon Protestant.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, it takes me to the wasp, and if you think about wasps, they're pretty fucking cool. They chase you.
Yeah, but they're skinny and you can squish them.
Yeah, so I don't like that. Plus, that also makes me go right to bumblebee. And
See, I want you to not like the derogatory term for you, You
Dang,
should
cool.
you shouldn't hear the derogatory term for you and be like, oh yeah, that's a good one. Right?
No, I think that's can't. I mean, you're saying you can't have an agnostic view on what actually may make you look bad. I mean, you
No,
have
I'm
to be
not
able to
saying I
do
can't.
that.
I'm saying you can't.
I
Wait a
can.
minute, you can't tell somebody. I like it.
That's classic Gene. Once again,
Dan
he
had
showed
been
his
caught
cards.
in a logical, twisted plot.
Brittany
Dr.
sneered at him.
Genesis Block had struck again.
It'd be unlikely he would ever be able to get that gig, working at the
Which
Father
gig?
Dime, working as a Beyonce instructor. What he always dreamed about.
That is a good dream, bro. That's legit.
Beyonce instructor. That is
Somebody was
going to
like,
be
"What do
like
you
the
want to
new
be when
tweet,
you
not
grow
the
up?"
yet.
Like, I
You know,
want
you
to
have
teach
Tony Gordon.
Beyonce how to
Yeah,
Beyonce better.
that's amazing. The Beyonce.
He was
That
in
should
it for the booty.
I'm
The
gonna
money
walk
was
right up.
okay, but the booty was even better.
I'm gonna walk right up to Beyonce and be like, "Listen, Sasha, I'm gonna make you twice as fierce."
But Gene hadn't told everyone that he himself was a twerking expert. He had
Indeed.
grown up on the Colombian side or the east side or whatever Colombian side I had mentioned. And if you found one, use as a reference. So stick with it. He had to trade things. He had to often work for money in different ways. A lot of people wanted him to jerk. He just wasn't into that. Look, let's not do that. How about this? What if I try to twerk, you know? It's good for my lower back. People were into it. He started twerking professionally. Soon, he was drawn to the life of a twerker. He would pass by Urban Outfitters and feel drawn to walk inside and look at random clothing outfits. Think about high heels or waist and boots, things and lumberjacks. Soon he was getting to know the local policeman pretty well. Everybody noticed. I really like that stack you got there. You like my shelf? Been working it. He showed it off with flair and glee. Even the VC noticed it. You know, I don't know what it is about that guy. I hate that idea. What do you mean, the waffle coin? Yeah, every time you make a waffle, you make a coin. It just seems weird. I don't know. I kind of like it. And Belgian waffles are big. Those can be NFTs. Yeah, I like this waffle coin thing. No, it's stupid. Besides, Bitcoin's it. Gene, you always talk about Bitcoin. There are other coins in the alphabet, you know. Whatever. What no one knew was that Bitcoin saved Gene's life. In the early 60s, long before Bitcoin was originated, and before Gene was ever born, unbeknownst to him, his parents were actually impregnated by an early form of Ethereum. And inside that Ethereum gestated a stamp of the origin code. That was Bitcoin itself. That latched on to his primal circuit. That would be the way he would order himself. That would be his life. That and the other three fetishes. Foots, other things. I can't get into that. No one talks about it anymore. But don't worry about that. Everything was fine from now on. Everyone turned into the mirror and said the final words. We are the syndicate, live in the syndicate. We take the hit of acid, amen? They took the acid hit. They all sat down and turned on the monitor. Dan came up on the screen. You guys are doing well. We're almost done.
So what about his fetishes?
Sandra, you couldn't handle my fucking fetishes.
You
The
know,
shit that makes me
Oh,
come
right.
would give
white
you
collar
nightmares.
I'm
twerking
gonna
is
let
much
Gene do
different than the
those,
blue
man. He's
collar.
got
The
his own
shit
thing
that
going on.
listen, the shit that makes me come would give you fucking nightmares for the rest of your life. Don't.
Already having nightmares thinking about it.
Just don't do it. Just
All right.
I think we found our pickup line, gentlemen.
the good news is if you want to have normal person sex, I can just go forever.
Casey walked on the set. The shit you do will give you nightmares, motherfucker. Stop talking. Michael stepped out in direction. Yeah, that's good, but I need it a little more Jewy. What do you mean Jewy? I can't do it. I'm not a Jewy guy. Gene stepped up. This was his big chance. Guys, I can do this. I'm born in New York. And in New York, you got to be everything or nothing. And also, I'm also from Chicago. Hell, I'm from everywhere. I'm a Gene, you know what I mean? Michael didn't get it. But he was late, and he wanted to go fishing soon. Fine, get in there. You know the lines? Yeah. Casey looked at him. Motherfucker, you do me fucker. I'm gonna fuck you. Whatever case. Passed him by. Okay. And queued up the music. He stepped out on the stage. The shit I've done, man, give you fucking nightmares. Crowd went silent. It has a whole group of small children up front. The first seat. 3 redheads, 7 years old. Next seat over. 2 brown heads. They're actually labeled brown heads.
Brown heads?
I was calling things brown heads. Michael didn't even say anything about it. We even asked him, why get the brown heads?
Oh, God.
Could be some research. Who knows? Whatever. The government wants it. Let's do a brown head. All right. The kids were silent and awe. Gene looked down on him. He tried not to break his sweat, trying to keep his New York or Chicago desperate. He sneezed. He broke his character. That's enough. And the curtains came up.
I have no idea what the fuck is going on, but I think I'm gonna roll another joint.
He sat down and started rolling the joint. He looked around SquareSpace and noticed that no one was paying attention yet again. It'd been hard to mix in and learn new people. At first, people thought he was a troll. And he thought, too, he was a good troll. I mean, after all, he knew things. He knew about quantum computing. He knew about the Terrakines. He knew the Smurfs were real.
What?
Wouldn't talk about it.
I can't talk about the Smurfs.
Exactly. And that's all he needed. And then there was a test to see how low down could get his voice. How low and slow could it get down to let you know that he's about to crack. And that's not working. I was trying to do a Dalek voice earlier because I think Daleks would be a really good sort of mascot for the Syndicate, you know? You will tell me. Unless it kind of like it's a deep, angry voice. Oh, I do have another character I do called Marty the Burnout Clown.
The guy who was telling everybody what was going on all of a sudden had a existential crisis, and he was wondering who the hell he was. He couldn't remember anymore the way he even spoke, and who he was even speaking to. And he started speaking to the one guy who was the highest guy in the goddamn room. And then that's what really got him triggered. He lost control. And that was the point where he knew he never had control. Control was lost when the discussion reverted to sandwiches.
You're supposed to keep going, man. I was doing the background track.
He really
There
then.
you go.
Then the music arrived. And things got fascinating.
He spent a long time trying to figure out who he was. Who was he? He spent 50 years trying to decide who he was. And then he realized it wasn't about who he was, but who he were.
He considered the difference. He, 2 letters, were 4 letters. And then the song.
Yeah.
What?
Twitter space. What?
You guys, we're gonna start a band, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
A mariachi band.
The Degens.
I wish I could. I tried to teach myself Spanish guitar. That shit is fucking hard, bro.
All right. When I was 2, I learned how to tie my shoe. When I was 3, anybody want to finish for me?
I I think my guitar's out of tune, boys and girls.
Tying your shoe at 2 years old, you don't
When
need
I
us
was
to finish the
4.
song. You're probably like pretty advanced.
Wait, what?
I don't know, man. I didn't tie my fucking shoe when I was 2 years old. It's
What the
fucking
fuck are you
impressive as
talking
shit.
about? How did we get to tying our shoes?
Then they started talking about shoes. Things were weird. Genesis had stopped playing the guitar, but everybody kind of wanted him to still play the guitar. Nobody said it, but everybody was waiting for the guitar to happen again. So then Genesis played the guitar again.
Bling, blue, 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 blue. The fuck is that?
It was a hard time. The Degen world was collapsing. One by one, they wandered out into the streets. As usual, Gene had no idea what was going on. What the fuck are we doing, guys? What are we walking out here? Someone want to tell me what the fuck's going on?
Yeah, I can tell you what the fuck's going on. It's getting really weird in this shit, and you don't want no parts of this shit.
D5 was the local rebel. He was a pastor on side jobs. He mostly worked at the Dairy Queen. He was a local conspiracy theorist. He always believed that the Dairy Queen invented the original malted milk. But lots of people disagreed with him, especially Gene. Gene knew everything about dairy. He'd been working in dairy all his life. He used to tell people he could suck a cow faster than a nun. And no one had ever seen that before, so people assumed it was pretty fast.
Dan worked at the local high school. He was a gym teacher. Part-time? Well, he delivered milk for the senior citizens home. He learned how to ride a bike.
Yo, what is up, team?
Mathos took the last hit from the bong. Guys, I feel it. I'm flying. You see me? Can you see me? Everybody looked at him as he pressed his face against the wall. His chest rubbing against it, his nipples crushing the paint against the wall. Well, shit, I'm going to have to paint that goddamn wall again, Gene said, putting down the guitar. That sucked. I hate it when he's high like this. We know you're hungry. We know you care. All we want here in America is the best. And you got it. And that's why we're offering you the serum. We got to weed out the Degen while we can. Where's that goddamn guitar music? Can we cue that guitar, please? Get that goddamn cue up here. I gotta be on the deck in a couple hours. Thank you. I'm not even done with the skit, people. I gotta fuck a stripper in an hour. You get that shit on.
Fucking... My fingers won't do it anymore.
All right, as I was saying, god damn it. We care about what you're doing. We need what you need. The kind of America that we all grew up with. The kind of America that stood for something. It stood for like ABC. Simple letters. Simple thoughts. We grew up a tang, but man, we love that thing. You know what I'm saying? We love the bump. We love the shit. So next time you think about interracial marriage, you think about Syndicate. Because we were there for you. Back when you were just horny as shit.
Whoa, we were syndicates, and we really weren't even kids. I went to school one day and I think I smoked the jizz. Whoa, we were kids.
Everybody missed the America when people really hated each other, like back when it was the original America, and it was easy to hate everybody except for the people that you didn't hate. And then everything got woke.
It got woke. It got woke. It got woke. When we were kids. It got woke. It got woke. Reached in my pocket. Goddamn, I'm broke. But I remember we were kids.
Ooh, woke, taking me downtown. Woke, woke, you hold my hand, and I will take you to the promised land. Woke, woke, yo.
And that is the sound, everybody, of Genesis when he's inhaling helium.
When do I get to stop playing the guitar, though? My hands are getting tired.
And you actually sound really good. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, you
Thank
sound
you.
good, man. This is good stuff. I think we had to sort of do like a Thursday guitar night. We need to make that a standard thing because that would make really good content for shows stuff going forward. Plus, good practice for everyone to sort of, do a piece.
Everybody can wait. What are we talking about?
Yeah, like we do that again as like a thing that we normally would do, like like a repetition.
Oh,
That way, whatever, man. Everyone take a
okay.
hit. Everyone, take a shot. Drink of water. Crush a can on your head. Anyone crush a can?
Do I get to play the song No Diggity? Because I really like to play the song No Diggity.
Please play No Diggity. And what's up, everybody?
Hi, Lauren.
I actually
Hi.
sing a spoof on that song.
Hey,
It's
Oh,
called.
I like to do like a folk song cover. It's pretty. It's not bad, man, for a guy that doesn't sing great. It's not about the motion in the ocean. It's about the soul in your bowl. Huh? I just made that up.
The motion in the ocean, the best kind of ointment. Yeah. Who doesn't like a little bit beneath those lips?
Yo, Dan, your narrations were lit.
Thanks, y'all. I love doing it. I do it all the time. It's kind of like, I don't know, it's always fun. I would used to make up games at the strip club. There's a weird story. Yeah, that was fun. Just because you get bored back there when you get a dance, It's just always the same thing. And so I'd always make up games. And one of them is like you go through the alphabet. You got to do each letter of the alphabet, and you have to do it in like the sexiest voice possible. But you have to like do it like A is for apple. You know what I mean? Like something like that. And then you just have to go through that list. It's kind of a weird, fun improv exercise as well. Especially
There's no such thing as a fun improv exercise, Dan.
Oh, I think so. I think you're being facetious. I don't even know what that means. I can't even spell it. But I think it's a great Scrabble word.
There used to be a lady in North Jersey who would read the traffic report in a sexy voice.
I once did
Are
a
you guys ready for No Diggity? I'm going to play No Diggity.
All right, go.
Because Lauren will freak out if I don't play it since I mentioned it.
Please, I was singing. Diggity. No.
Then don't sing along because there is a delay and it will fuck up my sense of time.
Oh, that's just
Got
too
that?
bad.
All the trolls in the room. Got that?
Shorty, get down, good Lord. Baby got moving all over town. Strictly bitch, you don't play around. Cover much ground, got paid by the pound. Getting paid is a forte, each and every day. True play away. tricks in the stash, stacking up the cash, fast when it comes to the gas. By no means average, she's on when she's gotta have it. Oh, I forgot that thing and it's scrolling too fast. She's on when she's gotta have it. Baby, you're a perfect 10. I wanna get on. Can I get down so I can win? I like the way you work it, no diggity. I got to bag it up. I like the way you work it, no diggity. I got to bag it up. Bag it up. Got class and style. The street knowledge by the mile. Baby, never act wild. Very low key on the profile. Catching feelings is a no. So let me tell you how it goes. First the word, spins the verb. Lovers it curves, so fuck what you heard. Rolling with the fatness, don't even know what happened. Gotta pay, just for shorty, baby, to look your way. I like the way you work it, no diggity. Got to bag it up. I like the way you work it, no diggity. Got to bag it up. There you go.
Woo!
Yeah.
Woo!
Thanks, everyone.
It was excellent.
Thank you. Thank you. Been doing that since I was 7 years old. Not that song. That song didn't exist yet, but.
Well, you have some freaking class, man.
Some class?
Yeah.
I don't know what that means, but that's a compliment. It sounds like a compliment, and I appreciate it.
Genesis, it was a compliment, dog.
He says that you're more upperclassman than most.
Ah, yes. I do have a fine taste in 1990s R&B music.
Yeah, part of it.
I've been working on the song isn't called "Bitches Ain't Shit," but like that's what I think of when I think of the name of the song. What is the name of the song though? The actual name of it? I literally usually type in "Bitches Ain't Shit" chords when I go to try to play it.
Is that about constipated pit bulls?
No, it's an old fucking NWA song, I believe. I believe it was NWA. It was one of the dudes in NWA, if it wasn't NWA themselves.
Nice.
Yeah, it's hard though. I'll try it. The lyrics are hard to do while you play the guitar at the same time because they're polymetric, and you get a lot of polymetric rhythms in hip hop music because they're they're done on they're done digitally. But
yeah, for sure, for sure.
Bitches, we gotta stop. There we go.
Yeah, you're doing just fine. Please continue.
Hoes and tricks, lick on these nuts and suck the dick. Get the fuck out after your time and hop in my ride. Make a quick run. Used to know a bitch named Eric Wright. We used to roll around and fuck the hoes at night. Tighter than a motherfucking gangster beats. We were balling on these motherfucking Compton streets. Peep, that shit got deep and it was on #1 song after #1 song. Long as my motherfucking pockets was fat, didn't give a fuck where the bitch was at. She was hanging with that white bitch, doing that shit she do, sucking on his dick just to get a buck or two. And in the end, what she got meant nothing, 'cause now she's suing 'cause the shit she be doing ain't shit. Bitches can't hang with the streets. She found herself short. Now she's taking me to court. That's real conversation. Once had a bitch named Mandy May. I used to be up in the guts like every day. The pussy was the bomb, had me on sprung. I was in love like a motherfucking legend. The homies used to tell me that she was no good, but I'm a maniac in black business movies. So I figured wouldn't trip. Sorry, that's the part, like, that's pretty much as far as I can go. Like, the chord structure changes, and I haven't memorized it yet, so I can't play it and sing it at the same time.
Yo, Genesis, nobody clapped for you, but hey, dog, I clapped for you. So, bro, you gotta like show me love, bro.
I love you guys.
Woo!
Woo!
That was actually amazing. No, I was just sitting there in silence, just appreciating it.
Thanks, guys.
Awesome, almost.
I was actually stepped away from the phone. I wasn't necessarily in silence, but I heard it and I came back and clapped after I got clap shamed.
That's fucked up, man. You got clap shamed? You weren't even here.
I know.
All right, Dan. So the first album is 12 tracks about the genesis story of everyone who's been in these rooms. Figured it out.
No, I love that. That's tasty.
Because nobody can avoid a song that involves their name, right?
Excellent.
Why does the
Dale
song have
Carnegie 101.
Why does the song have my name? I don't want the song to have my name.
The sequence was simple. Gene looked over the fence. I simply don't want my name in it, he said. It's excellent. The aliens looked over and probed his mind. What do you see, number one? I see music, lots of it, and porn. Excessive amounts of porn. He loves weed as well. He's a substance abuser. Two, what do you see? I see other things. He's afraid of mouses. He doesn't like animals, at least at night, especially if he's naked. That's normal. A lot of people don't like animals at night if they're naked. Well, I like him. I mean, I like to curl up with him. It's all strange. Four, what do you say? I think this is all idiotic indeed. Proceed with the operation. We must resurrect Kappa before it's too late.
This is the part where I play a love song. Okay, here we go. We thought we changed our hearts and then we jumped. Never asking why. We kissed, I fell under your spell of love. No one could deny. Don't you ever say that I just walked away. I will always want you. But I can't live a lie running for my life. I will always want you. I came in like a wrecking ball. I never hit so hard. Love. All I wanted was to break your walls. You ever was you break me. Yeah, you break me.
Hooray.
It's butter.
I liked it.
I was hoping that Dan would just start talking again as soon as I stopped, but I guess that's not happening.
Indeed. It was exciting. Dan sat back down and realized the script had arrived. Casey wants you to read the next scene. Are you serious? I'd like to jerk one off. No, but we can get you an intern. You know, I don't know. Do we got any brown hairs? We're not using that anymore.
Yeah.
Shit, we just back to gingers? Yeah. All right, what do we got? Well, we got a new ginger. Her name's Lucy. Put her up on the screen. They went into the private viewing room. It was the old Weinstein chamber. They sat down in the chairs and they fired up the screen. Slider went on. Michael could see back in the computer working on the latest formula. He had been working with a vampire race, trying to help them work in the day. It was a big project, and he was making a shit ton of cash. Can't help you guys. Vampires, so cool. Daywalker, he went back to work. Everything seemed to be just fine. Bring up the next ginger. This one was interesting. She's a multilinguist. She sings songs. Like, she does a really crazy version of Row, Row, Row Your Boat. We have it here. We can play it back. They played it back.
I posted a picture of the ginger to the top.
I stay out too late. Got nothing in my brain. Yeah, that's what people say. That's what people say. I go on too many days, but I can't make home stay. That's what people say. That's what people say. Can't you hear it? No, I didn't hear it that time. No, you can play it back. If you play it back in reverse, it tells the whole story of Sears. The whole album. Every song is like a country song, and if you play it in reverse, it tells the history of Sears. Why is that? I don't know. Some say he just snapped one day on a Twitter space. And he was sure that Sears was going to come back. We haven't really seen him since. How many albums did he do? He did about 5. I thought he did death metal. Yeah, he got into death metal too. But that was all about the Furbies. Furby death metal? Yeah, he was a pioneer in the space. Are you serious? He actually dressed up? Yeah, full on cock. Giant black cock. He used to dress up. Oh, fuck the Furby to death.
And then he would ride the crowd, surf the crowd. You mean he would cock it? Yeah, he would cock the crowd. He was a master. Whew. I tell you what, I really love that scene. Sure did. Let's talk about what you're listening to today. You're listening to the SquareSpace Degen Conversations in a Broadcaster Voice. You're listening to Nightmares on Guitar. Gene here today, or Genesis as he's called, Genesis on the block. A lot like, that's right, Johnny on the block, except he does twerk and he does have a big rump. Everybody here tonight has got a big ass. That's because this week is Get to Know Your Lovely Cheeks. That's right, the Cheek Foundation is sponsoring most of this along with Hauser Bach. And next up on the radio, we got some soul-loving music from Jenny and the Momos.
But I keep cruising, can't stop, won't stop moving. Like I got this music in my mind, saying it's gonna be alright. Because the player's gonna play, 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 and the lady's gonna hate, 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 hate. Baby, I'm just gonna shake, 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 shake it off, shake it off. Back to you, Dan.
None of the G-Dens you've heard on this show have been harmed in the making of this production. All liabilities are found with the listeners that come in this channel and willfully listen to the garbage that they've heard. If anyone has any complaints, they can go ahead and stick them up their ass or do it steady style. That's right, 2 fingers in one hole, 1 finger in the other, and a thumb in your mouth. Jump around a few times and you'll get to know yourself, and that's how we say yes here in America. We want to thank Gene up there playing guitar for us, live on the set. Everyone put your hands for Gene or Genesis on the block. That's right, the twerk master himself. Put your hands together. Everyone in this space. I want to see some hands in here, every motherfucker. Hands together. Come on, clap, everybody.
Thank you.
Clap. All right, that's great.
Woo. Woo.
Just also want to thank everybody. We got Ann on saxophone, F on keyboard, Gene on guitar as usual, and we got Sandra on backup vocals. Michael, as you know, the puppeteer in the sky, letting us know when to live or die, and DeFi on the lo-fi voice recorder. He's the one that's been doing racial slurs in different languages while you've been listening. It's been pretty exciting.
I
Down below, we
fucking
have a
hate black cats.
Up next, we're just going to take a nice break as Michael will walk you through some of the various sponsors of the show. Thanks for listening.
Today's SquareSpace Degenerate Conversations in a Broadcaster Voice is brought to you by 2getheralone. You ever want to be around people, but also you want to be alone? Well, Together Alone is for you. Together Alone allows you to be with people, yet alone. That's right, the best of both worlds. Together, yet alone.
My name is Jefferson Hauser, and I didn't know how to really work with a lot of people when I first got to know Twitter and space. As you can tell from my accent, I am actually a descendant of Jimmy Carter. Jimmy often taught me the simple ways of things, and one of them is a man needs to be alone, sitting in a chair, in a Hawaiian shirt, smoking a big joint, or maybe just in his knockers. What I like about being alone is I'm also connected, and that's great. Thank you.
That's right, that's Together Alone. You just heard
I
from
was
Degen.
looking into dating sites for a really long time, and just things are working out. So I realized that you know what, just maybe it's just me, and maybe it's not. You know, maybe I'm just better alone, and just things started working out for me. And so, uh, this is this. I recommend this to anybody.
That's right, Together Alone. How do you stay alone but be together? Some think it's group things, some think it's a swarm intelligence. But what if the bees wanted to make honey without rubbing against each other? Together
Now,
Alone?
I don't really know about that so much, but I do want to tell you guys about this whole everybody alone and sort of together. My name's uh my name's Alex Horkak, and I run a Cuddle Cafe just outside Oklahoma, and we've been running that for about 16, 17 years now. We allow basically gender neutral individuals allowed to get into a closed setting and allow them to explore exploratory mesh network amongst themselves as they do divisional bonding through a process of cuddling. A lot of people call this sort
God
of
damn it! What's
raw
your
side of rubbing.
consensus network, son?
Well, I'm just saying. I'm just trying to say that it's a good thing.
You can't
And
have no goddamn cuddles without no goddamn consensus,
you
right? That's
can't.
what them damn cuddles they allowed to
Look,
say no. That's
look,
what
once you go
consensus
down
means.
past the borderline trial, you can just do what you want. Look, you run your swinger cafe, I run my candlestick. You know what I'm
Hey,
saying?
now I'll tell you what, goddamn it, I'll be putting my pineapple upside down in your mom's ass. I'll tell you.
You want to come on down here and show me that pineapple? I'll give you that drone. Next time you try to put your dog in my yard, you let me know because I'm going to shoot it.
I'll tell you what, that goddamn dog ain't gonna hunt, boy. Tell you that right now.
Oh, I know it's not. I don't like your robot dog at all. And that thing, that Atlas thing, that is stupid. I don't know how many times that thing just runs into the hot tub every time. You got
I
to
tell
come
you
out
what,
there.
Atlas is doing his goddamn best, you fucking redneck ass
Well,
motherfucker.
look, I think we should just do. You want to do this? You want to throw down and do a robot mower race? Let's
We
just do
should
it.
have. I don't know why we
Okay.
recorded this one for the commercial, but we did. So
But I
This
tell you what, man, I don't know why we record
this was
goddamn any of this dumb shit that we.
we were just
I
doing
hate.
rednecks arguing as a service. You can actually pay for us. We actually just show up in your rooms and we just fight amongst ourselves. It's
Hey, I
real
tell you what,
popular.
that Jeff down there down the road, he told me that, goddamn, your mom was a goddamn whore.
Okay, you gotta take that point out ratio, put that thing right there. You know what I'm saying?
Your goddamn car ain't gonna run.
I hate
Together
the
Alone.
back of Forrest Whitaker's neck.
Tonight on Who's the Racist Anyways?
One of the benefits of Together Alone is that you can insult the people that you're together with without fear of physical reprisal. That's right, Together Alone. Insult whoever you want without physical repercussions.
Why don't you go fuck yourself?
God damn it, why is he always talking like he knows something? What, he read like one goddamn book? He come in here and talk like one of
Yeah.
them uppity New Yorkers?
And my name is Gordon. I practice a polygamy, so I have 15 different women.
Oh,
They're
god
my
damn it.
wives,
That's
and
fancy.
and there's a lot of fucking women around, and
You get all of
so
them women to touch your ding-a-ling?
sometimes when you're together, you actually want to be alone, and so I just come into a place like this, and I just ignore everything.
All right then.
I'm one of Fitz's sister wives, and I met him after I got kicked out of a Facebook group called Drunk at Wawa, and now I own a cat cafe. And I met him because he came in and he just ordered a.
Wait, Sandra. You said that you own a cat cafe.
I own a cat cafe, and
Well,
I.
technically, I actually own. She doesn't own anything.
Well, giddy up, boys. We're going to have a good time tonight.
Well, I want to divorce Fitz because there's just too many of us now. I mean, hell, he's got more than I got cat.
You shut your mouth, and can you just hit the hook again about the line about the Together Alone thing again? And you shut your mouth.
And that's why I met him on Together Alone.
I hate the nighttime.
Man, he's so goddamn black. You try to take a picture of him, you got to turn your flash on.
I hate the color of blueberries.
God damn it, I hate the whole goddamn sight of blueberries. We are joined together in our mutual hatred for blueberries and their color and sight. Hurrah.
Oh man, you guys are bringing out old characters in me. There's an old character I created. I created a lot of characters when I lived in Texas.
Yeah, bro. It was fucking. You like smoke tons of fucking weed, and you know I do all these goddamn people, and you just gotta like pass all that shit around, and you just don't get to
Totally.
smoke as much fucking weed. So when you're just by yourself, you smoke all the fucking weed. You know what I'm saying? Fucking just let it rip, bro.
Why do you keep on giving me chocolate milk?
Try Together Alone. Not only do you get to avoid any physical repercussions from the things you might say, but once you say them into the ether, they're in the ether. A lot of people pay therapists to sit there and not
To them. Why would you do that when you can just come to Twitter Spaces and speak to people who aren't listening to you for free?
Get your hand out of my goddamn pocket.
I hate Power XL air fryers.
George Bush doesn't support black people.
I'm surprised there's not a male porn star named George Bush.
Well, there is now a hot dog. Okay, I gotta stop doing that voice. I'll talk like that forever. It's like when you make a weird face, it'll stick.
I think we did good with this Together Alone. I like that idea of coming up with a fake commercial and you have different testimonials from the people who have.
That was brilliant. I was really actually, and the argument kind of worked when you just chimed in and started saying it again.
Caution.
I like
It slapped around his waist. Casey took off his pants and walked into the water. Put his hands in the air after Dan realized he wasn't in the room to make fun of. Shit, Dan said to himself, looking into the teleprompter for guidance. Nothing. Sandra had unplugged the internet hours ago. She was bored with all the usual conversation, was insisting that we were singing in lyrical lines as if we were all in Sound of Music. Some obsession she had with a past history, almost like the girl she wanted to meet, the one girl that got away, the one she could have learned from, the secrets to the universe, but could only be manifested if someone could just sing the song in the right key. She waited for Jean to arrive.
Sorry, man. I'm making coffee. Bing bong.
A ring a ding dong, a ring a ding 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 dong, yeah. A ring a ding a dong, yeah. A ring a ding 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 dong. Keep your head spinning, ring a ding a dong, ring a ding 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 a dong, a ring a ding a dong, a ring a ding a ding ding a ling 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 ling. Keep your head spinning.
Mr. Rogers jumped up. Dude, that Walkman rocks. How much you want for it? DeFi looked at him. I don't know. I've had it for a long time.
I hate the back of my iPhone 3.
A lot of people hate things.
were you a customer of Together Alone between 2016 and 2021? Well, if so, you may be due damages. Together Alone, as you know, was actually together. And if you were harmed by Together Alone and you were actually together with other people because their voices were technically bouncing off your walls in your home, please sign up for the class action lawsuit. We will take 30% off the top, as you know.
You ever have a problem and you don't want to deal with it? Well, here at Excuse, we like to come up with reasons to handle your problem. And we'll say anything that will solve your problem. We say all kinds of things here. We have all kinds of people who will say all kinds of things. Sometimes
Together Alone, this counters suing. Sorry. Can you imagine you just had like a bunch of lawsuits, like class action lawsuits, like commercials one after another? I think that's where we're headed, right? In the idea of lawfare, where like just people signing up for, and the new ICO is like a class action lawsuit. We're like, yo, you sign up for the fucking airdrop? Airdrop of what? We're all suing fucking Celsius. Really? There's money left? Yeah. There might be some left over from 3-year capital. All right, yeah, just sign up here. You'll get airdropped the litigation coin. If the token is successful and the litigation is successful, you get a share of the 21 million token settlement.
There needs to be an NFT of that too, I think.
Litigation coin. That'd be a great way to fund class action lawsuits, right?
Oh
You
my
know?
gosh, yeah.
You upset at a corporation? Well, we only need $1 million to make it happen.
First class action lawsuits. It could be the company too. You could also promote the company that's actually doing the lawsuit. I mean, you could go full fucking circle with it too.
I like the idea of a company that has a class action lawsuit against itself.
Yep.
As a way of like getting out of like bankruptcy. Be like, I don't know what happened, guys. We got sued and all the money's gone, right? But it was us suing ourselves, so we ended up transferring the assets in a way that didn't, dissolve.
That's comedy fucking gold, man.
So
we're gonna sue ourselves. Fuck it. Did you remember the you guys ever listen to the Jerky Boys? And
yeah.
Dude, it's so good. He calls the attorney trying to talk about a lawsuit, and the guy's like, "Well, there's nothing here," and he's like, "Well, can I sue you? I mean, I gotta sue somebody." He's trying to sue the attorney that he
What are you
calls.
suing me for?
Where were those guys from? The Jerky Boys, you know?
They sounded like they were from, like, I don't know, Jersey or New York. I
Right.
don't really know. Yeah.
Yeah,
They're fucking
probably.
hysterical.
I was the biggest shit when I was a kid. You kicked my dog, you busted guy.
Oh my god. You're never right.
Should I bring my shoes and my glasses so that I have them?
You kicked my dog.
You know what you do.
You know that right.
You know that right.
It's Frank Rizzo. Those guys are fucking hilarious. Yeah, I like it. I like your idea. I like where you're rolling with this.
Okay, so let's bear this out. Litigation coin provides a token which represents potential class action lawsuit earnings, I guess you would call them, in this case, earnings. Well, would that be like more of a DAO if you did it like one by one class action suit by another? Like you form a DAO, put together the lawyers, then I guess what you would need is 2 DAOs. 2 or 3 DAOs, you would need, because the way I heard that they get lawsuits solved is that the person, what you do is if you're suing someone, you not only buy your lawyer, but you also, without anyone knowing, pay their lawyer too, right? So that person thinks they have a lawyer, but it's actually someone you paid, right?
The lawyer gets paid from the win or whatever, yeah.
Right. But if both sides are getting paid, whoever pays the most is the person who argues, that's why you get a bad defense. Like, I can't believe the defense said that. Well, it's because they got paid the same.
Well, no, whoever gets the coin gets at the end gets nothing, because that's how it usually works. You get $1.26 or something.
Yeah, you could have the coins could be based on different class action lawsuits. So like the coins are valued based on what lawsuit it is. So you're like, fuck, I got like this shitty lawsuit, this shitty class action lawsuit. Or you could get like a coin that's like a potentially less shitty class action lawsuit, but you still probably don't get anything anyway.
If it's funny that Karl Marx never came across this idea of class action lawsuits when he was fighting for class consciousness. He looked at the law as being a bug. Could have been a feature. Just didn't know enough about law, which is the case with most people in philosophy.
This would be the greatest way ever to try to like file a class action lawsuit, to like raise money to file a class action lawsuit against like a coin that did fuck up, is to like create class action lawsuit coins to try to fund it.
Yeah, it's an excellent idea, actually.
Have you been the victim of lawfare? You've never heard of lawfare?
No, what's lawfare?
Lawfare is warfare instigated by law.
Oh.
Yeah. So typically what Karl Marx was complaining about was that the proletariat class was being held down by lawsuits. And what he didn't see, what his blind spot was, how people like couldn't see the wheel and shit, right? Even though they could get to the moon, they couldn't figure out the wheel. How come you know so much about astronomy and can't create the wheel, motherfucker? Maybe the world is flat.
Tell me it's flat. Yeah, I believe that now.
Look,
Wait a
I'm
minute,
rooting
I
for
got
the
it.
world of flat people.
Sandra, this goes to what you said. Like if you actually do get into a class action lawsuit, but you don't really get paid, we can create a fucking gigantic class action lawsuit against all of the class action lawsuits that didn't actually pay out appropriately.
That is well
A
deserved.
meta class. Mass.
Whoa. So that would be like a roaming DAO that dissolved and formed, you know what I mean? That would be interesting, where you could have the DAO dissolve and reform and dissolve and reform. People are trying to create a blockchain that lasts forever. Maybe the one that lasts forever is the one that dissolves and regenerates and reincarnates most quicklyest. Or
Right. Instead of a blockchain that's immutable, you have one that just is exactly like a lawyer. It just, fucking disappears when you need it the most, and then, doesn't return your calls.
And then when it's like the momentum slows down, we create a fucking even bigger class action lawsuit against that class action lawsuit that's against all the other class action lawsuits. And it's like a fucking Russian doll of just class action law, and we'll just we'll just go with different class. We'll have to have other words, but you know where I'm getting with this.
I think one of the best technologies to use for this is Solana. Because then we could eventually sue the entire Solana, right? As the ultimate, right?
Mass class action lawsuits. And then
a decentralized class action lawsuit. I think that's how we could bring about decentralization, right? Because there'd be enough people with divergent interests that still want to get paid.
Oh yeah, they're not getting paid, but yeah, they definitely want to get paid for sure.
It's the wanting that, they say that in terms of satisfaction or like happiness with purchase, it actually happens the moment before you pay for the thing. And as soon as you pay for it, the satisfaction goes precipitously down, like depreciation on a new car.
And that you're also getting sued by the next class action lawsuit. So you buy into the one, and then you're immediately getting sued by the following one.
The circle of strife, I believe they call it.
This is beginning to feel like a lot of work, though. So you're gonna have to up how much the lawyers get for it.
Well, I have about an hour of tokenized Reuben time. I kid you not. And so, given his background with the PayPal mafia, I think we'll be in a good spot. I think he actually is a lawyer. I think he went to law school in the past 5 years and got called to the bar.
Can we sue the lawyers to fund it? To start, like, sue the lawyers, like, right off the bat, because they're the ones who have the money, obviously.
I mean, who wants to be sued more than a lawyer because they get to pay themselves for billable hours? Truly, this is the SquareSpace.
Would like the idea, though.
Truly, this has been the most degenerate of conversations in a broadcaster voice.
By far.
If we could do this together alone, imagine if we were together. Or maybe that would make it all fall apart. It's interesting when you think about that, right? Like, I don't think I would want to work in the same office as you, but I'm okay with you being on the phone.
Yeah, I totally feel the same way.
Like, I'm okay with never seeing any of you. You guys feel the same way?
Yeah, it's fine. Everything's fine.
Right?
Is everybody introverted here?
I have employees already. Like, I'm more. It's fine. Yeah, this is cool. The way it is.
I'd like to say, Sandra, that most of us are introverted extroverts.
Yeah, I get that. There's an introverted dog park that I saw a video of. I don't know if you guys happen to see that. And all the dogs were just kind of just standing around this dog park doing nothing and not looking at each other for like the entire time.
Maybe it was a dog high school dance.
Do you have any? Were there any? Sandra, let me ask you.
Yeah.
Were there any Dalmatians there?
I don't know. I don't think so. A lot of like Labrador retrievers and dogs like that, collies.
Air Bud.
What was Cruella trying to do? Was she trying to make like jackets, or was she trying to eat them? I forget.
I just think she wanted no one to own a Dalmatian in her community.
And when you think about Disney stories can be pretty damn sinister, like Bambi and 101 Dalmatians.
Fox and the Hound. Dude,
Yeah.
I remember watching Fox and the Hound when I was a kid. I'm like, I should not have watched
she was like
my age.
She was like the Walmart of like dog breeding, she
Yeah, Fox and the Hound kind of traumatized me. I went there with a friend of mine. Saw that in the theater at the time. I think I was like,
oh wow,
it's like, oh my god, what's happening?
Yeah, but no one's here is pretty much an introvert. I think everyone here is an introvert, extrovert.
What would the woke Fox and the Hound be? How would that ending go? The fox would transition into a hound? No, sorry.
Maybe, right? I don't think we'd have like the Disney movies from like the 70s through the 90s. I don't think any of those would be allowed to be played, really.
Yeah, the hound lobby. That would be another class action.
Exactly. Yeah.
I mean, risk cannot be destroyed. Risk can only be transformed, Hofstein. So I believe of all of the things, Dan, that we've come up from the syndicate, this is actually the darkest yet most viable idea because this already exists in Web 2.
It was too easy. Or was it? Maybe it was too obvious. Once again, karma had come to them. Choose. What would they choose? Fate held in the balance. Damn, was way too high for that. Guys, I gotta finish watching Animal House. I can't help you with this. I just had to focus.
Get your toe going.
One of the key features of Together Alone is being able to depart and reunite with the swarm intelligence as you please. You can't do that when you're partying together, can you? If you're at a club, you're stuck at the club. You're downtown. And then you're like, am I really going to leave? I just got here. That's the beauty of Together Alone. Leave and come back whenever you want. That's true decentralization.
Very true. And Animal House, I haven't seen that in a long time. I should go watch that again.
Is that like Animal Farm or something else?
It has John Belushi in it, and it's basically one big party and a bunch of drunk people and people doing the usual amount of drugs in a frat house. It's actually a iconic movie, I guess you would say.
All Belushis are equal, but some are more equal than others. No,
That is true. Yes.
profound movie. You ever see that John Belushi commercial with about the Olympic trainer who eats donuts? And it's a cereal, and that's the cereal. It's just a bunch of chocolate donuts.
Little chocolate donuts.
Yeah, yeah.
No, I never saw
He's
that
a
one.
decathlete. It's fucking brilliant. He's this big fat guy. So good.
But I miss cereal from that era, from the 80s. Like, Frosted Flakes were like so frosted that it was just, you were just on a sugar high for 3/4 of the school day. And now it's depressing.
Now it's like lightly dusted cornflakes.
Like, what the fuck is this? And I think like cereal is like totally not politically correct. It's actually really offensive to hear like Cinnamon Toast Crunch, and that sort of things just makes me shake.
There
It's
was
very.
one that was literally cookies. It was just fucking a bowl of cookies.
It was. Yeah, I remember that.
Well, what's so offensive about Cinnamon Toast Crunch? Is it the ginger lobby that got upset?
Yeah,
They thought they were being
I mean,
targeted?
they don't have souls, so I already feel like they're disadvantaged, and I feel really bad for them to have to deal with hearing cinnamon and crunch in the same phrase, because it's like when they pass, they have nowhere to go. It's very scary, I think, for them.
I actually have a class action lawsuit idea for us too.
Oh, good.
Munchkins. Like, what the fuck? Like, what? Like, we should just gather all the Munchkins and file a fucking class action lawsuit against every donut company. Like, why? Why are they?
It'd
I
be
don't know
like a
where the
whole
fuck
new
going.
war. I like it.
Yeah. I mean, there's something there. I haven't figured it out yet, but like, we could pay an attorney to, draft some bullshit argument about it because, it's the same name. They stole it, kind of thing. If they can't, we'll fucking sue them. Like, fuck those Munchkins.
Hey everyone, I just want to introduce myself. My name is Marty the Burnout Clown. I've been recording a lot of videos over the years on Instagram, sort of addressing the various situational constraints of reality progressively happening to those, say, a workforce under siege. One of the things I like about the video there is I use a mask. It makes me look like I'm an alien, like my skin is all peeled off. like a grotesque. It's the They Live. If you've seen the movie that They Live, I look like that. And I really like it a lot. And it's a good representation of burnout, which is kind of funny because I've gone through burnout myself. But then I've also actually worked on 2 different burnout prevention startups. It's pretty funny. I didn't actually use any of the technology I was actually paid to invent. And that's something classic. It's something karma actually gives us. It's also known as a fucking A. And you had to kind of say that on a jovial way, like, oh, fucking A. And throw the A over your shoulder. And kind of way to, have such a. But anyways, it was good to be here. And yeah, she try to be good out there, okay?
So, did the 2 burnout startups cause you to have additional burnout?
No, not really. But one did go on and on and on. That was a hard. It started out as a protocol for and used for trauma. Doctors use it to basically reduce the burnout in clinicians, and it was tested in that context. And I was like, okay, well, let's turn this into a platform so you could do benchmarking and roll it out and blah blah blah. But it just took forever because universities suck at commercialization, and so you just I just feel like it took probably 6 years to get that thing out, which is just ridiculous. Because if you were outside the university, you would do it in 12 months or less. It was just like easy. It was like, yes, go. But the university just took them forever to really get their head around it. And then it took me forever to find somebody to actually take it out, and I had to find them $100,000 to do it, and then I had to show them how to get $100,000 and sign up and sort of apply for the $100,000, and then play the game of getting the $100,000 for local said state-run service and yada yada yada. It sucks when you're on the other side of the fence and you need the money, because you got to go through all the hoops, and that's it's hard enough. It's hard enough trying to use the money you have to run the business, and now you got to go through all these fucking hoops for somebody. So that's kind of a drag, but that is the game. Is the way it is here in America at the Degen Space headquarters. That's right. It's Degen night Thursday. We got DeFi down there. He's going to be hanging out. He's going to be doing some mud wrestling with a boa constrictor, I believe. This is a boa constrictor that Mark Zuckerberg came over and decided to represent the Meta stock price. DeFi is actually going to be. Looks like he's choosing to climb into his Velociraptor mecca. That's a pretty strong position for the Red Bull, and we wish them the best.
I'll tell you what, man. You talk about business and this is a true fucking story. So when I after school, I fucked around for a bit, went to Europe, did some other shit, and anyway, and I tried to start a business. And my business, I worked at this company, and I was a debt collector, and it's a shitty job, kind of. And it was for an attorney, and we're essentially trying to reactivate these loans that were basically beyond the statute of limitations. But if you get somebody to admit that they still owed it, they would then get reactivated. It was fucking bullshit. The guy he actually got in trouble, and there was a day where these people came in, and it was for Cobra, and they're like, "Hey, everyone, you all get health insurance." And my boss is a younger dude. I was a younger dude too, and he's like, "We're getting fucking fired." He's like, "This is ridiculous." He's like, "There's no way that they're giving us health insurance. They have to do this. This is what's happening." So we started a business on essentially not how to fix your credit score, but how to get out of debt, how to avoid paying your debt is really what it was. And there are certain ways you could stop the phone calls, and if you knew the limitation, you could kind of avoid it and just get away from the process. It doesn't go away, but the process goes away. Your credit still gets fucked, but you can kind of get out of it, and you can figure out who actually, if it's a true creditor, and if they are affiliated with a credit reporting agency, all this kind of shit. We wrote a thing about it, and I bought an extra cell phone, had I did and just created a voicemail, and that was that. And then we were advertising in the startup for this company was minimal. It was probably $600. And then we didn't really get any interest. And we were advertising, and then we're like, you know what? This target audience is not a good target audience. So that was the first one that I ever did, man. That I totally did that, and it was just like we're targeting people who don't have any fucking money, and we're charging them $50 because we were thinking that if it's $50, they'll think it's more important. God, that's a true fucking story.
Yeah, man, I've been on both sides of that. I've been, as the person on the team, sort of paid by sometimes I do CTO as a service, so I'll jump on a startup and be their CTO, which is really less about technology and really about helping the founder navigate technology questions and sort of navigate the IP questions and make a better stance for different positions in terms of the roadmap. And basically, I can help somebody who has a position with investors. I can help them reinforce their argument. You know what I mean? I just need to know the parameters of engagement, and then I can work for good or evil, so to speak. But oftentimes, I have to sit back and watch. I'm sort of limited on my power, and that's a common thing in terms of working in startups. So I kind of I stress to people, stay in your lane, in the sense of what you should be asked to do, um, sort of assigned to do. And the only reason is because lane jumping is it's a really good way to get killed, and to sort of lose a lot of stuff, not just a project, but reputation, and you can do all kinds of just spin outs, and they're just nasty. So it's kind of funny. And then when people hire me, I always sort of tell people you have two choices. You can use them. I prefer the mercenary. As a mercenary, yeah, you want to kill your target 6 miles away, not a problem. I'm going to build this really cool sniper rifle. Here you go. This is how it works. Here's your target. Good to go. Now I don't know anything about why you're shooting. I don't know what your business is. You know what I mean? It's like I had to stay a little agnostic to that. Sometimes people expect a developer to sort of have total buy-in, but we can't because we don't know the whole subject matter expertise. We're never going to have 100% buy-in, and quite frankly, that should be an extra fee. Quite frankly, total belief in the insanity of what you might take on is, whoever goes and puts an elevator in a building never promises that. They just promise going up, down. You know what I mean? I'll take you to this floor or to that floor. That's what I promise. But people often want you to sort of get into their delusion, and I'll do that, but that makes me a founder, right? So then the first thing I do is go, this is cool, I love this sniper rifle. Now, who the fuck are you? You know what I mean? Like, why am I talking to you? Like, why are you in the startup? And so I have to sort of peel back that founder, and I do that in a very VC kind of way. Like, why you? Why this? What's your compass? What are you trying to do? What's your point with the money? Are you just looking for money so you can put it, in the stuff it in the fucking mattress, and you want to pay yourself $200,000 a year to start a company? Go fuck yourself. No one pays you money. Like, no one gets $200,000 just to start that. And they do. That's a stupid VC. You should take all the money you can. In fact, what you should do is tell yourself you're gonna make $200,000 and live on $5,000 and put the rest in some fucking account and come back and give them a return, and then walk away with more money than you had in the first place. You know what I mean? So
Yeah. I
ramble.
think, and I'll the one part I want to tell you, I think you're creative, and I think being people who are creative, it leads to asking questions and to thinking about certain things, and like you're probably in a good position to do what you did, you know. But I would say also, I because you said something about reputation, we did all get fired because the guy got sued. So we didn't do that until after. But obviously, you're not speaking towards what I was getting at. But I know what your point is very, 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 very valid. Like, I see that.
Dan, I posted the commercial script for Together Alone. Do you see it?
Yeah, I'm checking it out now.
Wait,
I wrote it for your voice, or whatever voice you want to use.
You need to get some fuck. You have to have some people on just speaking about how fantastic the product is too, and people who also speak about how it is not totally fantastic, but that would be good too.
All right, Together Alone. Together Alone, have you ever wanted to be alone, but you've also wanted to be together? Ever wanted to be around people, but not be around people? We feel you. I mean, I feel you. Here, hold this. I know it's awkward. Introducing Together Alone. All the fun together with the joy of being alone. Squeeze it right now. That's good. Let's go into black. Together Alone. Because who wants to be together? Tap in at https://LOKLLNKD.in/GV capital RQ lowercase v and lowercase like dashy thing and then a U and a 3. And that is your site to go to. Enjoy the Degen space, everybody. That's right. Coffee is $2.95 for the next 4 hours. Coffee is $2.95. Go down into the lobby or meet you in the buffet room.
Are you really afraid of being alone?
I like the idea of the website not being totally related to it, like just being something kind of weird.
I like that.
I love this Together Alone thing. Hi guys, I'm now no longer in the loudest place on earth and in my car.
You made it.
I did. I made it. Woo! Another day.
Man,
okay,
we spent
so
all day with you, Ann.
all day. I spent all day yesterday with you guys too. You know, it's fucking great. Hey, listen. So, I have an idea. Can I run something by you guys?
Yes, please.
Okay.
If it's inverse waffles, we've already heard it.
Damn it. Okay, so here we go. I am part of a team, and we are going to Florida next week to do our job there. And I am thinking that I'm going to film us. You know, and it's a new job, and we're coming into a facility that we've never been to. There's like 15 of us, and we are all from different backgrounds, and we all have crazy personalities. And you know, I mean, we trim weed for a living, so we're all going as a group to travel to Florida to do some legal work over there, and because they need our help. And I thought, what a great pilot for like sort of like a reality TV show about trimmers, and but I want to make it like Big Brother though as well, like eventually kind of like you get voted off.
Yeah, whatever you shoot, I'll edit it up.
Take some footage.
That is a really cool idea.
Yeah, let's do it. I'll kick it out. I'm exporting
right? You would watch it, right? You would watch it. You would absolutely watch it.
Well, the thing is,
I have some connections.
What kind of trimming are we doing again?
Marijuanas.
Okay, that's better.
Beautiful. So what we could do is imagine you have like what's happening on camera, but then you have the Dan voice making everything sinister. So it doesn't have to, it could just be you guys doing whatever you're doing. You could be laughing and joking around, but then Dan comes in with the voice.
Or it could be America's Top Bud, and it's like a whole parody of like today on America's Top Bud, Jessie is gonna try to trim her heart out and try to get a bud just right for the judges. Here comes Susan. She's been working on the asparagus clam, while Jessie's been working on Purple Kush number 4. What's going on? Not much.
For real. I love this. No. But there's
How's it
so
going?
much you have, like, you know, we've worked together as a team for close to like 4 years now. And, you know, there's new people, whatever. So there's a lot of history in here. There's a lot of jokes. And here's my other thing. So I've always thought it would be a really good idea because we all talk at work. And you've heard the background with the noise. It's ridiculous with the music. But if I cut the music out and just have us all talking we'll say in a space or say live YouTube, right? And we're all mic'd, and so everyone can hear very clearly what everyone is saying.
If you guys are all mic'd, then this is game over. No, because usually, like, I can edit around bad video. Bad audio is not easy to deal with.
Oh no, I get it. I think I'm jumping forward into what like my perfect like show would look like at this point.
You know, and I got another idea for you. You could do a show that's kind of like the history of trimming. So it's like the History Channel. You know, you can imagine the big ancient book that opens up, and you got the sort of old voice trimming. It's ancient. However, it's important in the cycle of cannabis. As the bud goes from the plant into a trimming-like function, without a decent trim, these buds will struggle before and never meet their workforce requirements. Meet Susan. She's been really hankering for some Girl Scout cookies, but they're way behind on the trim. Let's look at some modern methods. Sorry, I get into a character.
No, I like it. I like it. I like it because for real, you know, people don't know what it's like in that room.
Yeah, I mean, I think the whole thing is just kind
They
of
just
like,
don't.
yeah,
They really don't, and y'all would be actually fucking shocked, probably.
So Dan, give us a little idea. So I saw this done where, I won't explain it, but can you give me an example of something funny that happened in that room?
Me or Anne?
Anne, and then you're gonna reinterpret it.
Right. Okay. Hold on. Because I'm trying to think. Because of course.
Well, I could jump into all kind of characters. That's the other thing. I think the other thing that would be funny to do is to do a spoof reality show, and it's all, you know, comedians sort of improvising out some of the trimming stuff, but at the same time, it's sort of a spoof commentary. So you sort of follow the show, and you have like 7 or 3 to 7 minutes.
Dan
And then you have
represents Big
education
Trim,
content.
right? You'd represent
Right.
Big Trim, right?
I love Big Trim.
Come on down. Hey, everybody, you've been watching the old Big Trim. Today on the show, we're going to be talking about the old turpentine. That's right. Terps are in the derps. Come on down.
Yeah, because only up until now this has been possible. Because before, it wasn't legal, right? So legal facilities now opens me up to being able to produce a show in a legal facility, and they're going to love it because they want exposure too, you know, for their product.
Oh, I love
mean, it's
that.
kind of
That's really cool.
it's a fucking win-win-win everywhere. You know, the people, you know, us, the poor lonely trimmers, are essential workers, as we like to call ourselves.
The poor lonely trimmers. That's the 90-day fiance right there. Yeah, we have.
Oh man, we were so funny today because we were all going about the characters. Everyone's like, "I want to be a character." I'm like, "You be whatever you want." You know what I mean? And then one person's like, "I'm Teresa from Housewives of New Jersey." She's like, "Flip a table."
That's
you know
awesome.
what I mean? And then like, no, and it's just the banter because we've known each other for so long. Everyone has a fucking accent. Like everyone, you know what I mean? It's
kind of like Sex
fantastic.
in the City, but cannabis.
Dude,
I
yes.
think it's
100%.
Charlie's Angels, but with bud trimmer girls. You know.
Yeah. Well, as long as you guys are dressed completely different and represent different demographics, so you have the divorced lady who's just fucking around, you have the lady who's just about to get married who still believes in love. You know, the whole gamut.
Yeah. A desperate
Dude, we have them all.
desperate housewife style.
We have it all. I swear to you, like we have all the personalities. It is incredible, honestly. And I say this with every trim team I come across over the years. I'm always like, damn, this would make a really good reality TV show. But this time, now we've got it. Because it's time. It's time. You know what I mean? We're in legal facilities now, so like it's time to start cashing in.
I have a good idea for a reality TV show that I will pitch you right now because I think it's. Am I pitching you? Is that okay? And
yeah. Pitch. No, dude, go ahead.
Okay.
I'm driving, so I've got time. I'm like 45 minutes. So
okay, this one's fucking great. Well, maybe it's not great, but I think it's funny. Like all these reality TV shows and they're like on Home and Garden. And they're all like houses, and there's like, oh, there's 3, and like we like all 3 of them, and which one do we want to buy? But this one is the reality TV show of like going to these houses, and you fall in love with the house, and you make your offer, and you never get it because there are like 14 other offers, so you never ever get it. So you can follow the same couple for, not that you never get it, but you follow the same people through like maybe almost a season, or because the market's so competitive that you follow these people beyond just one episode, and then you start to, but you'd have to pick like characters, like people who are obviously
Yeah, you'd literally be
entertaining.
documenting demise of a marriage.
Yeah, so you follow like two people that have like good personalities. Oh, and then like the arguments that they could get into, and then like the finances about it, like all of it. So
Right?
you could have,
And then we can plant the fireman that just happens to walk by with his shirt off like Matthew McConaughey, and that's like actually a plant to fall in love with one of the ladies to spice up the show.
yeah, I mean the show will be spicy when people who are like people who actually are in the process of doing it really get that you don't just go look at 3 houses and then get one. You could follow people through a season. I don't know. Maybe it's not interesting.
Yeah.
You'd have to have like
No.
very interesting. You'd have
I
to
don't know. It would be a bit like
We don't know
it would
what
be
it's
like
going to be.
intervention.
Well, the thing is,
oh, you could do a
Sad. It would just be sad.
No, you
the
could do
beautiful-
no, because they get the house.
Well,
At the end, they get the house. You follow them
beautiful-
until they do.
The beautiful thing about this is it doesn't matter what you shoot because the narrator gets to describe what's happening.
Yeah.
Right? So
Yeah,
if
yeah.
you're laughing, if I show you laughing in slow motion, right? You know, when they show you laughing in slow motion, then you hear the piano. Hold on, let me get the piano.
No, but like, and you're right. You could do, or both of you are right. You could do it per episode if you like compressed it. You could do that too. But I just think like the idea of them not getting it for a while creates a little bit more of like I don't know, like it creates like the distress that would lead to when it does happen. It's awesome because when they're just 3 houses and you're like, oh yeah, this one, yay. You don't have the same emotion of like, oh my god, I'm so happy they got that. Like, good for them.
I guess it's like 90 Day Fiance.
Oh god, no. Fuck it. I take it all back.
No, but
I take it all back.
It's great because like, you know, each of the actresses can have a spin-off, right? They can have like a fake argument at the end or whatever that leads them to have their own show, and then they come back together for the 5th season, right? Yeah, it's beautiful.
Oh yeah. Oh, they break up.
The other thing I was thinking about
divorce,
is the other thing I was thinking about is what if we had the same footage, right? But then narrated it something differently. So you could use the same footage and have 3 different documentaries because Dan is changing the story that changes what people perceive as happening on screen.
I feel like I'm becoming slightly sentient along this process.
I like it. I think you should have 3 different voices. But I like that idea a lot. Same footage and different. And Dan, no offense. I mean, you can speak on all 3 of them if you want, but I like that idea.
I'm with you on that. I can do something basic, something special, and maybe even something else.
It could also be, yeah, okay. It could just be Dan doing his own voice in 3 different ways, I suppose.
Well, the beautiful thing is when we translate into Spanish, Matios can read it. Right?
Dude, Matios can't read. Can you just... We weren't supposed to bring that up yet.
We can sign language it to him.
I don't think you understand.
There's also talk in the trim room about people wanting to do Trimmers the musical as well. So yeah,
Awkward.
And we have I'm in LA. I'm in LA. You know what I mean? Half these people are like want to be actors, so it's like it's hella fun.
Oh shit! So it means that we're gonna have actually like really strong content then.
Yeah, dude, and people are like, are super into this idea. Like now that we're actually going to Florida and it's happening, and they're like, oh yeah, let's just do that. And I'm like, yeah, let's just start getting footage.
This sounds like a horror movie that I watched. You know, like this is how a really good horror movie starts. You know, a bunch of people decide to go to California. They work in cannabis, and they're gonna enjoy themselves. And then the music changes.
I think we should like kind of change gears. Like everybody has like all these like strong, like you want to have strong actors, and let's just get like the worst and just terrible footage.
Oh, trust me, we have that. Oh, terrible footage. Well, yeah. Well, that's
She's
inevitable,
in.
isn't it? Yeah.
Uh,
I mean, I'm literally having them film it this time around. I don't have a crew or anything. We're the crew because to get funding for anything, because I have a couple of friends in reality TV producing, and they're always like, "Oh, that's a great idea, but do you have anything to show us? Do you have anything to show us?" And I know this game. I've played this game before, and I literally just need like a 10-minute, like 10-minute pilot. Boom.
Yeah, 15 to
You know
20
what I mean?
episode. That's all it is. Yeah.
let me spitball this
exactly.
though. Have you guys, anybody here, seen the movie like Birdemic or the Room or any of those that all become cult classics because they're so goddamn bad that people just
Yes.
yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, like
So,
Starship Troopers.
yeah, and people just appreciate it because it's not all that good, but it's just kind of cringeworthy but funny. Um, there's that genre hasn't been touched in a while. And no TV show has ever hit that genre. And the ones that are closest to that
So
genre, I think, are
difficult.
like Eric Andre, or like these like really offbeat comedy like ones, but not just bad. No one does that. I'm just fucking spitballing. I don't know. You're.
I mean, no prototype survives first contact with the end user, right? So whatever we chop together for the first pilot, we're going to have a private viewing, and people will log their questions, comments, and violent disagreements, and we'll go through a few rounds of iteration and then present it to the presentees.
Dude, I'll tell you, I was supposed to be on Supermarket Sweep right when they relaunched it, and I got interviewed and was going to be on Supermarket Sweep, and then COVID happened, and then I didn't get to be on Supermarket Sweep. Speaking of, that show made it, so if like Supermarket Sweep made it and then relaunched, like I think you can almost get away with pretty much anything. So
it's going to sound like the nerdiest thing in the world. I was asked to audition for the smartest person in Canada, and I passed the technical test, but I failed the interview.
Oh no!
No.
Top 50. Top 50%.
Yeah.
That's pretty awesome, dude. That's pretty awesome, though. Honestly, I'm gonna say, no, you shouldn't be embarrassed at all. That's actually cooler that you didn't pass the other. You know what I mean?
I passed the technical, but the interpersonal I failed.
It's okay. I literally have a friend who really wants to be a cop, and you only take the test 3 times.
Oh no!
And she passes the technical every time, and they just the psychological. They won't pass her on the psychological, and it's so awkward. You know what I mean? You're just like, oh yeah, well you're a bit crazy, girl. You know?
It's so easy. It's so easy, guys. Spaces. Has anybody done like a documentary on fucking spaces? Like you could just bounce into different rooms.
No, because Spaces has only been around since September
Yes.
of last year.
Well, I have about.
Do you know how many fucking different rooms I've been in, and how fucking weird they all are? Like how?
Oh my god, so many. Like so many, especially like before Christmas when it first started. I loved Spaces before Christmas.
That would be.
It was like my favorite time to be on Spaces. I used to like post a bunch of shit actually before Christmas. It was so fun. Oh, I loved it.
But you can create like different profiles to get into different rooms, and then like you see where the fuck it goes. And it could potentially, some of the rooms probably won't be that great, but some of them would be goddamn fascinating. Like I was in a room, maybe some of you were there, and there was we're having a decent conversation about like some stupid inventions, like being goofy, and then this guy comes in just wasted and obviously picking a fight. And then this dude from Tibet came in, and then the conversation like pivoted into religion, and it was fucking fascinating. And everybody started like, it was just like, I was so glad I was there. I stayed up like 2.5 hours later than I otherwise would have. I don't know, like there's these spaces are particularly interesting. Like,
I have I know through some of the folks, like the actual Twitter people. One of the artists I work with in Ghana, he sang the Twitter Space theme song, and I edited the video, and Twitter retweeted it as their theme song. So I could literally put it in front of the right people, I think, if we had something.
That's amazing. I love that.
and what do you do? Are you in marketing or
No,
production?
I am a photographer. I'm an artist, and I trim weeds so I can do art. Oh, and I also trim weeds so I can long distance hike.
So
Yeah, that's obviously I'm an artist and I'm a long distance hiker, and I trim weeds so I'm able to do both.
Sounds like a lifestyle business.
It is.
One of my friends is actually like in production. They just moved. They sold their house in California and they moved over to like closer to where I am. Actually, I'm good friends with the sister, and they're looking to do something. Like, if this is for real, that I think that there's something there. I don't know.
This is for real, and I mean, I have to talk to because to get this 100% on board, I need a facility that I can hook up eventually with stationary cameras, right? And which they already have, but they're security cameras. But I mean, eventually, yes. But for the pilot, I'm really no. I mean, I did okay. I used to be in production as well in Los Angeles, like 15 years ago. So I'm familiar, and I've produced and directed my own things as well. So my own music videos, showcases, commercials, So I'm familiar with the production side.
Because I can
I just haven't done it in a while. Yeah.
Because I can edit the video, to me, this is already done. Does that make sense? Like the editing is already done.
Oh my god! If you could edit that would be amazing. Because I edit too. I just hate it.
I have an M2 in the other room that's helping me pump out 400 e-learning videos over the next week. Yeah, this would be not a problem.
Yeah, this would not be a problem. Awesome. All right. Well, I'm definitely gonna this week. I don't know. I'm kind of. I have to write down some notes and things, honestly, before I go. I don't know. Yeah, I'll definitely send you the DM. Yeah, I'm very excited. I've been talking about this no shit for 5 years.
Oh, shut up.
You know what I mean? Yeah. No. Yeah, and I've literally because 5 years ago that's when reality TV started. Not over 10 years ago, reality TV started going, right?
In my mind, what I see is like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Right? That's one of the design patterns we could use. Right? It could be a day, it could be a week.
Yes.
Right? But I just want to be able to.
Let me break it down for you. So jobs here are like, yeah. Go ahead.
No. You tell me, because I'm just trying to think of.
Like, oh no! Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So jobs usually last 2 days.
Beautiful.
You know what I mean? 2 days.
Beautiful.
So like you can get yeah.
So because I always think of, let's not try to do the magnum opus. If it's just 2 days of shooting, you Google Drive it or whatever it is. I download it. I download MP4s and I give you back a simple MP4. That's it.
Yeah, that works.
And then I have access to like the royalty, like we have Envato Elements accounts and stuff like that. So getting any type of music we want from rock or Afrobeat or what have you, it's not a problem.
Yes. Oh my God, that's amazing.
Sounds good.
Yes. Okay. I'm really glad I brought this up because I was in spaces. I was listening to you guys and I was like, I can't wait to tell them. I want to bring this up because I think it's a good idea. So I'm glad I brought it up with you guys. honestly.
I think it's a perfect application of the syndicate because it allows people to do
Yeah.
what they want
And I
to
think
do, not what
it's
they can
relevant.
do. Yeah, no, it's great. And I
And
mean,
it's
like,
relevant. Honestly, it's
look,
contemporary. Right now, this is what's happening, and people don't know what it's like to work in a trim room.
who is better to represent big trim than fucking Dan? Okay,
You hit the think tank. You found it.
that's it.
We've been fucking around all
I
day.
really did. I really did. I really
It's either
did.
it's either this. I think it's this and the class action lawsuit thing. I really think
Oh man,
Yeah.
if we can combine both of those, no.
I'm suing you guys. Then I'm suing myself for suing you guys because I feel bad about it.
Yeah, we'll be civilians.
Yeah. No, that's cool. Good. This sounds like
So
exciting
2 days
stuff.
of shooting, we upload all of the stuff. So when you say you guys are mic'd, are you going to be micing yourself and like recording to a phone?
Oh no, not this time, unfortunately. No,
That's fine.
no.
That's fine.
It's
You don't need it.
in a perfect world. Yes, we
It's
would
okay.
be mic'd, but
So
no, we would not.
the thing that my brother-in-law, who taught me how to edit video, he told me this: always keep shooting because you don't know what the story is until you're done. Like we'll go in
for
thinking
sure.
that, right? We'll go in thinking that
Oh
the
yeah.
story is this, but when it happens, we'll be like, no, this is the story. You know?
Yeah.
Shoot everything.
Oh yeah. No, I have. One of my backgrounds is following around bands when they record.
Oh,
Go on
amazing!
tour.
So I don't have to tell you anything. You're nice.
So, yeah. So yeah, I'm very well. I have been threatened. I've had shit thrown at me. I've had no. I always keep fucking rolling, dude.
Well,
Always
it's
be
kind of
rolling.
like
That is my tagline. Always be rolling
I
because
mean,
you have to.
if you have the instinct to look for those moments, because all it like I realize that when I'm shooting this stuff and like doing the editing, a long show is just a series of really strong micro moments, you know. So as long as you have that instinct, which you do, it's like in my mind this is already done. Time is slow. The time between ideation and physical manifestation has never been shorter. We'll prove that with this.
We are all of us on 2 airplanes leaving Sunday. So yeah, it's gonna be quite the trip. Oh yeah, we're shooting everything. Listen, and we are being taken to a place that we've never been to. Like most of us has never even been to Florida. I've never been to Florida either, and we're going to like a small town Florida. It's like that stupid Paris Hilton.
You can't say that you're going to a small town in Florida to shoot everything because it's going to raise some red flags.
Well,
I'm
no. I mean,
yeah, I know you do this. But like, imagine if the documentary ended up being about Florida, man. Right? You never know.
Never know. Oh my God, you never know. You never know. Again, always be rolling. You never know.
She was alone. She wasn't sure about what was about to happen. She looked at the map and checked for traffic. She was worried about cops. Well, what's it say? Yeah, looks like we're going to Florida, all right. All right, fine. We have to do what it says. Ruben was comatose in the back seat. He kept on leaning back and forth, shaking. Florida. Florida. I had a couple more hours to go. Michael was already there on the beach, assessing actually which condo was likely to burn down in the next 24 hours. He was getting pretty good at detecting arson before it happened. He did a curious method of talking to the local children and asking them things about hopscotch. So why do you like hopscotch? I like it because, it's fun and stuff. Do you like numbers? Do you like the color red? Are you somebody of fire? Excuse me? Nothing. Parents walked in, grabbed their children, hustled into the parking lot. Michael had been staying in the parking lot for hours. It was the only place where the sun actually didn't shine. It was the one unique place about the anomaly they had been researching. He could stand in just the right spot and there would be no sun on. He could be completely in shade and cooled areas. He would cause people to come over to him, so he doesn't have to move. Come on over, he'd say. I truly have a fucked up mind, and I apologize for the numerous stories that go nowhere. But they're interesting.
They are interesting.
Dude, I love your mind. I love your little stories. Can I just say?
That's why you asked the question.
I do.
It's an
They're so
important question.
entertaining. I'm sorry. I know that was super fanboy, whatever, girly, whatever. But no, but it's true that you're
I am
highly entertaining to me.
I'm getting better at my girl voices. You know, girl voices are always tough, and I'm always trying to do like Velma's voice. That's like my ideal sort of girl. Like it's the nerdy girl that's also like, I don't know, kind of capable.
Don't change anything, man. You don't have to impress fucking anybody.
All right.
It's already impressive. Go with your
But I
shit, man.
feel eager
I'm
to
a
do something darker, something more
Well, what if
politically
Trim was like,
justice.
so I'm really eager to hear the perspective of Big Trim. You know, you have these little players trying to enter your industry.
Yeah, I could do that. It'd been a while since I'd seen Ann. She was coming down to Florida to help us do the operation. It was a big trim. The festival was on. Initially, I was really excited about pine cones. I had been trimming them for years. I had moved to Guatemala. I was working with animals. Pine cones were in. I was the best shuckster in town, they'd say. Shuck Williams. I even had my own barbecue sauce. I had my own label of records. All of them. Buck Williams sings you to lullaby. He sings you to sleep. Fortunately, a lot of those albums really didn't go that far. And times were hard. But I was going to work down with the big trim. Ann was coming to town. She was a hot thing now. Everyone raved about her. She had the best cool jewelry. She was really into Art Deco stuff. Everything was really fashionable. Sandra, of course, was with her. Sandra had moved on to ethereal programming with transistors and tarot cards. She was really into like the Zen plasma movement, you know, taking plasma from people who were really good at like energy healing and then like, I don't know, sniffing it like glue under docks and stuff. You had to be near a dock, definitely near the water. It's the only way it would work. The substance was spreading. More and more people were showing signs of something different, something lost.
I want to hear the story about when that one time when you had the super great idea to compete with the guys who the hot sauce guys, and you created cool sauce, and it, how'd that go?
All right, let's see. That would be more of a Eureka! I think this is it. Show me it. The sauce. I believe it's something new. Fools. We've been spacing and splicing with jalapenos for hours. I'm sorry, but I can't even feel my lips. No, listen to me. We have a cool sauce. Is it Cool Ranch? No, that's gay. No one does Cool Ranch anymore. What about spearmint? That's kind of minty. That's not a sauce. That'd be good for makeup, perhaps. Who wants to smear hot sauce on their face? A lot of people do. They just don't talk about it. So tell us about the formula. We stole it from Hershey. What do you mean you stole it from Hershey? They were breaking out a new Hershey Kiss, kind of cool flavored. We checked out the proteins. They were similar to ours. Did you resynthesize it? Of course we did. Did you try it on everyone? Yeah, we tried it on the clerk. You mean the guy that brings the mail? Yeah. Where is he? Passed out in the parking lot. He should be fine, though. I don't know. But look, it's going to be fine. We can do this. Who wants a cool sauce? Everybody does. Look, everybody likes the notion of creamy jalapeno. We're just taking it up another step. We're actually adding a little more cilantro on the side. And it's packed with LSD. You can't do that. Sure we can. I mean, we could. I mean, why not? Sorry, in a bottle. What do you mean? How many jars? 7,000. Shit. Where'd those go? The Boy Scouts. It should be fine. Kids are different now. I mean, they're already probably medicated. It's probably true. Ann showed up. She'd been hearing everything. Sorry, guys, I can't turn it off. Ann had been driving from state to state. Every time they talked to her, she was driving. In fact, there was something weird about her. If she wasn't driving, she was still driving. She was able to telepathy connect with everyone, and at the same time realize that she was somebody. Yet she was still behind the wheel, driving endlessly, like a passenger, just like that guy who sings. David, what was it? What's that guy's name from Baywatch? David
Hasselhoff.
Hasselhoff. David Hasselhoff sings that song. I'm a passenger. You've been thinking about venture capital. You won't get it from me. Right, so that's a really good song. It's called The Passenger. And David Hasselhoff sings it. And it's a great music video. I recommend all of you to watch it.
Appreciate you. Okay, I got another one.
Okay.
I don't have the necessary. I don't have it yet, but so salt and pepper, right?
Yeah.
Super fucking popular. Those are the two that everybody has on their dining room table.
Mm-hmm.
Somewhere there's an inventor who's got, I don't know what, the third other dried up spice and or thing that they were trying to introduce to the table of.
Oh, I know that one.
You know what I mean? You're with me?
Yeah, totally.
That's a skit. I don't know. It's not anything that exists, but I feel like that guy should fucking like that guy who's he just keeps trying to pitch. Nah, it's like salt, pepper, and or it's no, it's not. It's salt, pepper, and it just doesn't work. Whatever the hell the other
Well,
spices.
it's something that can be pitched in a lot of different voices. I mean, look, salt has been around for a long time. We know about that, and pepper is also really popular as well. But right now, we're on the cusp of something new with America. Right now, America wants a pinch of something. I think they want a pinch of herbs. And if you ever had a pinch of herbs, that's an actual herb. You can actually go and buy that. I grew up with pinch of herbs growing up. Hell, my mom put equal on corn. She put equal on sugar. She put equal on salads. She actually did that. She actually put equal on her salad. And I wondered that. She just had a sweet tooth. She still wanted to, eat ladylike. It was really fun because when my father passed away, we started to like say, hey, do you want some cheese and crackers or some mushrooms? Because, that's what we had all the time. And she was like, fuck that. I never liked that stuff anyways. I was like, well, hell, why did you commit to all that? Because she was a lady of the 50s. She was a woman of the atomic age. She knew what it meant to serve as a man and make sure he felt like a king because she was going to have his brood. She raised 6 young, big, strong pups to go out in that world and do her bidding. She raised an army of trudgikins that did whatever she did. She was a badass motherfucking mother. But she never really cared for the cheese and cracker Triscuit thing that my father always makes. But she accepted it. She allowed it in the presence of her aura of majestic wonder. Mostly because it placated and shut him the fuck up so we could watch his ball game so she could enjoy the paper. But there were other reasons.
I like it. I have the image in my head of the guy who's trying to create the fucking third and just never getting it.
I can see it.
That's good.
I can see it. But I like it. Kind of reminds me of the. Didn't Saturday Night Live do the ISIS pitches? SNL.
And it has to have like it also like it's not like he's trying to make it a single name too, so it's not like spice blend. It's like I don't know what it is yet.
It's also kind of the rise of pink salt. So it's kind of like there's salt, pepper, and then there's like pink salt, and she's like a little prissy girl. Like, hey, whatever. People like to suck me. You know that?
It's greens.
I'm pink salt, and like people often use me as a lamp. You think anyone uses you as a lamp table salt? They don't. But on a salt lamp, they'll cook a whole pizza on me. You know that? Because I'm salty. And pepper, dude, you're about as old as shit. I mean, there's like 900 peppers.
It's like oak.
You know,
it's just oak. It's like fucking. No, this oak is salt, pepper, and oak. You've never had oak on your. You don't season with oak.
I can see that.
It's just something that it's got to be obscure.
It's gonna happen.
Ferns.
It's gonna happen.
Ferns.
He tried to do it again. He breathed and attempted to push out the baby, just like you saw on the video. You're doing great, Anne said. Try to use your abs more. He pushed and pushed, trying to do it. I don't really think this is working. I'm sure this is not what labor's like. Oh no, it's much more painful than this. You're just on stage 1. They were playing Have a Baby on the Genesis. Controls were funky and he was holding it back. The ab controllers allowed him to fluctuate, and he could actually bake his baby and turn it around. If you turn it on his head, you get a couple extra points, Anne said, kind of in a drunken high voice. What's wrong with your voice? I don't know. I think Dan's running out of energy. All the systems are failing. Oh, God. We're running out of energy. Rocket Man.
Yeah, very good. Thank you. This I don't know what happened here, but I enjoyed all of it. It's been very fun.
I like that she was able to telepathy connect with anyone. Telepathy connect. It sounds like some new ISP that's about to shake up the market. So today was good. Today was everything.
Yeah, we had a lot of good stuff today.
And it's funny because Sandra and I started talking about what it was like to be like on the wrong side of politics.
Oh yeah.
Like, and then we talked to Swarm, who decided he had enough of politics, so he decided to be only center, which really hurt. Then we talked to Genesis about the guitar.
Did you read that Andrew Yang is initiating the centrist party?
Oh no!
A new party. Now it's supposed to be a party that's like you can have Republicans and
Wait a minute,
Democrats.
Dan. I was waiting to hear what you guys spoke to me about. I feel like that was my moment.
Real news.
I'm fucking kidding.
So the thing is, the last thing I saw about Andrew Yang is that the moment he had a chance to run for office in New York, he switched up his entire leadership team. That's when I stopped paying attention. Right? It kind of hurt. It hurt, but then it was a good lesson. You know what I mean? Like the moment he had a chance to run his campaign, he gave the reins over to someone else. And I was like, all right, I get it.
Well, it might have been a cash thing too.
Hey guys, honestly, thanks for having me. I am gonna go pop and try to listen to some of this earnings bullshit for today, but it has been a fun time and a pleasure hanging with y'all.
Yeah, man. See you.
Thanks for having me. See you soon. Cheers.
I mean, the first time you brought up UBI, like, I don't know any way around that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know enough of the space to know.
Well, I'm just saying, like, you use AI. What the fuck do I need people for? Right? I don't need people now.
I know, man. I had a crazy week. I started the week with I'm gonna get rid of my whole team till I saved them at the end of the week.
It's funny because like Quinn is the guy who taught me stand up, and like he learned how to do graphics because he had to be like, fuck, I'm gonna do my own flyers, right? And then he went to college for like a course to learn Photoshop so we could get better at doing flyers. And it was like every time we tried to get someone else to do something, they had a good resume, but it's either they took too long, it didn't get it right, or too many revisions, or it was like, all right, I'm gonna learn how to do all this shit myself. Get a microphone, you know what I mean? It's just like fuck the world.
It's kind of part of that hustle DNA in you too. It's just that you're always looking to close the gap, and you can kind of read it in people. and at the same time, the only way you can really grow is to sort of start giving people chances. But you almost like what you do though is what you like. What I do is I give people chances, but then I also engineer the chance. In other words, I sort of sometimes I'll engineer the party that receives the person I sent to the party. You know what I'm saying? So and it's not something in a bad way. It's almost like I don't communicate well with my partner. Whenever I talk with my partner, I get grilled on ROI, and then if somebody goes out and does some other media show, he gets dick envy. And so I'm like trying to tell him, like, you got to decide. You either want the channel of influence and noise or not. But I'm going in that space. But since I get hostile and I talk to him, I basically tee up other people to talk to him. And I try not to reveal, so much that you can do full on manipulation. It's more about getting another point of view in his mind other than the rejection of his partner who he feels biased, right? I'm very biased. Whenever we talk, we can't get to a point of neutrality. I mean, it's mind boggling at times. And it's super counter, it's not productive at all. So, but if I can go through another person, and granted, that costs me money. It's something, a sacrifice I had to do, but it allows me to sort of tee up things. And my friend of mine was like, "So you're a puppeteer?" And I'm like, "No, I'm not a puppeteer, although that is pretty sexy." It's really more of, it's kind of open orchestration. Sometimes, like, I'm probably
Yeah,
the
I
most
mean, that's
direct
what it's
person
like
in
being a
emails.
recruiter. That's what it's like being a
Yeah,
recruiter. I'm talking to someone, they don't know I have a job in mind,
absolutely.
right? And 59 minutes into the conversation. So remember all that thing you said about what you wanted? You really want that? Yeah, because I have it. What? Yeah. The whole time I was talking to you, I had a client that I want to place you with. I'll send you an email with a job description. Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, and a lot of it too is kind of also knowing how people are wired. Like, I really like to drill into the people in the scene and at least know enough about the game of influence. A lot of the game of influence is actually to work as close as you can with your competition. We're basically playing poker together and you're trying to discern each other's hand in ways. I used to play like that, but then I started playing roulette, and that really bothered everyone to play poker because everyone wanted to get close to hands. But there's Dan over there betting on chaos. Like, I just tried to get as close as I could to chaos, and that, what I mean by that is just as close as I can to the unsettling change that was really apparent. That's sort of apparent in the feed, but no one's talking about it. I just chase that weird anomaly until it turns into, the fringe, and then once you're on that fringe or that horizon, you see all the patterns, and then you can actually see, you don't get it right, but you get 60% of it right. You see where the arc is going.
Well, Quinn spent like most of his career on the fringe, right?
That's a great place to be, man.
It felt like a curse, but it actually was a blessing.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good indicator sometimes when you're doing something and you feel like it's frustrating and you're getting bad data in the brain, right? You're getting just stuff that's pissing you off. That's actually good shit because, I was thinking about this earlier today. I was thinking about how long the human species was actually purely primal, meaning our primal instincts overrode everything. And think about how long we were like that before we even knew like how to articulate. Damn, I just totally hit my, arm on that tip. You know what I mean? Before we even knew how to say fire, before we even knew how to say run, like, we had hundreds of years of primal programming. And that's in your like low level code, man. That's like in the low level side of your
Yes,
brain,
the cognitive a priori. Yep.
Yeah, and I think people need to remember that because I think that we're pretty hard on this fleshy organism thing. We're really hard on it, on how it's supposed to know everything and how everyone's supposed to be just true and genuine and like, yeah, we're all supposed to do our fucking research, right? And that's like the worst phrase on the planet. It's like that's the way I want to meet people now
It
when I
would
go
be
to the
funny
barbecue.
the commercial about the person who did their own research and lost everything. They told me to do my own research.
I believe it. Yeah, it's just it's a new time. It's a time for radical authenticity, radical acceptance of new paradigms, new forms, new representation. That there's sort of a borderless world, right? We can sort of reach across. We have our regional areas. There's even sort of like, I liked it today. I was reading Michigan launched a new venture report talking about the venture in the Michigan area. And I'm trying to do a show that sort of focuses on Midwest startup momentum. And I liked how they talk about Michigan being the middle coast. You know, it's a middle coast. It's a land of beaches. It's the largest freshwater repository, and this and that. And it was weird to listen or sort of to read that alongside listening to a piece on the radio talking about mandatory sort of, you can take a shower at XYZ time or YZ time in Vegas or in Oklahoma and Texas. Kind of reframes the value of. I used to think about this all the time. I was like, I want to stay wherever there's current seasons, like you experience the seasons, and it's pretty cheap. Because I feel like climate change will come, but that area might stay. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like if you're already in a hunt, like hearing the people talk about it in London, it sounds really critical. Like they go up 20 degrees and people are like dying because they don't have any infrastructure that's got any AC in it, except for the nice places. Probably 60% of the population doesn't have any AC, and they're like experiencing 110-degree weather or something. That's kind of nuts.
Quinn, what are you saying?
Yeah, man, I'm here. I'm just taking it all in. You know what I'm saying? Dan, I appreciate everything you say, man. I really do. Um, to touch on what you were saying, it is being on the fringe is a good place to be. It is a gift and a curse, and every so often you have to remind yourself of how much of a gift it is. Because there's times where it's lonely, and I remember one time a bit of an incident happened, and I remember it got to Michael. Michael heard about it, and I remember him and his wife calling me, and he's like, Quinn, I always wish I'd met you sooner, because I could only imagine how alone you were at that time, And at the same time, when I met Michael, I had 2 TV shows. And I was selling out at that time the Hard Rock Cafe before I went on to do the Maple Leaf Gardens, where the Leafs used to play. And he was like, I have so much respect for the fact that you had taken it this far, though you had gone through these points where you were so lonely. And that's pretty much what the fringe was. It was being at this place where I had to keep going. And it being that I was the only person doing what I was doing, and it continually being shot down, only for it at the same time for it to be pushing my career to places where people were trying to achieve.
Yeah, man. Utmost respect for that, dude. Solid.
And then they started asking you for favors. Hey, Quinn?
They wanted all the info, bruh. And it's so interesting how, like, they ask for all, listen, they'll ask for all the information. How do you this? How do you this? How do you do that? And here you are actually putting in the work to have those answers. And they'll shun you and ridicule basically what you're doing. And then at the same time, you remember that guy, Michael, that came to you and said, hey, man, how did Quinn get Maple Leaf Gardens to perform in? You remember that guy? He don't even do
people ask
stand-up
me like,
anymore.
how did Quinn get Hard Rock Cafe? How did he get Maple Leaf Gardens? How did he get it? Like, you should ask him. Why would you ask me?
And the funny thing was, they were around me more than they were around Michael. So they would see me all the time at mics all over the place, performing all kinds of things. But they would never say nothing to me. But they'd email Michael. It's so interesting that instead of opening their mouth and saying something, They would then email Michael, and Michael would just laugh like, "Did you try asking Quinn?" But Michael and I already knew the answer. I walked in there and asked. They gave me a price I paid. Then I would sell it out.
They can't imagine that happened, though. You realize that? They think so little of you that they're like, what do you mean you walked in and you have money in your pocket? You're a loser.
There was a guy, you might remember this one guy who was saying, "Oh, at the Hard Rock, you get so much foot traffic. No matter what, you're going to sell out." Meanwhile, because that's where people go for comedy. They go to the Hard Rock Cafe, And more importantly, I'm like, okay, well, maybe you should do it then. Nobody else did it because they couldn't sell it out. And most importantly, foot traffic rarely ever comes from businesses that are on the second floor. You rarely get foot traffic like that. Foot traffic comes from the first floor in general. No one walks downtown and looks up as much as they look on the level that they're walking on. But I remember that. That again was the Fringe. That's where I was.
Well, what happened where people got interested in you and were like, fuck what people are saying, was when you got on SiriusXM on the Fridays. That's when people came out of the woodwork.
Yeah, they were hella pissed at that, man. they were hella pissed at that. How did he get on that? And it's like it's so interesting with what you're saying about being in the French, and it's like, or being on the French, because it's what it was. There was it's me alone. I don't have a crew of people. I don't have me and 3-4 other comics that we work together and travel together or whatever.
Yeah.
It's me alone. And I finally met Michael. And
He's quite the enabler.
You know what he is. He's a bad influence too. He's a piece of shit now. Oh, wait a minute. I think I did that to him.
there is a kind of steward in the scoring. Like, it's funny. There's so much that I haven't really shared yet, even with Michael, in terms of the depths of archive and material that that I have that he could work with, right? That we can work with and do something with. And I don't want to be the ego, right? I just I want to be part of. I want all us to build up. Like, this is just stuff that's like I've had that I need to get out, but. Yeah, it's cool. I mean, it is.
The only reason that I thought about your comedy as actually being something real is because is now seeing the fruits of his labor, right? Like, they're emailing him,
That's
great. So it all
Yeah.
happened in the last 2 months?
That's awesome. I mean, that's great that it's happening like that, and I can see that with the media show I've been doing, and I haven't really been shooting that all over the place. I haven't been spamming it. It was funny on Facebook for my birthday. I did a fundraise for this nonprofit that I like. It's sort of like a STEM weird technology incubator concept, and they do a lot of weird music and just teach people things. I did a fundraise for my birthday, like $300. And the experiment, I didn't want to use the Facebook tools and broadcast it out. I just wanted to see what natural momentum I had. And it was decent, and we closed it out. And it happened. It was funny. It was an experiment. I was probably high when I did it, but by initiating that, though, I got a board seat from them. They offered me a board seat in their company, which is cool. I've been a big fan of their stuff for a long time. So it's kind of an interesting outcome, sort of doing research on how much attention your network has without you trying, and then seeing if you can complete a goal. It was like a really good prototype. I tested the theorem, and then I also was able to give to a charity I really cared about. And then as a bonus, I got a board seat. It's just a really neat story that can go into a chapter, and it can communicate a lot of different teachings and thoughts around that. That's half of my stuff is like that. It's interesting. Like, I have a funny story that can tell a deeper message, and I really love that shit. It's just really gets me turned on. Makes for good comedy too, and everybody wants to sort of, especially in the high tech scene, You know, we're all dealing with the same douchebags, and no one says the joke, right? No one says, "Oh yeah, it's great to see you, Stan. I love this party. You mind if I go ahead and put the knife in your back in the old spot?" No, you can put it over in the vertebrae, right? Like we all players are the best, you know. Players are the best because they all know the rules of the game. Some of them are going to definitely, you know, bend the rules, while others are going to stay within the parameters. And then there's people like me that are sort of coming in, reminding everybody of the current analytics of the game. I want to let you know that most of the VC have left and gone to the bar, and there's probably no hope for any of you to get any investment. You know what I mean? Like, just say it. You know what I mean?
It's like, you know what? I know you're halfway through your pitch. The money's already it's half the hour.
Totally, totally. So one of the things I did when I worked in commercialization is I doodled cartoons. And I have all these cartoons that are sort of these characters I call the Hive. And the Hive is a bunch of sort of really apathetic, you know, I don't know. They just have total disdain for humanity and mostly venture. And they're all lawyers and venture capitalists. And it's funny. So I'm trying to make that into like a, you know, book or something. But I should be doing audiobooks. That's what I probably should be doing. I don't know if people like my writing as much as my
Well,
voice.
I mean, the interesting thing about who you are is Quinn was there, what, 18 months ago? Because Quinn had this idea for combining hip hop instrumentals with comedy,
I
right?
love that.
And he started himself, edited himself, the whole nine yards. He didn't know if anyone was gonna like it necessarily, but he did it. And it took how many? Almost 2 years from end to end.
Pretty much, yeah, yeah, basically.
I mean, it's definitely a lonely trade, and this is sort of why I think in a lot of ways, you know, you work on really interesting ways to compartmentalize your your anxiety around the space, and you even, especially if you do music and have other outlets, like you have other outlets to sort of inject a part of yourself. But one thing that was really hard for me is being, I don't know, the youngest of six. I always had this fear of freaking out my folks, and it really throttled a lot of my creativity, unfortunately. But it also forced it down, and it forced it to sort of learn how to remix in other ways, come out through a story, come out through a joke, come out in different ways, which is just kind of wild. But I think that transformation, you're always remixing, is a really good thing to do, and you got to like learn a skill to practice it, even when you don't want to.
It's kind of like my friend Carrie had said this. She said, like, what makes you crazy is the fact that it's an idea that nobody else is doing or has even thought of, right? So, like, for example, yeah, my album, I mean, I don't think anyone's made an album's worth of it, but people have done something similar, right? But then you can think of anything. Like, you can even look at tech. People thought these people at PayPal were nuts when they started up PayPal. You know, people probably thought the same shit about Uber. They thought this guy was fucking crazy. You know, there's taxis for that, right? If you find a way to do it different, that's why people will, again, they'll sort of ostracize you. But then when it works, they'll try to copy it. So outside of Lyft, there have been umpteen rideshare companies, all of which have, for the most part, have pretty much failed, right?
I mean, the classic example is, can you imagine the pitch meeting for Zoom? And it's like, hey, we want to create video chat. That already exists.
Precisely. And that's the whole fringe. And so, like, even like for my comedy album, well, people have released comedy albums many times before, but the idea was for mine to be different. So with the musical element that I've added to it, it was interesting because, like, you can listen to SiriusXM all day and hear people talk and tell jokes all day. But all of a sudden, this beat comes on and this guy's talking, and I'm 1,000% sure I now have somebody's attention because they're like, yo, what's this? This is the different shit. You know what I mean? But, and I'm sure people didn't like it or they were against it or whatever. But they're not gonna. Now they don't like the size of the check that comes in from fucking royalties, and don't forget the publishing because it's music. Now they're not gonna like that over the idea of what I did, right? But again, did the whole thing myself.
Beneath the doors of perception, man must stand and understand, be it a simple question. It is not the division of time that we seek, but simply the fuse of the mitigating moment that is burning away like the soul of desire. If you wish to have time with the fire, you must press 1 now. If you wish to continue on in your Degen existence, press 2 now. If you wish to be taught how to think, hang up.
Whoa.
Yeah, those are the dark characters. I used to play a lot of World of Warcraft, and I actually did a voice play for friends during COVID. I did this. I made up stories for them. I put all the characters in it, and it was called Lucy Quest. I even made trailers for it. It was fun. It's basically like a podcast show of adventures.
That's nice to do over COVID. That whole COVID thing was a horror in and of itself.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the thing I learned with Quinn the most is how to handle bombing. Because to create comedy, it's not a clean process.
Yeah, people tend to think it's one take, right? That's the one thing about comedy is, those who are really good at it, the people who are the best at it, they kind of give the impression that it's easy. Hey, look at that guy, or look at that woman. They get on stage and they talk and everybody laughs. I can do that. But they don't understand how much goes into it. Some of the favorite things you have ever watched, the person bombed their ass off crafting it to be 100% funny from start to finish. It just took a long time for them to do it, Yeah, thanks for posting that, Michael.
Yeah. Some of the stuff from the past few years. You still have that champion sweater? Is it a champion sweater? I think so.
Which champion sweater? How will it by championship? Sweaters I have,
The fuchsia pink one?
Oh, yeah, I still got that. Of course. Yeah, I still have it.
That one's mine.
A lot of people ridiculed me when because we found champion sweaters. My boy B, who you know, we found them at Walmart for $20.
No way.
About 7 years ago. About 7 years ago. And people were sort of laughing at it like, yo, you're not really wearing champion, are you? And we're like, yo, what are you talking about? This was 2015. We found those. And I'm like, well, I'm telling you, this stuff's crazy. Like, what are you talking about? And they ridiculed us. And then it exploded back. Yeah, we've been had that.
The most stark example of that to me is Wu-Tang. Like everywhere you go, you see a Wu-Tang shirt, and it's like
everywhere.
All right.
Yeah, everywhere. So, yeah, you ain't wrong, man.
Wu-Tang ain't nothing to fuck with.
Yo, Wu-Tang's in concert September 4th, in Toronto.
Well, shut up.
It's Wu-Tang and Nas.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, September
Holy,
4th.
dude,
September
I would
4th.
love to see Nas live.
September 4th, yeah.
Dude. What are the tickets like, though? Like $400?
It's fucking bank. Everything in Toronto's super expensive now, man. Coming out of COVID, like, everything is exponentially expensive. They were talking about, I don't know, there was like a big thing, like the OVO tickets were like, the lawns were like, and just to be clear, like, anybody listening, there's a place called the Budweiser Stage where they typically hold OVO Fest. And OVO Fest is obviously Drake's festival. And then he obviously closes it out with a concert. But everything leading up to it, they have events, like other artists and stuff leading up to it. And so at the Budweiser Stage, the very back, there's no seats, nothing. It's just a lawn. It's just a big grassy area. And so they call it the lawns. And it's super far back. Like, it's listen, it's stupid far back. No seats, no nothing. You got to be creative out there. The sound barely even travels out there. $500 to get in. And that's the lawns. So the seats themselves are all over like thousands of bucks. So everything coming out of COVID is like hella expensive. And most importantly, if you're somebody like Drake and you know everybody's going to pay for it, well, you charge them. You know what I mean?
And people are coming in from New York and all over the place for this.
Well, yeah, because it's also Caravana Weekend, right?
Oh,
So for
shit, I
those that don't
forgot
know,
it's Caravana Weekend.
Caravana Weekend is the biggest Caribbean festival in North America. So people come from all over the world. So everyone's in town, right? So it's just, but just coming out of COVID in general, everything is hella expensive now, man. Hella expensive. It doesn't help being in Toronto, but now we're seeing it spread everywhere else, right? All the other suburbs, all the other like small towns that are surrounding Toronto, the same thing is happening, you know? It's just getting super expensive.
Yeah, I was looking at a a place where we went to Vaughan, and then we looked at the places in Vaughan, and we looked at a condo, and I tapped on the walls, and the walls felt like they were gonna fall over. These things were so thin. It's like the wall shook.
Yeah, they're slapping them up. They're just slapping them up. They want,
terrible.
so in the GTA, they want, I think it's another 1 point, before 2025 or 2022. So before 2025, they want another 1.5 million people in the GTA, the Greater Toronto Area.
I was looking at Bolton or King City.
You're not wrong, man. It's just stupid expensive and none of it makes any sense anymore. Especially when you're from a time, I mean, I guess this is me showing my age, but especially when you're from a time where things were affordable, people were happier in general, and things were just, they were maneuverable. You know, there was a time where you could, let's say you got a job at the opposite end of the city, you would just say, all right, well, I'm just going to move closer. Because, and if you move there, for the most part, it'd either be the same price or maybe 25 to 50 bucks more. Now, you wouldn't even dare think of moving. You would just do the commute because the first and last that you'd pay would be astronomical. As soon as you move out anywhere, landlords, everything, they're jacking the prices way up. And the thing is that people are paying them. I don't want to get too political, but like realistically, the people that they let into this country, they have money. It costs a lot of money for visa. It costs a lot of money for even student visa. It costs a lot of money for even like, if you're an international student, you pay, like fucking 3 times the amount of tuition as a person who's born here. So, anybody coming into the country has money. And I guess you could say it's a filter. You could say it helps cut down on certain crimes or whatever it is. Maybe we're trying to get the cream of the crop of other countries to come here, especially in terms of finance. But that's what's happening. So therefore, it's boosting the price because these people don't know any different. You're an immigrant coming to Toronto. You don't know any different. I don't know. Is this expensive? Is this normal? You don't know. But what you do know is you have the money to pay for it, right?
Yeah, you're not wrong. I met up with one of my friends who flew in from India. And he says, "Hey, Mike, what's going on? I have a 416 number now." I'm like, "Oh, yeah, where are you staying?" Where am I? Oh, I'm at Young and Bloor. I'm like, okay. Which is like the heart of Canada. You know what I mean? I was like, oh, I guess I'll see you downtown. And I drive in an hour to go see him. And he's the immigrant, right? But that's kind of how it works, right? History is filled with the patter of silk slippers going downstairs and wooden shoes coming up. Voltaire, we're seeing it. I mean, I used to go, even 20 years ago, I would be at like U of T, and the Asian guy from first year going to school with me has a better car than the professor.
Yo, you ain't fucking with the first year Asian
What the?
guys at
Yeah.
fucking University of Toronto. You crazy, dog? You're not feeling fucking with these guys. They got the top Lexus.
Yo,
Some man have the
Fast and the
fucking
Furious.
man have the Murcielago. The guy has the fucking the man has the Rick Owens shoes. The fucking Balmain jeans. The fucking
Yeah,
Montclair Bubble Goose
all
jacket.
that bench shit. Yo,
Yo,
I know the funniest thing that ever happened at UT.
these guys go straight to fucking
Yeah,
Nordstrom and Holt Renfrew for all the gears. Everything's Dolce and Gabbana, everything. Yo, you
Novus,
see
all that shit.
these guys, yo, they don't even know what broke is. They're dying, bro. They're laughing at people like, yo, you guys are just poor? We're rich over here.
Yeah,
Better
I
car
just
than the professor, better car than the dean of the program, better car than the fucking
better.
shareholders of the university, for Christ's
I was
fucking
at
sake.
co-op, and the co-op student had a better car than the entrepreneur that was paying him.
You know what I'm saying?
The guy had an S500. I'm like, what are you even working for? You already have it. Like, you already everything that they're telling us that we're going to the school to get, you already have. And what the funny part is, they have the University of Toronto, but they have different campuses. So they have Mississauga downtown, but they have Scarborough, and Scarborough's the hood where Quinn and I are from. And so what used to happen after first year, all these Asians come in with their nice cars, is they had a rash of car break-ins. Because they were like, yo, these people are just like parking in Scarborough with these nice cars. Easy money.
Those are the days. But yeah, that's what it's like, man. Everybody coming into this country now, as they try to filter everybody through, they have to have money to get in here. It's just that simple. It's really difficult otherwise. It's not to say it's impossible, because it definitely happens, right? Family members, especially immediate family, if you can get them here, they can come. Like, it's easy, right? But for the most part, with no real connection to Canada, they're only letting you in with a lot of money. And then people know this. So they're renting and they charge X price, or they're selling a service and they charge X price, and these people don't know any different. And it just keeps going up and up and up. Like, that's why people who are from here are so frustrated. It's like, yo, how do we get ahead? I remember this one guy I knew, and he had a wicked job. I can't even remember what he did. Wish I could remember, but he had a really good job, and he met his wife in the Philippines, and he married her, whatever, and brought her to the country. And he was renting a condo. It was like a 1-bedroom condo, him and his wife. And the shit was like, I don't know, at the time the shit was like maybe $1,700 a month. And he's like, yo, what I would love to do is just save up a little money and then buy a house. But he's like, yo, so much of my paycheck just goes to rent. If you do the calculation, it's like 3 weeks that I technically have to work in order to cover rent. And it's not even like I have a bad job. Like, I have a great job, great benefits, I have everything. It's just, the rent is just so fucking expensive. And then, of course, if you find somewhere cheaper to rent, well, I mean, everything you save on rent, you better put in security, because it ain't going to be in a good area, right?
Or you pay in gas now for the
Yeah,
commute.
there you go. Yeah. So sure enough, it's like, if you really think of it, what they're really going after now, it's fucked up. What they're really doing is they're going after your inheritance, right? They don't give a fuck if you can't save any money. They want, when somebody passes and you get the bread, that goes to them. So you're like, shit, somebody passed. After everything, I got 150 grand, right? Liquid. And it's like, well, now I can buy a house. We go, yeah, give us 100 grand. We'll give you the house, right? That's what they really want to do. They want it to be that they go after your next money coming. They don't even care about your current. We're going to take all your current money like it's nothing. And anything that happens that you get at next money, we're going to go after that. That's typically what it is. People my age and younger, right? They don't own houses unless they're in a relationship, married, you know, and even then, both them and their significant other are making, you know, they both have maybe $80,000 a year up jobs. Otherwise, they're not making it. And if you're an artist, good fucking luck. You ain't getting shit. I'll laugh at you in your face. You better have hella bank before you even think of buying something, right? But that's what they're kind of doing now. There's even like, I would say even like maybe 15 to 18 years ago, the government was incentivizing women as first-time home buyers and gave them hella discounts, hella. You probably even seen it in doing taxes, Michael. But like they were giving them hella breakdowns. So if you were a single woman and you're trying to like get a house, Ajax was full of those women. Ajax is east of where I live, Scarborough. You could meet many women that were buying homes as single moms because they would incentivize it, gave them, you know, extra 20% back on their taxes, you know, all kind of subsidized pricing, whatever, because they wanted to incentivize single women buying. That shit is gone. Or even single women buying, or starting up businesses. That shit is gone. They don't even care for those incentives anymore. It's like the idea, if when you really think of it, you know, I own a condo. I don't even own a house, but I own a condo. But like, when you look at like how many people are buying new homes, if there's statistics on the actual people who are buying new homes, they're immigrants or people who are shacked up, like they're in a relationship. There's no single human being buying a house anymore. At least not in Toronto. It's far too expensive.
Yeah, if you look at I remember even one of my professors from U of T, he moved out to like I think Mississauga or something like that. And he called them bedroom communities. I'm like, what's a bedroom community? Oh, it's because everyone on this block just goes to work and sleeps in their house, and then goes to work and sleeps in their house.
Yeah. Yeah, like the house is for shit, showering, and changing, eating, and then back
Yeah.
to fucking work. Yeah.
Yeah. And a lot of people we know, like, it's at the same time, I will say this. I will say that over the past 10 years, I feel like I prepared myself for this moment. I haven't been fucking around these past 10 years.
Well, yeah, and I'm going to add to that, you know, again, to go back to what Dan said, it's like, I've been on the fringe. So part of the fringe is I have to save my money. And I've always saved my money for that reason. You know what I'm saying? You know, it started way back in like 04, 05 when I was making, you know, made roughly 100 grand a year. Spent a lot of money, but saved a lot of money. But I had a girlfriend and she was on me about saving and on me about saving all the time. And so finally 08 came and I found this place that was building. There were lofts. And I was like, yo, let me check this shit out. Checked it out. I love the location. It was right at Broadview and Danforth. No, sorry. It was a Queen and Broadview. And I was like, yo, this is perfect. But this girl I was dating was on me forever. Like, why are you always buying this? That's expensive. More shoes. Da da da. Just on
You
damn
know,
near
I
my
remember
mom.
you told me about the T-shirt story with the
Same girl.
commercial for
Same
Budweiser.
girl.
Yeah,
Same
yeah,
girl.
yeah.
Same girl.
Yo, tell Dan that story about the T-shirt.
Okay. Okay, so all right. So basically I'm a shopaholic. I'm super insecure, so all my shit is like super expensive because, I'm insecure. Like I'm not I don't have a lot of confidence, and I derive a lot of confidence from what I wear and how I look. Anyway, so I'd gone to the store. It's called Holt Renfrew. It's the equivalent of Nordstrom. It's all the same. And they had some T-shirts there that were selling, and the T-shirts were like some retro throwback tees but they were super expensive. So the T-shirts were $70 each. Now, keep in mind we're going back to 2007. And so in 2007, $70 for it. Like now, $70 for a T-shirt is pretty common to some degree, but then, especially in Toronto, $70 for a T-shirt was just far too much money. Plus, we have 15% tax on everything here at the time. It was hella expensive. So I buy the 2 T-shirts, and the girl is carrying on. I can't believe you spent all this money on 2 T-shirts. What the fuck are you doing? For $160, I could buy like 2 whole outfits with $160. She's calling her friends. Her friends are like, "Yo, what's going on?" She's like, "You know what Quinn did today? You know what she spent on 2 fucking T-shirts?" And she's carrying on. I had an audition for a Budweiser commercial, and it was for a football. It was a football commercial. Jiggy, you could actually put it in there. It's still there. If you put
let me try it.
It's still on YouTube. And so I wear one of the T-shirts to the audition. I get the call back. They pay you for the callback. It's only like $50-$60 or whatever. So I remember I got the callback, and I go, "Hey, I got the callback for wearing that T-shirt." She goes, "You got the callback for the audition." I go, "Either way, it's $50. Now I've spent $110 on 2 T-shirts." I did the audition again. They give you another callback. So I'm like, "Hey, that's $60. And she's like, "Would you just stop?" I booked the commercial. The commercial was a U.S. national commercial. I made $22,000 off that commercial. And I wore that T-shirt to the audition. And I remember rubbing it in her nose about ridiculing
Wow,
me.
man, that's awesome.
Yeah, I made a lot off that fucking commercial. But anyway, going back to that, what I was saying was that, yeah, I always had to save the money, right? So that same girl. So eventually, I see the place. I get all the pamphlets or whatever. I'm fitting to buy the place. I'm like, this is cool. And at that time, I remember I had $83,000 in 2 bank accounts when you combine them. And I sat her down and I was like, "Yo, so here's what's up. This is what I'm planning. This is what I'm thinking for the future." I have my bank accounts ready. I'm showing her all my shit. And I'm like, "So how much money do you have?" She had less than $3,000 in her bank account. And I remember I was like, "Yo, why are you always on me about spending and buying and spending and buying? I got way more money than you. This doesn't make no sense." And she didn't buy anything. She was like hardcore minimalist, barely bought clothes, barely anything. And I was like, "I don't understand where the fuck your money is." Now granted, if I didn't spend my money on clothes and sneakers and shit like that, would I have had way more than 83,000? Absolutely. But that was still a lot of money to have. And at that time in Toronto, you could easily buy a place. You could buy a place in Toronto with 20 grand in your bank account in 2007. You sure as shit can't do that now. They'll laugh at you. But that's what had happened. So I remember I did end up buying the place anyway because, had 101 mishaps. It's too late for me to go into it. 101 mishaps. I didn't end up buying the place, but I got arrested. I did all kinds of fucked up shit or whatever. Beat all my charges though. Don't get it twisted. But court drains your pocket. So, but anyway, still ended up bouncing back later. It's 2015. I ended up buying. Now I think of it, yeah, that's about 8 years later. I still ended up saving enough money to buy a place. But even then, the market in 2015 is completely different than the market in 2022.
Hey guys.
Yep.
I just wanted to say it has been an absolute fucking pleasure hanging out with you guys today again. And I'm going to jump out for the night, and I don't know, maybe be back later if you guys are still up and talking. But I'd definitely be listening tomorrow if you guys are on. And Michael,
Sounds
I'll
good.
DM you and stuff. And yeah, Dan, again, has been an absolute pleasure today.
Absolutely. Thanks, Ann.
Yeah.
It's been fun.
Yeah,
The pilot
really. Yeah, great. Yeah, and Michael, I'll DM you. Okay, bye.
Yep.
Bye.
Yeah, I think every every comedian should be doing the startup, because comedians should be digging for material, and the best way to dig for material is to sort of live the. I don't know. Startups are an interesting place to sort of observe and model and even dive into characters. It's like they're like little universes. They're universes of people trying to overcome odds, and understand technologies and deal with the fact that they've always been alone, right? Now they're like they've been with others, right? But that model would actually work in the past. Going forward, it's the story is really how man, and women or binary, whatever, works with AI. So it's going to be more of sort of, it's going to be, it's all going to be Ted. It's going to be you and your teddy bear walking around, and that's going to be your AI. So I do see a lot of kind of like buddy stories, it's Johnny and his robot dog. Dun, 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 dun.
Well, we're starting to see that anyway with technology as is, right? Because remember,
Totally.
like if you look at, like, for example, comedians making posts, well, sometimes they put there's like an animated character that is green screened into their post, and
Yeah,
they
I can see
continue
that.
to use it doing whatever, right? So AI, you can say AI, but just technology in general, where a lot of people are coming up off that, right?
Yeah, some of that stuff is actually pretty cool. Because you get in the AI tools, you can generate the fake characters, you can set their personas, you can write their dialogue. In a lot of ways, you could actually stage your own show. Like you could do a Hollywood Squares kind of thing, and
Yeah.
the comedian is basically running the three other robots. And some of the robots could just be attuned to sort of a character prototype. In fact, you could start off with the audience suggesting, comedians that would be sort of like your nemesis, right? And then you can
Michael,
go on your platform and generate it, and they sort of debate with you.
Michael, did you hear him say character profile? Where have you heard that before?
Yeah, you'd be the perfect person to do a show about character profiling.
I stumbled onto an inside joke.
No, because it's
No, it's
laugh.
just because this is how people are. No, Michael and I talked about this years ago, where we realized that, like, in comedy, we continue to meet specific character profiles, right? They're all the same people.
Yep.
There's like the same four people that we meet, and we just categorize them and go. And more importantly, the truth of the matter is they actually categorize themselves. And this is how we know who they are, who's different, who to work with, who not to work with, who to stay away from. We just take it from their behavior. You know what I mean?
That's a really cool. Man, that sounds like a business book there.
Dan, you need to bring Quinn with you to your meetings in Ohio. You guys will fuck shit up.
Oh, totally, man. I mean, that really does sound like a leadership methodology. It's kind
That
of
would
like,
be a TV show, believe me.
yeah, it's almost sort of like strength through humor, strength through comedy. It's sort of how and actually, what's cool is you can pull a lot of interesting paradigms from, people in power, right? Isn't it Trudeau? Didn't he come from a drama degree or whatever? And of course, Zelensky's stand-up comedian.
Ronald Reagan.
Yeah, it's just kind of interesting. I like stuff like that. I love.
Yeah. And here's Trudeau. Trudeau will tell you to check your privilege. That's what he'll fucking tell people to do. Tells white people to check his privilege. Motherfucker comes from white privilege. Like, are you shitting me, bro?
Dude, did you ever see Ronald Reagan is doing a speech, and I'm not sure. It sounds like a gun goes off, and everyone like cowers, and he just stands there,
Yeah, he said missed me, and he kept going.
and he missed me.
Yeah, and he kept going.
That has to be an actor.
Yeah, he said missed me, and he just kept going. He didn't even care. Yeah. What? Yeah, fucking Trudeau telling people to check their white privilege, where literally he's in a position. The position he has is specifically because of his white privilege. You can't make that shit up. The guy was a fucking drama teacher, and now he runs the country. And how does he run the country? Off his last name. There's no other way he runs the country. I can guarantee you. There's literally no other way he runs the country.
Without that last name, Castro, he'd be nothing.
Even our parents, Michael, will tell you, well, I can't not vote for Trudeau. This is how we got here. It wasn't even him in power, but his dad was. It was his dad that opened it up. Come to Canada. You didn't need anything to get here. You could just come to Canada and live. He opened it up. It's just that simple, right?
I mean, we're seeing the same thing play out in the States, but it's happening in such a United States way.
Mm-hmm.
Man. Yeah. We have Justin Trudeau, the son of Pierre Trudeau, and you guys have Hunter Biden, the son.
Yeah, have you seen some of those videos? Holy shit, man. This guy has the prostitute up weighing the fucking crack. Holy shit, man. That shit is wild. Man's just weighing up the crack, fucking the prostitutes. Jesus Christ. Like, it's hilarious. Some of the videos are hilarious, too.
Yeah.
And they have the one where the girl's like, yeah, it's 2.16. He's like, oh, okay, yeah, that's good. Like, holy fuck. He's just there with the prostitutes, man. Fucking wild.
Yeah, only in America.
Can't
Like,
even make this shit up, man. This is the president's son. Like, you can't make this shit up.
when they say the U.S. is the land of opportunity, they weren't lying.
Nah, you can do anything in the U.S., bro. Anything. Absolutely anything. When this COVID shit's done and I could cross the border, fuck. I'm fucking it up over there.
It's not done. They're bringing out the new one, the monkeypox. Haven't you noticed?
They're bringing out fourth wave is what they're trying to do with COVID here. Yeah, fourth wave is the one they're trying to do. There's a fourth wave of COVID? No, there isn't.
Look, let's just let them have their caravana, and they'll get all of their energy out, and then we can go back home in the winter and hibernate.
Yeah. Yeah. So.
I don't trust any of that stuff. That's why it's like I want to spend all this time creating this content. So when it's time for us to go back inside, content.
That's all it is. That's all it is.
Yeah, second album done.
Second album's almost done, man.
Yeah.
Now to work on the third.
What do you think you'll do for the third?
I have an album, so I'm gonna do a Black History Month album, and then I'm gonna also do a Mother's Day album. I have enough jokes for this stuff, so
dude,
as long as I theme them that way, SiriusXM has to promote them. Because they have to do something for Mother's Day, they have to do stuff for Black History Month, they have to do it. That way, the stupid knob at fucking SiriusXM that hates me, he has no choice but to play it.
So what about a Father's Day album? That would be madness.
Yeah, because it would be pretty much 90 minutes of silence.
It'd be like performance art.
Oh man, that was just a couple of jokes off the Dad album, Father's Day album. Just
I still I know you don't do it, but I anymore. But I like that joke about calling your dad to meet you at the condo.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it again. That's actually, yeah, I'm totally doing that again. Totally. That's a great one. I love that joke.
Yeah, that was at that taco place or whatever.
Yeah, the place around the corner, man. Yeah.
Whatever happened to that guy? Remember that guy was acting funny or something?
Yeah, the guy fucking lost his place, man.
You're kidding me.
He
Sophia's.
lost his place. Sophia's, yeah, he lost the place.
That was a nice place though.
Nice place, but he lost it. He didn't. I don't know, man. Everyone's a front. Everyone's fronting, man. Everyone's pretending like they're doing this and doing that. You ain't doing shit, man. You ain't paying your bills. You ain't doing shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, just stop. The guy's just pretending, man. No one's selling a profitable ass business like that unless they give you way too much money to buy it off of you. Beyond that, they're keeping it themselves, and that's exactly what happened. He wasn't fucking paying. His bills are behind. He fucking got out of there. That's it. He should have been. He had to be thankful that I brought comedy there to fill up his bar. Otherwise, it was fucking empty. Had killer fish tacos though, so I heard.
It was a butter restaurant for Scarborough, right? They have
location too. Great location too.
Windows, glass windows.
But it was because the guy never had the stuff on deck. That's why. So people were coming by like, yo, can we get the fish tacos? He's like, oh, I'm out of fish. I'll have it tomorrow. Like, yo, bro, you got to be on top of this shit, man. He had great location, bro. That's an area full of old white people.
Oh my God!
That's what that area is. That's the village. The village, the Highland Creek Village is like full of that shit. It's just older white people. That area is like generationally old, man.
Yeah, they have those like bungalow old money.
Yeah, where the house looks like a cottage already, dog. That type of shit.
It's like the most tricked out bungalow you've ever seen, but it's like simple. But like if you walked in there, it's like you ever see like a back split, right? They have a lot.
I seen that shit. Yeah. Well, that's what it was, man. A lot of the older white people just walk to that show. I'm telling you. Yeah, man.
I think it's so funny that you had so many white people at your show that you got complaints about them running out of fish tacos.
Yeah. Yeah.
Couldn't we have an emergency? What's happening? The Karens are complaining about the fish tacos.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Man, that's fantastic. Complaints about fish tacos. I don't think I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah. Definitely one of those good problems. You're running out of food. But dog, you got to stay on your food. You have a restaurant. You got one fucking job. Have the fucking food stocked up.
You should. It's like you could be Quinn Ramsey. Yell at the dude.
Yeah, I can make macaroni and cheese. Oh man, yo, you guys been awesome. I'm passing the fuck out. But yo, Jiggy, let's talk tomorrow, man. Dan, it was good. It was good listening to you, man. We'll be in touch for sure tomorrow. All right, yo.
All right.
Bye. Good to see you. Yeah, I'm about worn out too for once.
Today was good. I'm glad we recorded it. Together alone.
Yeah, it was fun. I guess Dan's busy. Making a deal somewhere.
He's always like away from his phone, but I imagine him walking towards the phone slowly, but then realize, I really don't have to come off mute. I can just show.
Yeah.
Sandra, I still think one of the funniest things is that you write for Bitcoin magazine, but drive a Fiat.
I know, it's ridiculous, isn't it? It didn't even occur to me a few months ago. I'm like, wait a minute, I'm driving a Fiat. What's wrong with me? It's crazy. But I am going to be writing for, for Satoshi's journal, but it's more informal than the stuff I generally do on taxes and other crap.
I'm a believer that Craig Wright is who he says he is, so that makes me a loner in a lot of spaces.
Really?
Yeah.
Are you kidding?
No, I love Craig Wright.
Well,
I think
it doesn't matter whether you like him or not. It's whether or not the facts, equate to what he's saying. I don't agree. I don't believe him. I don't find him a believable or credible person at all.
You saw the ruling they made in the Florida courts with the Kleiman case.
I did, but I don't think they arrived to a final conclusion.
But they still said that that money was not Kleiman's, right? Whatever is in the Tulip Trust is legally owned by Craig now.
Yeah, I don't recall, but he's going to be losing all that anyway to he's having some sort of spousal dispute, I believe, isn't he?
Yeah, but no, I mean, even if he chopped the amount of Bitcoin he had in half, he still would technically own more than, most people.
Partly, I mean, I guess we'll have to see what happens.
Yeah. So just one of those things where, being a conservative brown makes me lonely, and thinking Craig Wright is Satoshi makes me even lonelier. But I'm glad we can get together and still talk about this kind of stuff in 2022.
Yeah, everybody's entitled to their opinion. I just, maybe I need to dive into it a little more, but based on what I've seen so far and what I've, listened to, my personal opinion is that I have not found him credible, but I could be wrong.
There's one specific thing that I saw him explain that really stayed with me, which is why there is a 21 million limit. I'll put it to the top. I know you're heading out, but check it out. Let me know what you think. But this is the best explanation of why Bitcoin has a 20 million token limit, and he explains its relation to IEEE 75.4, the math, which is a document that explains math with floating point numbers. So, I've watched a fair amount of interviews about cryptocurrency. I just never came across someone who explained it this succinctly, and so put me down the rabbit hole. Not that anyone can know, but yeah.
I would say respectfully, there are plenty of people out there that can explain certain aspects of Bitcoin very, very well. It does not mean that they are Satoshi.
You're right. But I would also say that of the people claiming to be Satoshi, he actually has the most activity around that time, in Australia. And he does have the background for it as an accountant. But yeah, it's impossible to know with any certainty. But I'm glad we can still talk about it, because usually at this point, technically, yeah, go ahead.
He has the burden of proof, and he may have proven a limited amount of whatever he needs to prove in Florida. But as far as public opinion, I think it's kind of against him. Not that that really matters, but I think that when it comes right down to it, he has to carry the burden of proof, and I don't personally think that he has done that.
Yeah, I guess because I looked at the amount of exhaustive study that they did in the Florida case, like they really broke everything apart. The alleged forgeries, everything. So it's once I saw him win that case, I saw a cascade of legal activity, for example, with DCG, and I was like, oh, okay. And then I think it was Coinbase that had to remove the white paper from the account. So like they were actually taking that legal decision and actually making things happen in the real world.
Well, I think he was threatening them with a cease and desist. I don't think
because the Florida court acted. So they had the Florida decision, and then he started enforcing.
But I mean, if you were Satoshi, right, and someone has the white paper up on their website explaining, not taking a position, but explaining, basically saying, "Hey, here's the white paper. Here's your white paper. Check it out." Why on earth would you make a big deal about that?
Well, I think it shows that if he can compel them to do it, it shows that there is force behind the decision.
No, you're just being an asshole. There's no there.
I'm not saying he's not an asshole. All right.
I mean, it's an educational, the white paper, the purpose of the white paper was to explain what it was. I mean, if you're Satoshi, you want people to know about it and to read about it. And, to then go and demand that someone take it down simply because they have the ability to do that suggests to me that their ego is way ahead of the importance of what Bitcoin stands for, which tells me clearly that in my opinion, my humble opinion, that is not the correct dude. But that's just my opinion, and I don't, I mean, I don't think about that issue a great deal, to be honest with you. But it's interesting.
Yeah, there was a Canadian accounting firm that documented all of the code that was deleted from the original implementation. So the rabbit hole goes deep.
Yeah, I mean, I really don't know as much about it as perhaps I ought to, but I mean, Godspeed. I mean, if he is indeed the correct person, then he can prove that in any court of law he chooses to do so, and see where it goes. But I just have my own personal opinions based on what I know, and I'm still a little, I mean, I'm a natural skeptical person anyway. So I come from like, I come from this skeptical view to begin with, where everything, I have suspicion about almost everything. So I don't know if I'm the right person to ask about that sort of thing. But I'm not entirely convinced, but that's just me. I don't have any personal animus towards him. I wish him well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's good. Today was amazing. Today we did a lot. We talked to Anne Marie about her pilot documentary. I'm glad I got a chance to introduce Quinn to Dan, because Quinn's the one who took me under his wing when I was new to stand-up comedy. So, yeah, Quinn is, now getting played on Sirius XM and is in radios, and royalties come from that. So we've actually seen the power of the voice.
That's amazing. That's very good news, and he seems like he's very talented.
You know what? He's I mean, I'd like to say he's talented, but but because he's like my best friend, he's one of the few people I've known that have spent 20 years doing the same thing.
Wow. I mean, that's amazing. Good for him. I'm glad he's getting exposure and success. That's great.
Yeah, he's nobody's. It's one of those things where like he's in a position where nobody's going to tell him that he doesn't deserve it, which is a good place for him. But you can see that like just by the way he talks, he's kind of like a army of one.
Oh, for sure. I guess you kind of have to be,
Right? Yeah. 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 And it was inspiring for me to see, because I was like, fuck, that guy can do it. You know what I mean? And he was like, I saw this guy didn't drop out of college, right? But then go back to college to learn how to do his own graphic design for his flyers, right? So,
yeah.
Yeah,
That's super cool.
man, the syndicate grows. So, Sandra, we have this idea that Dan and I have been playing with, is this idea of the syndicate. So we have all of these nodes that have capabilities. Dan has comedy, but also has his background with startups. Quinn is primarily comedy. I'm a glorified recruiter at this point, right? Casey's in finance, and so I also edit video. So, for example, like Anna Maria, I can chop up the video, just send it to me. Dan can do the voiceovers and when it's done, you know? So,
Wow.
yeah, if you ever thinking about something in the back of your mind that you want to manifest, the time is now.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll definitely think about it. It's awesome.
Strange things are happening.
Yeah.
We would have never met each other. You realize that? Like, not in a million years, probably.
Probably not. I'm pretty uncool and a bit of a weirdo, so
Yeah, the last interview I went on, the guy told me, "Hey, tell me about yourself." I'm like, "I'm batshit insane," and he's like, "Oh, me too." I'm like, "Okay, so we have an understanding." You know,
Very
so
awesome.
yeah, I think that this gives us the freedom to connect with the people that we want to, and we don't have to have a massive space with 100,000 people.
No, I think the smaller ones are cozier myself.
I like that word, cozier. That's
Yeah.
a good spin on it.
Intimate.
We're not unpopular. It's a cozy space.
Cozy.
By the fireplace. Cozy and comfortable.
How you doing, Dan?
Pretty good. I kind of napped off and nodded off, and then I summoned back to the surface. And
Well,
checking out.
get some real sleep. Do you like sleep 4 hours a night? Like how many
Yeah,
hours sleep?
sleep about 4 or 5 hours a night. No, I know. I can. I can. That's
We need to
okay.
do this hypnagogic state. Hypnagogic states are where creativity really comes about. Isn't that how Einstein came up with this idea? He was daydreaming. He was day napping.
That, and he was doing different types of experimental substances. He was really into different types of erasers back then. And chalk wasn't easy, you know. And so he was looking for the right way to take off the erase. And he was really kind of a clean freak. So since he couldn't find a way to erase them, he used his tongue a lot. So he actually licked his own equations off of the board, which is really no one really talks about it. So like, gotta be careful when you get too excited about that whole EM equals MC, because that's some of the sickest wet shit I've ever seen when he did that with his mouth. So it just changed everything. Like, I don't even think about energy anymore, just because it's like it's not even mine. You know what I mean? It's like it was his this whole time. It was his. It didn't really make any sense at all. So that's the problem. You're right. I should be going to sleep, but I'm still here.
I'm not criticizing. I'm just curious because I mean myself, not into the whole 8 hours of sleep thing. I think that's bullshit.
I think it's like, whatever, like you want. You might. I do like the nap though. I'm a progressive napper. Like, in fact, let's find a good place to go and take a nap. Like, let's go and nap in public. You know what I mean? And it's like a
Yeah,
really
that's too.
hardcore show, and you just show people napping. You know.
I fell asleep in a park one time when I was in law school, and I woke up with like a squirrel on me and like 20 people looking at me. I'm like, why don't you just get the squirrel off me? What is wrong with you people? It's like ridiculous.
I love that. That's awesome.
Well, speaking of naps, I'm going to take off.
Oh, love. This is great.
It's nice seeing everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I understand the cue as well. I too am going to journey into the depths of sleep. Thank you once again, Michael, for your wonderful shows. Everybody, it has been great listening to the G-Gen space. If you are a G-Gen in the modern world, always know where to go, and always remember that after you leave the G-Gen space, you just go back to being ordinary. So stay in context.
Cool. All right. Good night, everybody.
Yep. Good night, folks.
Good night, everyone. If you're just joining us, this was another edition of the SquareSpace, Degenerate Conversations in our broadcaster voice. One of the benefits of Twitter Spaces, one of the features, one of the attributes, one of the benefits, fabs, one of the key fabs of Twitter Spaces, one of the key features. Oh. One of the most important features of Twitter Spaces is the ability to be together and alone. Together and alone. We are social beings.
However, with the state of the world, it is not always completely safe for us to be together. In those moments where it is not safe for us to be together, that
Restriction on meat-body interpersonal experiences leaves a hole in our lives. Yeah. And so here we have the ability to be alone together.